Hello everyone, and Happy New Year, Happy 2025. Hope all of you guys have been having a wonderful start of your year. So of course, we're starting a little bit late today. I mentioned it yesterday, mostly because we were trying to sleep in, trying to catch up because gosh, did I stay up late last night. But of course, we're now in the good old 2025. Hopefully by tomorrow we should be back to like normal schedule. There is one thing I do want to go over today. Before we get into anything, it's something we did go over yesterday, but I do want to go over again for anyone who just kind of catches the beginning of the stream really quickly or something like that, or just to go over for anyone who may have missed it or not seen it around when it was posted. But we got an update on the update. No update yet for Brighter Shores, but we got an update. We're getting there. But yes, there is a teaser that he posted the other day. We went over this when it was posted. However, I did want to go over it again. Why does this not pause when I redo this? But anyways, so we ended up getting a couple things. First, before we even see what this is Queuable actions, what he's about to go show. But we got a few confirmations. Some things we kind of already knew, some things we didn't. For example, one of the first things here, we have ourselves the Stonewall Hill skills. There is only 4, there is not 5. We only have the Shield Breaker, the Armor Maker, the Worm Wrangler, still no official name for it, by the way, and then Builder. So, yeah, so there's not a 5th skill in Stonewall Hill. It is simply just those 4. However, you may notice a little name over there. It looks like a Blackhelm Crage, but, yeah, we got a Chapter 6 name dropped, as well as technically its symbol, though it is very small, but it's like a purplish kind of dark color, but, he's going to run out of colors eventually with all these chapters if he's going to make every chapter a different color. He's going to go through every single thing. We're going to have like a 20, 30 different colored chapters. Just going to look like a whole like mixed matched rainbow by the end of it. But yeah, chapter 6's name dropped. No skills. This was obviously pretty deliberate as all the skills are blocked and everything. But yeah, he is teasing the name at least of the next chapter, as well as just reconfirming that next chapter does unfortunately only have 4 skills. However, this is Queuable action, so of course we already know about this. It's not implemented yet, but it will be soon. We don't have an official date, but hopefully within this next week. But basically, if we go click play now, I believe you just shift click onto any resource and you will then queue it up. As you can see, there's a number over top of it. We don't know what is currently caps at, but during this video, I think it goes as high as 8. We can see an 8 on the tree right now, so it goes as high as 8. We don't know if you could use it for 10 or 12 or every single node in the entire room. I'm trying to think of what rooms have the most amount of nodes. The main one I think we came up with yesterday was that one fishing room. That is the 3 kelp, the 6 fish, and the 3 shells on the ground for 12 total. I am not sure if any of that is even higher than that. But, yeah, there's a few with a handful of them. Of course, this is a pretty noteworthy one, and probably one of the best use cases for it, which is kind of funny that they're showing it off. They know. But he's doing, the wrong location, though. But he's doing the 8 Suavi into, or sorry, 8 Bramble into 1 Suavi, which is 9 total, all woodcutting XP, as well as getting a Suavi every single cycle. And you just bank over to the east in this case, whenever you want to go bank, or just simply drop all. Or in the case of the other case, you end up going just 1 tile north, or, 1 room north, and end up going over there in order to go bank all of your things, which I think is like 10 tiles or so. But, yeah, that's Queuable actions. Overall, I'm really looking forward to it. We don't currently know if you'll be able to queue up production stuff. It seems like based on this, it might only be for production. He also doesn't show if we can queue up a walk. These are all simply queues that have been done onto an object. So this might be purely a gathering thing, meaning that you would only use it for fishing, forager, gather, wood cutting, and mining. As far as each one of these skills, as well as the Worm Wrangler when it comes in the following chapter, assuming it does only work on these and you can't use it for production like leatherworker or carpentry, let's just assume it only works on gathering things. The main use case for each one, for fishing, it'll probably be while you're doing forager. So you can do a forage or fishing mix and just keep looping it over and over while dropping everything to the ground. For Gather, I'm not sure if there's actually a use case for Gather. The closest case you really have is to do Suavi with Bone Spike, and then just bank it every so often, either in the side room or in the main room. The main room only has 5, though. I forget how many the side room has between all of its trees and everything else. I think it has like 1 extra tree, so it'd be 3 Suavi, 3 Bone Spike, I believe, which would give you way too many Suavi relative to how many Bone Spike you have, but it would be a option. I'm trying to think of anything else that's like really good for it. I guess if you're doing ash trees plus that one other fruit, you can do 3 of those fruit with 6 ash trees, which we're actually coming up to the woodcutting level where that's not awful to go to, though it would be pretty bad for Gather XP, I think, at my level, but for woodcutting XP, it would actually be our best tree soon, so you could still be banking those logs and then just dropping all the gathering materials. So there's a few instances in Gather. I do feel like it's one of the weaker ones. Obviously, woodcutting probably gains the absolute biggest benefit, as the most noteworthy one he's literally showing off right now, the 8 Bramble and the 1 Suave. It's something that's already absurdly good for woodcutting, and now you can just AFK it for almost like a minute straight, as you can tell from about how far this video is. I think it's like a solid 50 seconds. Actually, when does he start? Let's see. We'll do it from the exact second he clicks and see the exact amount of time frame. So he started at the 6-second mark, and he ended on the... he did have to do a jump, though, which is one you don't have to do when you do the other set. But he started at 6, and it took him until about 3. So yeah, it's a solid 45 seconds of AFK time, basically. You have 45 seconds. You just click everything, and then you come back like 45 seconds later. Obviously, that's not a lot of AFK time, but it sure beats having to click every like 5 seconds. But yeah, it's about 45 seconds AFK time, roughly, is what it ends up coming out to, doing 8 Bramble into 1 Suave. So that's not too bad. You do have to click a lot initially for the 9 clicks, but then you just go away for a good 45 seconds, come back, and then boom, you're good to go. So it's not like completely AFK, but it sure is more AFK than what the alternative would have been, where your max AFK was like, what, 5 seconds? So, yeah, not too bad at all. In that regard. Other than that, other skills, mining, the main thing that mining will be used for is, of course, probably iron ore is by far the closest to a bank by far. You can do 888 iron until you end up banking it. Obviously, this is about 20% worse per hour since you're only getting 8 iron rather than 10. However, it has the benefit of being really chill. You just click all 8 iron ore, kind of wait like 20-30 seconds, come back, click all 8 iron ore, rinse and repeat. It's not the greatest way to be getting mining XP, and you're definitely hindering your XP per hour, but the AFK-ness that you'll have would go from like about 5 seconds to, you know, about like same as this, like 40-45-ish seconds. Though you are getting a little bit less resources per hour, but the bank is right there. You can technically do that on any room that has 8 ore. However, iron is probably the best just because of its banking situation, but you can do it on carbonice as well and just drop all carbonice. You can do it on platinum and just walk a little bit for the bank or drop all platinum. Same as the green ore. You can do it for the green ore and just drop it instead of banking it if you so choose. Iron ore is just pretty noteworthy in that you could both bank and mine it pretty AFK, whereas the other 3 are pretty much just mining it AFK. Unfortunately, stone is kind of gypped here because the highest room with any stone, I believe, is 3. I don't think there's any room in the entire game that has more than 3 stone nodes, and this mostly is really good for doing activities in the same room. It's not particularly good for doing like a double room or something like that, and I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, but to my understanding, this will be very bad for double rooms. Pretty much every single thing that you have to do with queuable actions must be within the same room. Well, it doesn't have to be, but you know, like you're generally only using this for same room, and just keep looping the same room over and over again, which is why something like Bramble Suave is so good, as is a very notorious same room, infinitely repeatable activity. So hopefully it'll add more same room activities in the future, so that we can actually end up utilizing this mechanic a little bit more. But there's still some that are up in the air as far as if we can or cannot end up using them. The main ones that we have here are, of course, will you be able to use it for leatherworker? If you could do it for leatherworker, that's about 4 minutes AFK. Could you use it for carpentry? I think that's like about 2 minutes AFK. Obviously, you could end up using it for the most noteworthy 2 being to go and start up your logs, and then to go to the next section after that, which takes even longer than the initial click. So if you can queue up both of those, that's pretty solid. And one other thing we don't know if it's going to include is it going to have a make all option coming in? Obviously, that's not technically a quote-unquote queuable action, but, you know, make all would still be great. If you could make all in bones, make all in smithing bars, make all in, you know, etching stones, make all whenever you go and make a product, you just can go and make, you know, your full inventory of it, rather than have to click every single time. We don't know if that's making it in, because right now it just seems like it's like a gathering thing, but if nothing else, this will probably help out a lot whenever next chapter comes out, as the Worm Wrangler touching worm skill is the gathering skill for chapter 5. We'll probably also be utilizing this pretty heavily. How so, we don't know, since, you know, it's not out yet. But, yeah, that's a little bit of what we ended up going over yesterday as far as the thing. So I figured I'd do that at the beginning just for anyone who didn't catch it at all yesterday or is not aware. Anyways, let's go into the main account now. So, main goal today, money making. And, hey, look at that mining level. One more night. We can stop doing the mining AFK. Move over to the smithing AFK or something else. We're almost there. 223, we get carbonice, tier 5 carbonice. And, hey, we might have queuable actions to go test on it. If I do, it will probably be with the drop method if I do it AFK off stream. But, hey, what perfect timing if queuable actions come in the next week. Hopefully, maybe even tomorrow or something, who knows. But, I did hear some rumor that it was supposed to be tomorrow. I'm not sure if it was just, like, posted on Discord or something. But someone did say January 2nd. Not sure if they're just saying that because it's the day after New Year's Day. Because, you know, everyone's kind of recovering on New Year's Day from from New Year's night. However, yeah, tomorrow's, like, the earliest they could do it. My prediction's, like, on the 3rd, but who knows? Maybe they will get it tomorrow. But, if we do get queuable action tomorrow, the small combat rework tomorrow, yeah, we'll definitely mess around with it, of course. But, yeah, I really want that queuable actions. Carbonice might be one of the first things we tested on, just because we're pretty much going to be at that level. As of tomorrow, we will. So if it does happen tomorrow, we are perfectly aligned to go try it out. We'll probably do drop all method if we're doing that though, and mostly off stream because you know, most Queuable action things are going to be a pretty AFK like thing, and you're going to be losing XP compared to doing it manually. Not because Queuable actions are actually slower, but because a lot of Queuable action sets are less efficient than the sets that you would do between multiple rooms. It's normally better to go between room to room. Bramble Suave is like one of the only exceptions I think of the entire game where you just camp one room over and over again, whereas most other things you know are constantly moving from room to room, which is real not as good efficient for Queuable actions since your AFK time isn't as good. But you can still do it for that. Like if you want to go queue up all 3 nodes in a room, you can still do that. Like if we're doing like, I don't know, like basalt into flint, we can still queue up like, you know, the 3 basalt or the 2 basalt into the 4 flint into the into all the flint. It won't take optimal pathing, but you know, it will still be somewhat more AFK, even though we're still like actively playing and everything. But you know, it'll be slightly worse per hour, but a lot more chill per hour since you don't have to constantly be clicking every few seconds. Anyways, today's game plan. Well, off stream, AFK mining to 223. That would be big, especially if Queuable actions do come out tomorrow, and then we can start AFK and smithing again. Beyond that, as far as what we're doing this stream, there's a couple goals. I would say the main ones are just do merchant, because we need money. I need Sickle money. By the time we hit 135 Gatherer, which we might be getting 5 Gatherer levels today, but by the time we hit 135 Gatherer, we need to scrap together about 17 gold. We have 5 right now, which means we need like 12 more. I don't care how we get the 12 more, if it's merchant or leatherworker or anything, but we need 12 gold somehow. We're not going to get all that this stream, but we need to get it. So how we're going to go about that, I'm not quite sure at the moment. But I think we're going to do a little bit of merchant. I do need to go do my cooking run, do the dailies real quick, go from there. But afterwards, after we finish out that cooking run, I think we're over to merchant for a bit. And then kind of just chill with leatherworker or chill with gatherer, either or. Maybe a little bit of leatherworker though, just to kind of have a change of pace since we've been doing so much gatherer lately. But anyways, let me go stop this and let's go do our dailies. Let me go put this away real quick just so we don't have to do it later. And we'll go from there. Anyways, hello everyone, hope all you guys have been having a wonderful 2025. That was a really long beginning tangent. I think we went for like 12 minutes. I didn't expect it to take that long. But just for everyone rolling in, I did want to make sure we just got all that info out. We covered it yesterday too. I just wanted to make sure for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Anyways, let me go. Oh yeah, we also finally cleared all of our bars. Look at how clean this looks. Especially if I was to remove all this gold or use it by the time we finish out the other thing. Look at this, all of our bars perfectly done. Or, you know, every single ore has been completed. And now we just have a ton of stack of bars. It feels so nice to finally have done. Anyways, let's go do the dailies real quick. Actually, let me do the other one first because we're probably ending in that market. Because we need to go do merchant. Hello, John. Only lost and found to complete in the mines? Nice. Yeah, it's quite a hefty quest. But it is 100% worth doing, especially with special attack weapons. Not sure if we're going to be getting it for sure this month, but hopefully we do. Because special attack weapons will pretty much require you to have completed lost and found. It's not required, but if there are particularly meta special attack weapons, you're of course going to want to have them. And the best way to try to get them is to, of course, craft them yourself. But to be able to craft them yourself, you need lost and found completed. And this is just waiting for trading to come out. But even if you are, anything that's particularly meta will probably be quite a bit more money compared to just making it yourself. So it is generally better just to make it yourself than it is to, you know, try to buy it from someone, even if you're all are holding out for trading to end up doing that. It would probably be a lot cheaper if you at least have lost and found so you can occasionally craft it, or simply just get the 3 components and craft it yourself, compared to having to buy it for a finished product from someone. That would likely go for quite a bit more than a non-finished product. Like if you had to individually buy all 3 of the 3 stars, is likely cheaper than buying a fully finished 4-star item. But we'll have to wait and see where the market is when trading finally gets out, which hopefully is also this month. He hasn't been talking about it as much recently, but obviously it was something that was supposed to come at launch. And I assume it'd be by this month, because if it isn't, that'd be 3 months since launch that it wouldn't be, you know, in the game. You know, like 2.5, like over 2 months. So, oh yeah, we also have a lot of these. I should probably use them at some point. Maybe I'll use them tonight. Who knows, maybe for this stream. Because I want to use them before we hit 223 mining, because after that point, I'm pretty much never really using them again. And then I kind of want to do almost like a little bit of a mining pivot, just so we can start getting the better ones at 231. So maybe I do still keep doing the mining AFK even after tonight. Because I kind of want to rush to that 231 mining venture. Just so we can stop getting these weaker explosives and start stocking up on the tier 5 ones. And then it goes to max tier after the other one. Yeah, Divstone is actually really, really deep as far as how high you need to go. Just to be getting it for the AFK, you need 231 for tier 5. That is so high. And even tier 4 is all the way over there. Yeah, I think it's because it's like the last one you ever get. Like the perfect one is all the way at 490. It's like literally the last of last things you get access to. But anyways, let's go back to the market. And let's start doing some merchant. Today's going to be a pretty heavy merchant stream, which means, you know what time it is. Not that. How do I get rid of this? Put that away. All right, let me go get the timer. It is timer time. No, not that. 02. It is timer time. All right, let me double check. Get this aligned. All right, I think we are good to go. Okay, let's get into this. All right, still not merchant yet. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta go do my cooking contracts. Yeah, let me go do all the cooking contracts. We've been setting them up for a little while now. We have mostly good ones. The only slightly annoying one is we have to do 10 of the leak thing, which costs us a lot of money. But it's worth enough EXP where I figured, might as well. We're also going there for 2 other objects, and they both fit with us, so it's fine. We'll be able to do everything pretty much in one go, actually. Let me double check. How much inventory do we have? 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18. Yeah, we could do it all in one go. Not because we could turn it all in one go, though maybe we can. Yeah, maybe we might be able to, actually, because we do hairdresser into scrap merchant, or hairdresser into new tap into scrap merchant, and the double sentry is where we start the run. So yeah, we might actually be able to do it all in one potion. Oh yeah, I came here for the thing. I'm like, wonder, why am I here? It's for this, and then we'll go do our cooking stuff real quick. Alright, let's go get everything we need, and go from there. Head over to Hopeport, go get our EXP pot, go buy everything we need from the market, and should be good to go. Alright, how much random fish do we need? The most annoying one's definitely going to be the 10 leeks. I really shouldn't do that. I think we burn, like, actually not that much. I think I only burn like 10 silver doing that task. But it's so worth it for how much XP we get, so we'll do it. It's 10 silver for the cost of a bunch of cooking XP. I think it's a good trade-off. If it was a worse task, I wouldn't do that, but it's like the best task you could ever turn in. Alright, well, I'll grab the XP potion at the end. We don't need it now. Alright, let me go get all the fish we need. Actually, one of these, I don't even think I got the first time bonus for, oddly enough. Also, hello, if I did say hello to everyone yet, by the way. Hello, Mark. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Nightmare. Hello, John. Hello, everyone else lurking. Hello, everyone after the fact. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful start of your 2025. Also, starting tomorrow, we should hopefully be back to full streams. Obviously, the last, like, several days have been kind of, all over the place as far as, like, how long we streamed, stream time, and everything. But starting tomorrow, we should be back to normal, and hopefully with an update, too. So, truly, truly back to normal. Since Watch will be hopefully getting updates again by then, or pretty soon. If not exactly tomorrow. Let's go get all the things we need. So I need 2 of the little manta rays. I don't think we've ever actually cooked this yet, so this will be a first time bonus. We also need a few of the oyster. And is that everything? Let's see, we got that, we got that. Just making sure, but that does... Oh, no, I forgot one. No, I didn't. Yeah, that's everything. Alright. I'm just not used to... Oh, no. Wait. Yeah, I do need 2 more. What am I doing? I didn't account for the other one at Scrapyard. Let me get the other 2 oyster, and now that should be everything. Alright, let's go get everything we need for these. I don't believe you need anything for the, I haven't done wings in so long. The, fried, ray root wings. But, I believe these are, also, those must taste really good now that I think about it. Because I've touched those before. They feel so soft. I've never eaten, manta ray before. But, gosh, I have felt them before, and those things are, like, so smooth. Anyways, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I don't think we need anything for the manta ray, unless I'm forgetting something. It's been so long since I need to craft it. What else can I buy real quick while we're here? That covers all that. That's the manta ray, 1 mash, and then we have to come for the leeks separately. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me go for part of the leek now, just because it's so much random inventory. Let me get 10 of these now. I'll get everything but the, oh, wait, never mind. I see. Alright, well, let me get part of the sausage match. I try to get the whole thing. Where's the other component? There we go. Alright, now the only other thing I need then is, the rest of the leek thingy. I might even just cook what we have here. And just drop them on the ground and grab whatever else we need. And we could do that in one inventory go. I just have to drop the, drop all and the other thing too. Just put them in different piles. Also, hello, Lost Skill. Welcome, welcome. Lurking, waiting for your membership to expire so you can renew it? Oh, gosh. Yeah, didn't I say he's doing the, I think he's doing the rollover on the price. So you might want to keep it locked in whenever he finally, you know, raises the price. Probably around launch time. But apparently somewhere in the AMA, I didn't personally see it, but someone mentioned it, or a couple of people did, that he is giving the grandfathered rate if you keep it up the whole time. So since we're going to be playing the whole time, we're definitely going to be doing that route, of course, personally. Because it's only like $6 a month. It's like pretty cheap for a membership these days. So I do plan to keep it going, because we'll be playing it the whole time anyway, so it works out. Your sub expires in 1 hour? That's funny. Oh, you got a whole year of it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just buying the 1 month one over and over again just because it's slightly cheaper than the year. And he actually confirmed that it actually gets locked in on price if you just never let it expire. Though I do need to make sure my Steam funds are always high, because that's one thing I always let go really low. That I would need to make sure it doesn't get particularly low. Alright, that should be everything. And now let me just go grab the rest of what we need for the leek pies. Gosh, these leek pies are so annoying. And we do lose money on them, but it's so much XP that I can't just pass them up. It's too good of a task to not do. Anything that's ever century you have to do. Just too much EXP otherwise. Did I ever get the chicken? I don't think I did. They didn't have enough inventory at the time. And then, of course, I didn't buy the ultra expensive leeks, which, hey, if we get our gatherer up, we'll be able to get for free. Unfortunately, it doesn't help us right now. Alright, and now I'll just keep grabbing partially at the stuff on the ground. Hopefully it's within one tile of my thing. It is perfect. Alright, let me take all, and then craft whatever we have, and then keep doing that until we have all of them crafted. And then we'll go do a bunch of merchanting then, which is the main event that we're going to be doing. A lot of merchant today. I'm not sure if I'm going to get the 5 gatherer levels, but we might. I'm not sure what I'm knowledging into. Oddly enough, I think I'm knowledging into the merchant AFK. I've been trying to put a little bit of knowledge into it. Obviously, I don't have too much into it yet. But I want to have it so that we could do the 211 to 216 AFK. That'll probably be our next AFK after mining, once we get to the 231 venture for mining. Main reason for this is just to speed up merchant to our 222 goal. We'll have to waste a few days of AFK, but we do get some AFK leatherworker, which is nice. And while leatherworker does print a lot of money, it is good to speed it up so we make even more money, as well as for the eventual armor maker. Because it's basically like carpentry in a sense, depending on how you look at it. So, it's a lot better to train than carpentry. But depending on how you look at it, it's literally just carpentry 2.0. It's just better carpentry. So, you know, it's still a good skill to go in power level, even post 200. So having the 200 AFK material is pretty nice. I'm not sure where you use it, though. You get it at 216, so I'm not sure if it's used for the 200 pouch or for the 230 soccer ball. But it's used for one of them. Does anyone actually know? Because someone out there with like a really high merchant level. Not sure if Miles ES is here or someone remembers. Because someone would have to be like 216 plus merchant and having done both of them. But I'm not sure if that material is used for the 200 AFK or the 230. And I'm not sure if there's a way to check other than like, I guess, digging through the wiki for the exact leather that we're getting from the merchant thing. There's no way in game to check is the problem, at least currently. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're out of here. Let's go get our XP pot. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting an item? Why does my inventory feel so light? Actually, it's so light, I could probably even see what's on this board real quick. What do we have? And they go, hey, Chino's over here. I see anything good here? No, these are all heavy skips. These are all really, really skippy. Without the ingredients to go with them, they're just not worth it there. I've only been taking the super, super low ones or any that go to century. Those are like the only 2 tasks I'm taking these days. Because we're in a really big dead zone for cooking. Unless we just plan on burning our entire cash stack, gotta be a lot more selective with what we take. Alright, let me go and grab this. Alright, let's go do our run. We definitely got to start at century. And then from there we teleport back, go to hairdresser, go to new tap. And if we have time, try to make it all the way from new tap to scrap merchant. It's gonna be quite a walk, but hopefully we can make it in time. Alright, so at century, I'm gonna have to turn in oyster, then the ray, and then the okay, so he wants one of everything basically. Everything but the mash is what he wants. Let me go organize it a bit just so I don't forget. Oh yeah, organizing it's not gonna matter though. I forgot. You don't click it from your inventory, you click it from the menu. So I just gotta remember, do not click on it's one of each fish, and don't click on the mash. As long as we do one of each, but don't click on mash, we should be okay. And there's where the scrap merchant is. We could technically start it as scrap merchant, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Ooh, is that worth it? I think this might actually be a shorter distance. Hold up. No, but then you have to backtrack the other thing. Well, either way, you're gonna have to backtrack something. I think it's better to make it from new tap to there. You know what? I think it is better doing it with scrap merchant first. I'm going to. Hopefully this isn't bad. I'm actually not sure which one's more efficient. Oh yeah, if I am doing this, yeah, we have to start with the oyster thing. Alright, drink. This might actually be better. Let me do this. Give him oyster. That is oyster, yep. Alright. Hopefully we can make it from here. Not sure if this is a bad idea or not. But this might actually be slightly quicker. And then we tele back, go to hairdresser, and then hopefully have enough time to make it to new tap. This makes it so I don't have to come all the way back over for scrap merchant. But the downside is I have to waste all the time walking over here, over to century. I'm not sure which one comes out to be closer or not, but we'll do it this way for once. Normally I do century first and then walk around, but let's start with the scrap merchant this time around. Also, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Skill. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Hey, Tate ended up getting it as well. Not sure if they're here right now. Or I assume they are. I forget how YouTube's thingy works. I know they had to have been active recently. But congrats everyone on getting the thing. Hey, Source Central's still going. He hasn't covered a video in a while. But he's still going strong. Alright, let me go turn in double sentry. Okay, there's no way we're making it back, though. Let me go turn in everything for sentry. It's everything but the mash. We should be good to go. Alright, do the other one. Oh gosh, this menu's gonna get annoying. Use item on... Alright, telly and run. Telly and run. Oh yeah, we still got the Christmas event going on, by the way. They haven't ended it yet. They also haven't given us official date on when it's going to end other than early January. And hey, it's early January right now, but they haven't given us a date yet. But yeah, we've been adding quite a bit of emotes to the membership thing, thanks to everyone's generosity. But I think we have like almost 20 emotes now, or maybe exactly 20. Oh, Squire's trading out some hats. Nice. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to make it in time. Oh well, we don't need EXP on all of them. No, I'm not gonna make it. In all fairness, it's gonna be hard to try to get all of them anyways. Use item on that one. Oh, I didn't even do the right item. Oh no, I did. The EXP is over, but there we go. Not too big a deal. Alright, and then we'll go turn in this last one. And then we'll go do some merchant runs. But it gave us a level and a half for cooking. Well, technically a half, but you know, it made the rest of the level go the rest of the way. Alright, use item on. Give him that. Alright, we're good to go. We're out of here. I'm gonna put this in the merchant AFK. Oh yeah, that also means I need to go get leatherworker AFK starting to get that up too. So those would be the 2 focuses for our AFKs then. Or, you know, our knowledge points. Just so we don't need to constantly keep juggling a potion, which is really annoying. I'm gonna try to do that whenever I can for merchant. Oh yeah, we do have the big hello, which a lot of people use for LOL. There's a couple different things you can do with that. I kind of started from whenever we would do a video, just starting with hello everyone. Also, Peticio is going down the ultra efficiency route. You know what he did the first second he got 200 all? He's here doing merchant grind. Which I was mentioning earlier, like what would I do if I was to have gotten like, you know, 200 all? Like what would be the first thing I'd go for? And we end up saying, oh, we would just like camp merchant all the way to like max. And that's really funny because that's exactly what he's doing. He's doing like the perfect efficiency route. He got 200 all, and now he's just going all in merchant. Apparently, he's actually going all in everything here, but yeah, he's going all in merchant, which I just find really, really hilarious. He's also starting to do the stonemason AFK, so I can keep doing that. So he's currently AFKing stonemason, while active AFKing, like offline AFK, he's doing stonemason. Active AFK, he's doing detective thing, and then actively, he's doing merchant into leatherworker, so he could print infinite money. It's really funny. Yeah, that's like the most optimal route you could possibly do. We were discussing that like the other week, and it's kind of funny because he's doing exactly that. Like someone was asking or something like that. It came up like, what would we do post 200? And it's basically exactly what Peticio is doing right now. Except we would be doing it for smithing instead of stonemason because of course we're a cryo knight. Oh yeah, oops, I need to be aligning this. That's the whole reason why I'm waiting. Is to align my clock to the tower. Alright, there we go. Alright, another curry, tomato to turn in. Alright, that should be good. Alright, how are we doing this run? Oh, I am going there just for dust, but it's fine. Alright, I think I start over in west and just cycle around. So we'll go over there. Yeah, YouTube does push quite a bit of ads. I don't feel like it's as much as Twitch. But it's one of those things that you kind of can't really disable. Because YouTube prioritizes you if you don't have ads turned on. Just because, obviously, they make money also from the ads. Like, while I make money, they also get a cut from them, obviously. I think it's like 55, 45%. Obviously, they set up the whole ad infrastructure and everything. Like, they get a good majority from all ads. But it's mostly because they made, you know, like, in that kind of sense, it kind of makes sense that they take so much. In some of the others, it doesn't make as much sense. Like, I think whenever anyone super chats or anything like that, I think they take like 30% off it. And it's not even counting tax or anything. Just simply off the top. Let's see. But it kind of makes sense for something like, you know, AdSense. Because the infrastructure for that is not something you can actually set up easily. Like, that's something that, you know, unless they do it, you're not going to be able to do it on your own. But yeah, YouTube does do that. They kind of deprioritize videos that aren't monetized. Because they have less of an incentive to, because they make no money off of them. Alright, let's see. We'll do that. Get our stews. Grab all that. Anything else we're doing here? I guess we go grab candle while we're over here. And then we end by buying a bunch of dust. Though I might even end by just buying a full pocket watch thing, because we're actually set up pretty well to go do mass pocket watch right now. So I'm probably just going to mass pocket watch this. Do I have the most ads of anyone? Really? I only have it set to normal right now. And I don't even insert any either. I know, I could try setting it back to the lowest setting. I did for some amount of time. But then I kind of just set it to normal setting. Like the default. I don't have it set to high though. They actually have an option that spams even more ads, which I would never enable. As normal is already pretty heavy on it. The only problem with it is I don't really get to select when the ads get inserted. There is a way to manually do it, but it's a lot more annoying. Yeah, getting membership on YouTube is unfortunately doesn't block ads. If it had an option to enable it, I would. But the only thing that actually blocks ads on YouTube is when you get premium. YouTube Premium is the only thing that blocks it. Or technically, you know, blockers as well. If you want to use like third-party blockers. But as far as officially blocking ads on YouTube, the only way to do it officially is to get their premium service. I do still make more money from people who get premium, but not a lot more. Like compared to someone who gets the $2 membership, I get more money from them compared to someone who uses premium. But I do get more views or more money from someone who has premium than I do from someone who has nothing. As far as like ad revenue. Because even though the person doesn't see any ads, I still get money as if they're seeing like multiple ads. It's kind of weird how it works. But some of the charge of like the $15 a month or whatever it is for YouTube Premium goes to the people who you actually watch. Like some percent of it. I'm not sure exactly how it works. But someone who has YouTube Premium, every single view that you ever give to a channel is actually worth more than someone who watches every single ad, oddly enough. Just because a portion of the money from the Premium per month goes to all the people you watch. Like on an active basis. I'm not sure exactly how it breaks it down. But I think a premium view is like 5 times or 10 times as much money as like a normal view. Even though the premium view doesn't see any ads at all. But the $2 a month thing is way more money than I would ever get from someone watching with premium. It's like the 3 tiers of it. Someone who buys membership is, for $2 a month, I probably get the most from. Then the second most is someone watching with premium. As well as whoever else you watch on YouTube. Plus you don't see ads. And then the third is just, you know, anyone who watches with not a third-party ad blocker on. And then the people I make no money from is everyone who has an ad blocker on. While also not playing for premium. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh, nice. We got a good top left. Or kind of. What even is this, actually, now that I'm looking at it? You know what this is? I think this is just go by dust. I think this is a dust angle. Oh, wait, I just realized my timer... Oh, no! Like, I'm still gonna buy dust, but I just realized I put the timer not on loop. Oh, no! I got the timer correct, but I forgot to put it on repeat. So it's not currently repeating. Oh, no! I was wondering why the alarm wasn't going off. But yeah, let me go do that real quick. Let me just go buy a whole thing of dust, come back, and reset the alarm to align with the tower. But yeah, I completely forgot to click the repeat button, or the loop button, whatever it's called. Whoops. Unfortunate. Is it really that much? I'll go turn it to low then. If it's really, really that high, I'm going to start turning it to low. Just so it doesn't spam as much. I did have it at some of the times we were doing brighter shores. At one point, for some reason, I turned it back to normal, though. I need to go turn it back to low, then. Because for a lot of the streaming we did have it at low setting. Not at medium. I never turned it to max, though. Because I could only imagine how much that would spam if it did. Alright, there we go. Another one for the pile. Alright, let's see where the timer is. Alright, how's the timer? Are we aligned yet? Ah, we're gonna have to wait a while, but that's fine. I do want to go align it here. I think it's worth the wait. Just trying to see if we have any synergy here. We could do this in the middle. And do like a weird middle route. Yeah, I think this is a middle route angle. Since we're having to go for the weight anyways. Curries I might stock up on just so we don't have to keep going back there. If we get like a double curry. Alright, now we just wait on aligning the timer. And then we don't need to go realign the timer for the rest of the stream, hopefully. They're probably going to do merchant for like 3 showers, 4 showers, until we basically burn out on it. And then after merchant, we're going to go move on to some amount of either leatherworker or gather. I might just do gather, just push it over the edge. Because gather has a pretty clear goal. Leatherworker doesn't really have a goal this stream. Like if I was to get it up, it would simply be for the sake of getting it up. Like obviously we're not getting 200 today. We should be able to in the next week though. There will be one stream sometime next week where we're going to do the 200 push probably. Especially if Queuable actions work for it. That's the main thing I kind of want to wait on. Is wait till Queuable actions come in the game and see if it works on Leatherworker. Because if it does, that is so absurdly good. I highly doubt it will properly, but if it does, I want it to so badly. Alright, let me go get the timer. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Alright, should be good to go. Alright, oh, I need to go over there anyway. Oh, no, I already went over there. Yeah, this is a top left to middle turn in. I think we had another plate and just grab this for later for when we're down that cycle. Still need to go down there and go grab everything. That's fine. Alright, let's go head out. So this is just going to be a top left telly, get the rhubarb, get everything else. And, oh yeah, I won't be able to turn in curry on this route though, will I? Unless I'm trying to pre-buy curry this cycle. Which, even if I do, I can only get like 12. I don't know, I guess we could pre-buy 12 curry and see if we get a double curry turned in or something. I need to go over there anyways for a bunch of objects. So I might still run it this cycle. The only reason I say I can only do 12 is because I'm going to be over encumbered with 12 teacups. So the most I can get is 12. So I can do it for this task and the next task and we should be good to go. Alright, I go over here, grab our thingy. Then we can get our soap when we're over there, turn everything down middle. And buy everything we need to go get off of middle as well. Only thing we won't be able to do this cycle is turn in the curry, nor get the snow globe. But I do want to go get them for whenever we have like a top left cycle, because they go really well with clockwork. As well as with the other wine. Is there anything else I need to buy in this corner? No, oddly enough. I already have the pocket watch, and we don't really need the banana or the other thing. So we shall head off. I keep forgetting, there's like a storage rift here. I normally only use it when I do combat, but there's some other cycles that you can kind of do to kind of utilize it. It's in a weird location if you're doing anything but combat, though. But it's really good for the sewer combat. I turn in rhubarb, which is actually a pretty good one. Just to go buy some soap. Then we'll go turn in soap, get our... I gotta remember to go backtrack to go get the plates. Or the cups, I mean. Oh, you know what? I could have taken a plate and done a bottom run. Honestly, I should have done that instead of curry. Because I'm already going to be at the store. I could have gotten the plate task. Because I need to go down there to buy snow globe anyways. So I could have gotten value instead of just buying the snow globe thing. Still works out though, but would actually been better to keep the plate task rather than like the curry task. His next cycle would have been a lot stronger with it. Just this is telly. This might just be a telly actually. Oh, not there though. Not that telly. Oh, that reminds me, I need the other menu up right here. Just make that a little bit easier. Alright, there we go. Get the big map out. In case we need it. Alright, let me go turn in cups and then we'll go turn in the thing. See what's up with tower, then probably do a bottom run. But yeah, I really should have grabbed plates there. Because we could have had a free plate turn in from the other task. I just done like a bottom sweep. Could have gotten the meat as well. Alright, we're already got 1/4 a level. So we basically got 1 merchant level already. The little steps. It's 4 steps for every 1 level. But we got step 1 completed. Alright, let's go reset our ground. And see what's on the merchant board. Hey, Mozzie S is around. Nice, they're on that merchant push. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh, another stew to go with our stew. This is free. That's on route. Alright, maybe we're not getting snow globe quite yet. Oh, I never did buy the curry on previous route, but that's fine. Oh, I forgot to go bring the thing, though. I'm so used to keeping this down there. Let me go get it back up. Let me go keep this down here. I always keep it down just because I want to not forget about it. Which I just did. But if we do it like this, we can trade, turn in, and just kind of leave it here. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we can go see whatever's on the merchant board. Do we get a third curry? Or second snow globe? No, pocket watch easy turn in though. Oh, and a meat to go do with the other thing. And I think that's all we can grab at the moment. Wine is so free though. I don't know, I can't buy both, so I'll hold off on wine, I guess, for now. Alright, well then again. Oh no. We have to choose which cycle we're doing right now. We can't do both. I'm trying to do like 2 different cycles. Okay, I'm gonna go do meat first, I guess. In which case, I probably should have grabbed wine, but oh well. I'm gonna grab the 1 meat into snow globe and just buy a whole inventory of snow globe. Might have been better to just grab wine though. But I will do a little bit of both. Oh yeah, I just realized, did I die the last time I was over there? Oh, please tell me the answer is no. Because I might have to do a combat real quick. I might just do the lower level one just to kill them quickly. Since we have some ground currently despawning. Slowly. Hey, please tell me one of these 2 doors is open. Good, okay. Wasn't sure if I died the last time I was AFKing these or not. But no, we did indeed, because these are current 216s that we were doing. But no, they did not die. Success. At some point they will. But they are currently alive. Alive and well. But yeah, what are your guys' 25 New Year's resolutions, by the way? Because I don't really have any. Really bother setting up any. I feel like I never keep them. Though I feel like that's like almost everyone. Like even if you have any, you got like a month before you give up. 500 all combat? Honestly, that's pretty doable. Hey, what's my Brighter Shores New Year's resolution? It's definitely 200 all. In every new chapter, including every current chapter. Wait, I made it back in time? I'm actually really surprised we made it back in time. I was not expecting to make it in cycle. Alright, is there anything I grab here? Otherwise, this is going to be a top route. I do need to go get double stew, though, but that's fine. But it's going to be a ultra top turn-in route. And then we go get our 12th stew we need. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to pre-buy stew here, though. Or curry, I mean. I keep calling it stew. And I've never been a big fan of curry. Stew's a little bit better. Curry I could just never get into. Like curry hot dogs, or even just curry, or just like anything with curry. Never been a big curry fan. Stew's not bad, though. It's not like my go-to dish. But, you know, if someone offered me a good stew, I would definitely eat it. Whereas if someone offered me a good curry, I probably wouldn't. Like, I would definitely try it, but I probably would do much beyond that. Like, try, like, a few bites or something. I just wouldn't go out of my way to make a stew, but, you know, I would eat a stew. Like, if I was offered an entire stew, I would definitely take it down the whole thing. It's just an annoying process to make. I generally don't like to make any food that's in, like, a big, vat kind of thing. Like, any food in that category, I'm just not a fan of. It's just too much of a process to bother with. Like, things that need to be stirred for, like, a long period of time. Oh. I forgot to turn in snow globe. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, the combat rework, supposedly part of it's supposed to be coming in the next week. I say part of it because there's no way they're doing the whole thing. I highly doubt it, unless he's been working this entire holiday. Which I am very doubtful it has much in it. Like, there's gonna be some small tweaks in the next combat update, or even update in general. But, I highly doubt it's anything too sweeping quite yet. Yeah, the only thing I can't turn in is wine. I never did get southern wine yet. We definitely need to next time we're down there. Also, double check how much I have on the ground, but I don't think I have too much on the ground right now. Wait, I forgot to go turn in clockwork too. Wait, I forgot to do everything over there. Wait, how did I forget literally everything? I meant to also already turn in his pocket watch. That was the whole reason, to do pocket watch, then snow globe, then turn in everything else. How did I forget literally everything? It's gonna be one of those days. I definitely have been out of it today. That's why I slept in so much. Still haven't fully collected myself from last night. Hey, Black Santa hat. But we should be back to normal schedule starting tomorrow. Going for about 11-ish hours all day starting around noon. Oh, nice. Double pocket watch. Huge. Another curry. They really want me to turn in curry for some reason. I kind of want to do plate, but it's kind of out of way. I don't know. These two aren't bad either if we get a good synergy with them. I'll find out in a second. Let me just grab what we need. Also reset the ground while we're here. Oh, I can't reset the other one, but it's fine. How do you drop? I just realized it's kind of annoying to do, isn't it? There we go. Alright, what do we need? What do we need? Nothing? I'm trying to see if anything has like a top or middle or bottom synergy. Ooh. That's interesting if we go touch the market real quick. I never got the plate from earlier though. I'd be going there just for the one item. It's probably not worth it. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with what we have here. That's fine. Alright, so what we're doing here is double turning in clock, then telling all the way south to go grab wine, it looks like. It's gonna be a bit of a weird run. I don't think I can do anything with curry though. We'll have it for later. I hope he increases the knowledge you get post 200. I'm not sure if he will. I think it's supposed to be like that by design. Because everything seems to have that 4 times cutoff kind of thing. But yeah, I haven't actually knowledged anything post 200 yet. I've only been doing the AFK activities as far as unlocking them and everything. Or using knowledge on things that are pre-200. I've actually not used a single knowledge point post-200 yet. I probably will here and there. Like if we're really close to like the mining level for 231, I probably will. That'll be like the first instance I probably use it. Like if we're at 230 mining, I'm probably going to dump all my knowledge to go get it to 231. Or if I'm even at 229 mining, I'll probably do the same. Spend like all my knowledge on a day just to boost my mining to the rest that we need. Just so by the next venture we have, we'll be able to do the better one. It's only really good if you're within like 2 level ranges of a good activity. If there's an unlock within like 2 things, it's probably worth it. But otherwise, it's pretty bad value. I just realized I'm not going to be able to pre-buy clocks, unless I go a half and half. This might have to be a half and half situation, where I double buy wine and double buy clock. And I'll go tell you back to the tower then. But I don't know, we'll see what he does. I feel like there'll be a lot of people who complain who already got like 500 or something if they did that though. Imagine if they made post 200 leveling like so much easier. There'd be like a whole uproar from like the end game community. But of course it'd be for a long-term health of the game. I don't mind post 200 too much, but I also haven't gotten like particularly deep in post 200. Like my furthest one is what, 231 combat, and most of that was AFK. Next highest being the mining, or detective technically. Alright, let me go reset my ground real quick, because I don't think I reset these in a while, and we got a lot of spare time right now. Let me go drop both of these. I know for sure we're going to need them though. It really comes down to how much are we going to need of either pile. Alright, the ground has been reset. Alright, let me see what our board is looking like. Not good. We can go make a quick clockwork run though, I guess. And come back for whatever else. Let me go do the clockwork run. Oh, this is the last of my clockwork, by the way. That's an issue for later. Yeah, I'm just going to turn in clockwork wind and telly back. And hopefully we have a good run from top left to middle. Or even just a middle sweep. Because I could just buy the curry from middle and not turn it in until next cycle. And then do it top to middle. Yeah, post 500 is kind of rough right now. Or, you know, getting to 500. Anything post 200, I mean. It's definitely a hefty grind, but I don't know. In the super long term of the game, I don't feel like it's that bad. But yeah, every single skill post 500, or, you know, getting to 500, I mean, post 200, it is a long grind. Like, the average skill is like, well, a couple hundred hours, pretty much to get it max. Maybe even a little bit more than that, depending on efficiency and what the skill is and everything. Because even Merchant, one of the quickest skills in the game, is still, if you were to go all the way from 0 to max, I believe it's like 400 hours, give or take a little bit. Obviously, depending on performance and everything else. But, yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah, we can turn that in kind of for free. Everything else I don't really care about here for the most part. I just don't feel like I can get a good turn in on it. Alright, I'm gonna go take what we do have then. Grab a set of you, grab a set of you. Grab a curry down middle. Actually, am I even bothering with curry right now? I kind of have to. It's way better to take than the other thing, so I'm just going to abandon this then. It's going to be a really small run. I was going to buy curry and just do a circle. Not sure if it's worth it, but we'll just take it, grab it, go from there. We don't have to be doing max efficiency merchant. As long as we're just constantly doing it, it doesn't really matter too much. Even if we're not doing it the best way possible. I just need to stop putting off the merchant grind, because we need it so much for the money. And the knowledge, but mostly the money. Yeah, 500 merchant, if you go all in, like I mean all in, it is the quickest skill to get to 500 in the entire game. But it's just really hard to do all in, because I feel like everyone will eventually fatigue from it. My limit's normally like 3-ish hours. But I know for sure I'm not the only one who fatigues doing merchant after a while. It's just really mentally taxing compared to the average skill in this game. Because it requires a lot of thinking, pathing, and just overall just actually playing the game. Whereas a lot of other ones are just turn brain off and just click on nodes, especially when queuable actions come out. Imagine just like waiting 50 seconds for all of your trees to get cut and then doing it again. It's gonna be so chill compared to something like what am I coming here for? Oh yeah, curry. Compared to something like this, where you just have to be like constantly active and on. Oh, there's Peticio. Yeah, he's going for his 500. He's doing like the meta of metas right now, which is what we've been partially doing. I just haven't committed all in on the merchant grind. But he's doing the trifecta meta, which is AFKing your production skill for your class. In his case, that's stonemason. In our case, that's smithing. AFKing that while doing merchant actively and doing active AFK raid dens. It is the trifecta where basically regardless of what you're doing, you're getting the best XP rate. And his overall really strong strategies. What we've mostly been doing, except the neglecting merchant part. But you basically, as your active activity, you do merchant all the way to 500. As your active AFK, you do raid dens. And then as your true AFK, like when you click the logout button, you do your production skill for your class. In our case, that's smithing. But in his case, that is stonemason. Doing those three things gives you the most optimal XP right now for everything. As merchant is the best active method. Raid dens are the best active AFK method. And pure AFK, the best thing to do is go all in on your production skill so that you can get good weapons down the line. So that you can do combat easier. Because once you get that max, you have access to 3-star weapons pretty easily for whenever you need them. Let's see what we get here. Hopefully we have a clockwork synergy. Oh, perfect. Nice. I don't think there's much we could turn in here, though, but we'll see what we could do. I don't think I can do much beyond just turn in what I have in my inventory, though. I don't know. We'll try to get back in a minute 40. I don't think there's much we could do in that minute 40, though. This run is not ideal. I think the best we can get is maybe turn in burger and buy cloth. And then buy a bunch of clockwork while we're there and a bunch more wine. Just to keep our stacks up a bit so we don't have to go back there again. That might be the play. We just do this as a restock run. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the restock run. And then just go down middle. Buy burger. Sell burger. Buy cloth. Sell cloth. And just double buy wine and clockwork. It's gonna be a little bit of a walk. Plus we're not gonna make it back in time, but we'll still be able to go get everything we need. And that way our ground should be established then. We should have pretty much everything we need for the ground. The only exception being I do need to go buy some more clockwork. Those little pocket watch thingies. But beyond that, we should be good to go. Alright, so this gets turned into the plate lady. We'll go and buy the cloth from him since we're closer to him right now. And then we should be good to go. And then we buy a half and half. So right now, I actually want to buy rather than sell, oddly enough, just so we get the perfect thing. So we could do that. But then I go and sell that. We can do that on one menu, which is nice because it doesn't actually close your menu when you buy. And we did that to be able to get the one-click buy on the wine. And then we turn this in and buy the full thing of clock, and we should be good to go. Unfortunately, we're not going to make it back in time for the board, but that's fine. We pretty much fully established our ground now. Restocked everything we need, and we should be good to go for a while. Alright, so we shouldn't have to go to bottom for anything, because we skipped all. And now anything that's basically a bottom task, we just don't do now. We ignore pretty much every single one of them. And now we drop our wine on our wine, our clockwork on our clockwork, and we should be good to go. Alright, see what we have here. Okay, we can do that. That's free. Painting's kind of off route. That goes to bottom. I guess I'll take painting for now. Not much I could do here. I'll go take all these and turn this in real quick, though, while we're here. Is there anything we could try to do within a minute? No, none of them really get in that quick. I would hate to go all the way over there just for the one thing. I think we do, though. Let me double check my ground real quick. 3, 9... Okay, yeah, we have enough. What I was just counting for, seeing if it's worthwhile to buy... what's it called? I definitely am. We're just gonna go buy 1 rhubarb and then buy 18 clockwork pocket watch thingies. And that should bring our ground to 13, so we should be good to go. And it gives us enough that we could go buy dust if we want soon. As that would bring it down to 12, and then that'd bring it up to 16. Which I'll ignore the other ones for now, then. This is literally only going to be a rhubarb turn in. But then our ground will be 100% established then. And we'll work from there. A good old ground game. Gosh, Merchant... I wonder if he ever intended Merchant to be done the way that people are doing it right now. Because it's kind of insane right now. I hope they never nerf it, though. It is so hilarious, the current meta for it. Absolutely love it. It's definitely my favorite skill in the game. I don't even think it's close. I really hope we get more skills like in the future. Then Detective. The Detective's not as good, but I feel like it's a little bit more creative. But I don't know. Something about Merchant's just so good. Oh, I forgot to go buy the clockwork. The whole reason I came over here and I forgot to go buy it. I'm still going to go buy it. It's still worth it. Even backtracking this far for just it is worth it. Not sure how I forgot because I was talking about things. Also, hello, Joey. Welcome, welcome. Looks like we got 2 merchant levels. Or, you know, 2 little pieces of our little triangle. Still got way more to go, though. We need 5 and more actual levels, which I'm not sure if we're going to bother getting today. I'm definitely working towards it, of course, but I'm not sure if I'm going to get the whole thing. Ooh, do I buy a full stack? Let me do some math real quick in my head. What does this come out to before I drop this whole thing? We had a 333. That's a 12. Yeah, this will delete something if I do. Yeah, we got a problem. Let me just do a head count again real quick. 1, 13. No. 1, 9, 10. Oh, no, we can. Never mind. We're fine. Doesn't delete anything yet. Yeah. Can you stop giving me bad tasks? That'd be great. Oh, we'll take this. Is it even worth turning in Monocle? Going over there for that. The plate synergy. I'm just gonna wait for next board, I think. Let me go reset my ground just to make sure our ground game's going well. I don't even want to run that. Just doesn't seem worth it. Just gonna wait the timer out a little. The problem is, whenever you get, like, only assisting tasks, I hate running these. Like, if you're doing a run of only, like, small tasks, like all the synergy ones, but you get them, like, the beefy ones that are actually good. It just feels so not worth running them. Our best synergy here would have been to go grab this, get everything we need, go over to the plate, and then kind of cycle there and do plate on next cycle. We got Spectacle again. Oh, gosh, it's gonna have to be a small turn in. That's fine, though. So yeah, there's going to be painting into double wine, telly back, see if we have enough time to go do the other triple. Alright, I think this is the best we can get. Alright, off we go. Let's go get painting, then we go turn in painting into double wine. Then we decide as we get double wine, based on how much time we have, that I should probably just telly back. I think this is a double wine painting into telly back into a very, very heavy middle sweep. I just realized that's a Cryonite statue. I never noticed that this entire time. He has 2 Cryonite statues guarding the sides of his antique painting place. He has good taste in art. The only statue he has in there is of a Cryonite twice over. I never noticed that till just now. Because normally you're not in that room for that long. I never just like stood there doing nothing. Alright, do we do a middle route? The only problem with middle is I don't have enough inventory space to actually do it. Because it would be... yeah, I actually have to teleport back to the tower. I actually don't have a choice here. Because I actually don't have the inventory to be able to do it otherwise. Hey, we got another knowledge. But that's that merchant AFK. I'm not sure if we're hitting to 11 today. We're probably not. But for when we do, I want to have it already done. Just so we'll have immediate access to it whenever we do get there. Because I do plan to AFK from 206 to... or sorry, 211 to... 216. It'll cost me a couple AFK days, but I think it's worth it. Just so we can get back to the good XP rate. Again, actual like post 200 XP rate going. I know we're still getting pretty good XP for the 197 right now, but it should jump up by at least like almost 20% probably by the time we get to the other thing. I feel at least like 10%. The XP rate that we should be getting at 216 should be so much better relative to our level range. Like those are going to be some of the deader levels in the early parts. There's a few other dead zones that we're going to need it for. Or whenever we just don't feel like doing merchant but still need it up a little bit. This is such a middle turn-in route. What even is this? Oh, this is a hefty middle right now, gosh. Alright, let me go turn all this in. So we grab all this, telly over, get like everything from middle. I guess we could also pick up candle while we're there, might as well. Because we're already going to be partially there. Any new big news coming that we know of? Yes. We ended up going over at the beginning of the stream. But they showed us queuable actions, as well as teasing the name of Chapter 6. As well as reconfirming that next chapter only has 4 skills and not 5. Or 4 professions, I should say. But, yeah, they showed off queuable actions, where you basically shift-click a bunch of nodes and go and do them all, you know, back to back to back. It's not any quicker than it would have been, but it does make some activities really AFK. Like Bramble into Suave. Or fishing into anything, like fishing into Forager. As well as whenever you do like an 8 mining ore. A couple of them are like going to be super AFK. We might be getting it within the next week as well. There's also mention that they're going to be doing a combat rework within the next week. I don't think it's going to be the full combat rework, but part of the combat rework is supposed to hit probably in the next few days. Could even be tomorrow for all we know. We don't know exactly the details of the combat rework though. But they have been sharing details on like queuable actions and stuff. Also, we still never got anything on the special attacks. They mentioned a little while back that we're going to do a video on it and they never did. But I guess they kind of wanted to do the combat rework a little bit first before they do special attacks. Or show them off. Probably because it makes more sense in the context of whatever the combat rework is. Or combat reworks. Because it's probably going to be more than one patch. The whole combat system's not going to be reworked in a single patch. It's going to take multiple for sure. Trading updates, probably by the end of the month. They haven't really given any details on it, though. But we would likely have it by the end of the month, though no official date has been given. The only things we know about it are from the AMA they did the other month. Which was mostly that you'll be able to trade from bank to bank in this town square, like in the southern market, the east market, so on and so forth. Oops, I meant to go turn these in. You'll also be able to go and trade anywheres, the 24 that you have on you. So it doesn't matter where you are, you'll always be able to trade your current 24. However, when it comes to trading everything, or, you know, your entire bank, like 1,000 of a node, or, you know, 1,000 or 2,000 of a resource, you'll have to do it in the town square area around the merchant tower. But as far as trading whatever 24 you have on you, you can do anywhere in the entire game. Beyond that, I'm not sure if we really got any other details beyond that. And of course, you need to have Chapter 4 half completed to unlock trading in the first place. Alright, let me go reset the ground real quick. I'm always so paranoid about the ground. I feel like I lose so much more XP compared to the average person just because of how much I reset the ground. But my paranoia won't let me not do it. Even if it XP wastes a little bit per hour. We're probably sacrificing like 10% XP per hour just because of how much extra I grab them, but I think it's worth it. What on earth is this run? We'll see. The other one I'm probably dropping. Oh, I don't actually have dust. I might want to go get them real quick. How much ground do I have right now? 4, 3, 3, 3, 9, 13. I can't really grab dust at the moment. Yes, I can, because I can go turn it in immediately. You know what? I'm going to grab dust then. Yeah, dust works only because I can grab it immediately. Oh, I do need to make sure to grab the candle before I do the... Oops, I just went to the wrong one. I'm going to grab dust real quick. Just to reset my dust. I don't have any other reason to go there, but I feel like dust is enough of a reason. Just for those really free turn-ins there. Hey, how's our money stack doing, by the way? We're almost at 6 gold. We got to get to 18. And we're currently at 6. Or sorry, we need to get to about 17. We're only at about 6. So we need about 11 more gold. We're getting there, though. We're about an hour in, and we made about a gold. But I do believe we're making about an hour gold per hour for merchant, give or take a little. It's not bad. It's not, like, exceedingly high, but it's definitely really good. Especially for how much XP we're getting and everything. Alright, give me a full thing of dust, please. And this should over-encumber our ground, then. We should be at absolute max capacity. Just gotta remember to buy the candle first, otherwise I think I despawn something. But it should be exact max. Just gotta remember to turn it in first, and I gotta remember to buy the candle before I do the other thing. So we turn in this. I gotta pick up the candle. And it should be exact max if we count it correctly. Alright, nothing should be deleted. Oh, I just realized I can't fully reset the thingy, though. Hopefully we get a pocket watch here. Because I can't actually grab them at the moment with the thing in my inventory. That does not quite do what I want it to do. I can turn in the other thing. I guess I just go get the rhubarb. And go down middle. Alright, that's fine. Let me go telly over. Oh, I could turn in middle? No, this isn't a middle route this time. I think there's just a rhubarb to, candle. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Because I'm not going anywhere else with this run. I should have gotten double, painting with me. I had to go out of my way to go buy it, though. I just figured we'd get it with a clockwork. It's going to be a really small turn-in run. Not sure if this was worth it. There's nothing I need to buy from Soap Shop. This only would have been worth it if I would have pre-bought double painting. Or not pre-buy, but, you know, went and bought them before I tellied. Because then we can rhubarb and the candle into the other thing. Trying to complete all the chapter quests. Nice. Yeah, it's a good goal to get done before chapter 5 comes out. Particularly Lost and Found for, what's it called? For special attack weapons when they come out. But yeah, going all in on chapter 4 is really good to do. It's one of the better chapters. Chapter 3 and 4, as far as like the usefulness of the skills within them, definitely have the highest amount of usefulness. And of course you need membership for it, so every single person who's playing free to play can't even level those 2 skills, so they're going to be a little bit more valuable. Since you basically have to be paying to even level them. Yeah, we got a double turn in on this guy, and then telly back. We should be able to get a double board good to go. Hey, officially 6 gold. Still gotta get like 18 though, or 17, whatever it was. And then we can go back to doing Gatherer properly. Because that's the whole reason why we're doing any amount of merchant right now. Other than for the eventual armor maker, leather worker, and everything else. It's in for the money. But it's mostly so we can get back to doing gathering properly. Alright, let me go reset the ground for the billionth time. Poor ground. It probably slows us down more than it even helps. But, oh no. I don't want it to despawn. The precious ground. How desynced is our timer right now? A little bit, not too much. No, I actually synced up. Never mind. Alright, let's see what we have here. Is there anything worth taking? Wine is really good on route. This we might take just because we have nothing else. I'm probably going to come back here, though, in a moment. Let me just go buy double painting and hope we don't need a third. And just go do a turn-in over there. The main thing I'm looking for here is something that I can drop. I want to drop all of middle and just go for a top left run. So if we could just get, like, snow globe and everything else that goes top left, that'd be great. I almost feel like picking up a third painting and just selling it to a shop if we need to. In case we really get that synergy. But I'm going to overbuy painting, even if it costs us a little. Just to see if we can get a quad turn in on top left, or into middle top, and then turn in down middle. Gotta make sure not to drop these, though, because our ground is very fragile right now. You even look at it wrong, you're gonna despawn an item. Alright, ooh, rhubarb is good, but doesn't really fit the synergy that we're trying to do, so I'm just going to top left and probably just tilling back. Vase, middle thing I feel like is better to go do. I know, vase is pretty free too, though. But I don't really need to go there for the shop thing. Oh no, they're both good middle. I'm already going over there. Something needs to be dropped. Let me just drop the meat, I guess. Drop the meat for rhubarb. I want to get the rhubarb later. Anything else we kind of need to go do? I guess we could go to get the double synergy. You know what? Since we're not need to go over there anyways. Start setting up for our next setup. Alright, so is that all we need? Yeah, just go over there and go do wine then. It's going to be a bit of a smaller turn in, but that's fine. There's going to be a double painting into buy wine into telly back into next board, and we should be good to go. So hello, Isabel, and welcome, welcome. So what's the trick for merchant? The trick for merchant is get 1 billion items on the ground, particularly 16 stacks of 6. And just start running like crazy into everything that you can route. Generally, you want to think less and run more. You still need to think a lot, but anytime that you're just standing around doing nothing is XP you could have had. And I'm really bad about that. But you basically just want to be running constantly from objective to objective while routing them with the least amount of wasted tiles possible. Alright, let me go sell all this. I might keep the painting on me in case we actually do get synergy on it, though. Normally I would sell it. You know what? I am going to sell it here. Just given the next run. Oh, no, next run does turn it in for free, though. Alright, I'll check the board. Next run actually does get it for free. So let's see if we can. Oh, no. Unfortunate. Yeah, this is going to have to be a middle route for sure. This is a really heavy middle route. Is there anything else I need to bring with me, though? I think I just have to bring the clockwork and we're good to go. Grab a set of that, and I think we are out of here. Oh, the only thing I can't really do is bath salt. I could buy the bath salt. I can't turn in the bath salt this run, though. But that's... Oh, I forgot the wine! No! I needed to pick up clockwork and wine. Oh, no. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. I knew I was forgetting something. But yeah, I forgot the wine. It's not too big a deal, though. But yeah, we forgot the wine. That's one whole free turn-in. But we're going to be down middle like 1 billion times. It's not too big a deal. Like, another run or two, we're going to be right there to go turn it in. As long as we don't have, like, 6 really good tasks on the next board, it shouldn't really be that big a deal. Alright, give me that. Which is very rare this late in Merchant that you even get 6 good tasks. Normally, you're, like, scraping them together. You're just taking the ones that'll be good in, like, next synergy. The main thing to kind of know with Merchant is that there's basically, like, 5 main sections, I would say. To every single route that you're ever going to have to do. There's the top, middle, bottom sections. But then there's also Cyclops and the center. Or vertical. Not sure what to call the vertical. I guess we'll just call it the vertical. Because center makes it seem like it's the other one. And you basically have to try to do only 2 of them. Is ideal. You just try to synergize 2 of them together. What am I doing here? I'm buying the rest of that. Give me that. There we go. Like, for example, this run was a top and middle. Where we sweep through top, then go through middle and turn in everything. But you generally only want to get 2 sections, otherwise you're walking around way too much. But you ideally just want to take tasks for 2 of them. Alright, shouldn't be anything I need to buy here. Get rid of that on that. Alright, what do I even need to do in middle? Well, I would normally need to turn in wine right here. But we'll just go buy the vase, buy that, turn in this, keep that on us for whenever we go do the clockwork thingy. Turn in that, teleport back, turn in vase, and we should be good to go. It's weird that you can kind of do like a pre-walk as well. Alright, this is probably a middle turn-in. Oh no, I have weirdly bath salt. Bath salt's kind of awkward to do with most of this, what we want to go do this next run. I don't know, we'll see where the board is at. Maybe start resetting the ground as well. I think we could drop this and start picking up everything. We should be fine. I shouldn't delete anything. I think. We'll find out. Let's do a head count. 3, 6, 8, 11. Oh yeah, we're exactly at max capacity right now. If anything else gets dropped on the ground, it gets deleted. Why are they so bad though? Oh no, this is middle route. This is technically middle route. Oh, I gotta end there. Hold up. Wait. Ooh. Yeah, I think I see the angle. I'm seeing an angle coming up here. I technically don't even need to keep these on me, but I probably will. Just so we don't need to go into the shop itself if we don't have any other reason to. Let's see what we get here. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, I need to bring the one I already have, though. It's going to be a little awkward because I don't really have another good task to go grab here. I guess I'll just grab curry for the thing. Alright, I think there's this top left telly just so we don't have to go into the thing. I can actually go buy the ones we already have, but I'm actually just going to bring it with me. It's because we have so much on the ground right now. Oops, I forgot one somehow. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, yeah, because of the number. Duh. I keep forgetting the +1 thingy. Anyways, wrong telly. But yeah, I won't be able to turn in the pumpkin immediately. I'm also not sure if I'm going to turn in the glasses immediately so we can go buy candle later. Because I need to go there anyways for curry later. So this is going to be a top into vertical. Because I can't turn in middle on this route. Ban wave soon? Oh yeah, because of trading? Yeah. There's probably going to be a lot of people banning. That's a little bird. Oh yeah, you ended up getting the membership thing. Nice. Yeah, he gifted 5 of them earlier. I hope everyone's been having a wonderful new year so far. Alright, what do we do? Oh yeah, I can't turn in curry. Is there any reason I need to be here other than the potato? I mean the pumpkin. But I feel like I'm forgetting something really vital. Other than wine on middle, but that's a different route. We'll do that when we go to the pumpkin. I just realized we're going to have double turn-in for him. Alright, oh wait, I have no reason to go here. Go back, go back. We already have the bath salt. Actually, I already have everything we need. Let's see. So yeah, this is going to be a... do I do the other one first? I never know what to do when coming out from here. I guess we go top, then to the other one. Seems like a bit of a walk, but it's going to be a walk regardless. So I might pre-buy one spectacle just so we don't have to come back here for a while. In case we get synergy on it. I have the inventory space, so might as well. Just a really annoying walk. Hey, Patissio's over here as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of Patissio. I'm pretty sure all of his active training is on Merchant right now. And or Leatherworker. He's trying to stack that money for trading. Stacking all that gold. Alright, there's only one big issue with my next run, and that is I gotta complete it very quickly. Because, I don't think I'm picking up anything from the ground right now. Because I don't have the inventory space to do so. Which is kind of awkward. But I actually can't even reset the ground if I want to, so hopefully it doesn't despawn soon. Ooh, not ideal. This is definitely a middle turn-in route. Just gotta figure out how I want to go about it. Alright, let me just teleport in middle and I'll think as I go there. I should have every object I need except for snow globe. That's fine. I think we just turn in everything we have and then tele back. I don't even gonna bother buying curry. Even though we are gonna partially go buy it. I think there's just a turn in everything route. And then tele back to reset the ground. One thing I might do is pre-buy a candle. Like just one singular candle. Oh no, I already have spectacles to go turn in there though, so it's probably not needed. Oh wait, I don't need to trade anything with you. This is actually what is this? This is a double to the one merchant. A single to the other, and then go turn in monocles. Which might have enough time to go buy curry. If I'm gonna buy curry, I kinda want double curry. I think we have enough ground that we can do it now. I have another Santa hat. Or not Santa, I mean a Christmas tree. Two very different things. Alright, this next one's a little bit out of our way, but I think I am going to go there just to turn it in. I'm not going to buy curry, but I am going to go turn in the glasses. That's because we already have them on us, might as well. I still really wish there was a shortcut right here. I wish you could go through the roof right here. Where's the quest where we can make a hole in that roof and just get there from the thing? I want that so badly. Just crash into the room. We need to go, like, stand on that bench and then go make a hole in the roof so we can get in there. It's like one tile away, but you can't get through. Because that make getting just chef so much easier. They're never going to do something like that, but it would be really funny. Oh, nice. That's free. We haven't seen that all day, surprisingly. Pumpkin, potentially. That, potentially. Okay, let me see what it's on our next route. What do I get rid of, though? Is there a really weird route? Alright, that only complicates it more. Doesn't make this easier, it only makes it harder. Curry, you're out. You're just too far out of the way. I think I have to drop Spectacle. Just because there's so much we're already doing on route. I'm not sure if that's a good enough inventory, but we'll find out. I can actually buy it while I'm over there, so I don't even need to pick up everything off the ground. This is all en route. The only thing I can't do is Snow Globe. So maybe I abandon Snow Globe just for the thing. Alright, there we go. Alright, what am I doing? Just tele. We can actually get everything on route. I don't think there's a single item I need to pre-bring with me. I'm still not sure if I'm even going to buy the pocket watch. We'll save that for next route if we can get a synergy with Snow Globe or something. And then we can get a top middle turn in. Yeah, we don't need any item preemptively on us because we're just going to go from everything to everything. We go from the rhubarb over to the middle center there. We grab all of our items we need from there. We go and turn in at the soap place, which gives us a soap in as well. Then we go turn in at meat, which we get the meat we need. Then we need to go head to middle anyways to go turn in everything else, which we can also go turn in meat on our way there. Should work out perfectly. Oh, I did not mean to misclick there. There we go. I didn't mean to misclick there, obviously. But our gold stack's slowly going up. Which means on average at our current level range, it takes about 15 to 18 hours to get a maxed out tool. Or, you know, level 25 when I say max. That's not too bad. It's a little bit of time, but if we put it, that's like a maxed out tool then. Because 25 is basically max. 50 is like the other max. You should never really go above 50 though. Anything above 50 is just crazy diminishing return. You shouldn't be going for anything above 50 unless you have like every tool to 50 or something. Which no one does. The cost is just way too high. Also, I deliberately didn't get Pocket Watch, by the way. We already have so much on the ground, I figured we'd run it next cycle. Not even worth picking up since we have so much on the ground already and we need room for other items. Yeah, this is pretty much just like UPS the game. You're just doing a bunch of deliveries over and over again. Except in very convoluted order sometimes. Mailman simulator. Or DoorDash or something like that. Which is probably more similar to like something like DoorDash. Because your location where you need to pick up and everything's always different. Like, you still pick up the same things from the same places, but the place you have to... Well, I guess turn in is always different, though, if you're doing something like that. Whereas turn in is consistent whenever we're doing this. Which is why I mentioned mailman, because generally, postal services, they get, like, areas that they tend to do more often than not. Like, they'll have, like, a certain area of, you know, the town that they tend to have to do. Whereas for something like DoorDash, the area you have to turn in is generally quite a bit different. Like, obviously, you're still in, like, a general area, but not as of confined general area as you would be for, you know, if you were a mailman. I don't believe so, anyways. I never worked either job, so I'm not 100% sure. But I know you generally have, like, a smaller area they have to cover normally when you're delivering mail. I see you can set your parameter pretty low on when you're doing DoorDash. I guess you could. What am I doing here? I already picked up all the ground, right? Let's hope so. Is it? What even is this turn-in? Wait, what is this? We got so many tasks, but none of them have any synergy. What am I even looking at? Like, half of these are not bad tasks, but the lack of synergy between any of them is so horrifically bad. I think I'm turning in this clockwork and it is tilting back. I don't understand what I'm looking at right now. I'm trying to think what we can even do with this. Like, I see a couple paths, but, gosh, we gotta go around, like, the entire globe. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. We definitely get rid of ribs and carrots, probably. The rest we can kind of synergize. I don't know, let me go get candle, because we gotta wait 50 seconds anyways. Because we actually did that way too quick. Let me go, like, double buy candle. That way I don't have to go there. That way we can turn it in when we're cycling the top left. It definitely looks like we have to go top left based on what we have there. Then cycle into middle. So we probably abandon, and then grab everything else we need. We technically keep ribs. Ribs are fine. I just hate their turn-in location. The steak thing is way better. Turn-in wise. Alright, give me that. As well as I believe it's Wharf Bar, oddly enough, even though it's easier to do. Or because it's like a higher level one. But a higher level one doesn't necessarily always mean better value. Sometimes it does. A lot of times it doesn't. Though sometimes the value of a turn-in seems completely arbitrary. Like, some things that are super early, easy to turn in are worth quite a bit. Or things that are super easy, or hard to turn in, are worth like almost nothing. A couple of them. Alright, what do we get here? Dust is free. That's already on route. Oh yeah, let me abandon the other one. We did get another carrot. I don't really want to turn it in, though. We also got double rib. Which makes turning in rib a lot more enticing. Yeah, I'll turn in double rib, why not? Is that everything we need? I think it is. I'll go buy a drop one candle set, I guess. Hopefully it doesn't over-encumber the ground. We'll find out when something gets deleted. I don't think we deleted anything. It's hard to tell sometimes. Oh wait, I forgot to bring dust. Any one set of dust? Oh yeah, I also gotta pre-bring the clockwork thing. That would also help a lot. Wait, oh no, I don't need it. Never mind. I can buy it on route. I do have to backtrack a little bit for it, though. Better come back, do it on the next route. Oh, wrong one again. So what are we doing right now? We're buying banana. Turning in candle. And then we have double rib. I do have to go there for banana. So I think we're just gonna do that and just hold on to clockwork then. That should be fine. How's the money stack looking? We're 6.5 gold almost. We're getting there slowly but surely. I'm already starting to burn out a little bit on merchant. Because my brain's been like off like all day. It doesn't want to turn on for merchant right now. Oh wait, why am I coming to you? There's actually nothing I need from you. Never mind. What am I doing? I'm already starting to make mistakes. I feel like we always do during merchant though. It's just kind of a merchant thing. As much as I enjoy Merchant, I just feel like I burn out on it so quickly, though. It's just because it's so much weirder compared to the rest of the game. Like, generally when I'm playing Brighter Shores, my mindset is like, oh yeah, this is a nice, relaxing, cozy, just kind of game, kind of like that. Even, like, the combat's pretty, like, you know, chill and everything. And then there's Merchant. Which is anything but. To, like, the most opposite degree possible. I just realized the double rib, that one banana is kind of annoying to turn in. I understand why banana is actually worth so much. Because if you're not doing a ton on middle, it is actually way out of your way to go turn in banana at all. Because otherwise, we'd be telling back to the thing right now. But I kind of have to walk over there and just do a full center walk. Just because I have, like, ribs. Or because I have banana. Because otherwise, if I only had ribs, I would just tell you back to tower, turn in the double rib, and then be good to go. I'm actually have to gonna walk through all of center just because I have banana. Yeah, this was our alt account. We need to go catch that guy. They were both trying to get 16 detective, and gosh, that spot was annoying. Because they needed to go from 14 to 16 with it. Well, they didn't have to, but you know. Kind of offset it a little bit. And they just did not want to show up the other day when we were doing that. I think we did on Monday. The only problem is there's no way we make it back in that amount of time. Maybe we do. 10, 9. Okay, we got like 3 seconds to go figure out what's on this board. Ooh, wow, it's a really good one, though. It is a really good one. Oh, it is a really, really good one. Oh, so much value. Definitely take that. Definitely take that. I think we dropped that for the other thing. Do I have a pre-candle on me? Please tell me I have a pre-candle. Oh, I do. Wait, that's huge. Should I reset my ground real quick? I probably should. I forget when we last reset it. I'm gonna reset the ground, and this should be a really beefy turn-in. We even got wine, though I don't think I need to go do wine right now. Alright, let me see. Do we even go back to middle? I don't think we ever actually touch middle with this run, oddly enough. I think this is a top left to vertical. I just realized, how am I buying an item? Oh, we got a problem. Alright, I gotta do it the other way around and just not do rhubarb, I guess. We actually have so many items, I can't actually turn everything in. Oh, wait. The clockworks are free if I do it the other way around. Wait, I don't need my clockwork. Never mind, we have enough. What I need? I need the, quick. I need, wait, what am I doing this for? Oh, yeah, just because I have to buy rhubarb. I see. Alright, let me go over there. Let's see what's happening here. Hey, we should be fine. Because I could buy it on route. I don't actually need to pre-bring them. Are investigations good? Kind of. At the level ranges that you tend to unlock them for, they're pretty good for like 10-ish levels. Especially post 200. But their payout is pretty bad for how long they take. Like, my detective level at 226 is paying out less than my leatherworker at 176. As well as less than my merchant at 205. Despite it being a higher level than both, it's paying out less. The biggest issue with investigations is their, not necessarily their XP rate, because their XP rate at certain ranges is actually pretty good. But it's more so the gold payout is pretty low relative to similar alternatives. Like merchant, or leatherworker, or really like any other money-making skill. Even a similar level cooking level, I think, almost makes a pretty competent amount of money compared to it. It's scaled really lowly. I just realized this is still a problem. Because I can't buy them right now. No! The problem I still have still occurs. I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna have to go backtrack. Yeah, this was the same problem of what I was thinking of earlier. This is why I need the drop-in item. It wasn't even because we couldn't buy them on route. It's because I have to backtrack just to go buy them. I think it's still worth it, though. Because I have to go over there anyways for Snow Globe. But yeah, this was the reason why. Ooh, whoops. I will backtrack for it. I think it's worth it. And then we turn his Snow Globe into double clockwork. Or double pocket watch, I mean. I always call it clockwork for some reason. Technically, it is clockwork. It is literally a clock. Because, you know, clock, pocket watch, same difference. They both tell time. Let's see. They always call this thing clockwork. Even though there's an actual item called clockwork, which makes it very confusing. Honestly, 9 times out of 10 when I say the word clockwork, I'm actually probably referring to this one. Even though there's actually an item literally called clockwork, like that little yellow clock thingy. Oh yeah, we've been on total level for a while now. Are we still there? I haven't actually checked our rank today. We definitely went down because I've been playing like barely at all the last 2 days. But yeah, we're still at 19th, it looks like. It looks like Hi, whatever that name is, ended up passing us. Oh, I forgot to turn in Globe. But we'll see if we repass them. We're getting there. Yeah, technically our actual rank is probably close to like 25th if everyone who's hidden gets unhidden whenever they're doing the leaderboard rework. Which is something they haven't really been making much mention of. I wonder if they're going to be doing that soon. I would assume so. Because they were going to make it so all invisibly people still count as rank. So it'd still at least show your right rank, even if it doesn't show the people. But then we're definitely not going to be top 20 anymore. We'll be like 24 for something. We're definitely going to dip a bit. But after all the combat rework, we'll probably go pretty heavy on combat for a while. And once we do, if it's anything like the XP right now, we should be able to catch up pretty nicely. Unless somehow combat is slower after the rework, XP-wise. Something we don't know yet. Assumably the answer would be no, but you never know. Depending on how it gets rebalanced overall. Alright, this looks like it's a middle turn-in into whatever then. There isn't too much I can turn in though. I'll grab these preemptively for later, I guess. But there is not much we can get in there. Alright, the only thing I need to bring with me is wine, and we should be good to go. Alright, give me the wine. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you. And then we head over to the west area then. Yeah, the only reason I've been getting high on the leaderboard is because we've been kind of maintaining top 20 just for the fun of it since we already were. But once we get knocked down, I'm probably not going to bother trying to get back up unless we just naturally get there. There's definitely going to be people that are going to play way more than us, even how much we have been playing. And a lot of my focuses aren't necessarily on gaining quick levels, because I'm working on a lot of post 200 as well, which is very slow for total level. It's a thing that ended up happening with KC as well. He's like rank 1 Chronopolis, but he was actually top 20 at one point, but he dropped because, of course, he's doing a lot of post 200. He's getting like 500 all in Chronopolis. But at one point, he was actually top 20, while still having that, but it was in the earlier days of doing that grind. Alright, this is going to be a center turn-in. There isn't too much I could do beyond just the other two, though. I guess I could pre-buy curry, like buy like 12 of it. I'd rather do it with like tomato or something though, so probably just telly back, so we can make it back in time. Alright, give me one soap, thank you. Alright, we've gained 1 merchant level so far. Hey, a merchant level a day makes it so we'll eventually get there. The main goal right now is to get to 211. Not all right now. But, you know, working towards 211 over the next, like, week, couple days. Definitely try to get it by the end of the weekend, unless there's an update that makes this really pivot hard. I guess the Queuable action's making me want to pivot a little bit. I would need to go get better woodcutting supplies, though, which means I would need to go make money. And if I'm not doing merchant for money, I would basically be forced to have to do leatherworker. I do plan to do some amount of leatherworker to stream. Basically, whenever I finally burn out a merchant, we're going to be doing leatherworker probably for the rest of the night. Possibly even off stream as well. It's because I really need that money. So I got to be doing something that's a money-making skill. It doesn't really matter which, it just matters that we're doing it. Is Meadow and Peticio both here? That's kind of funny. They're having a merchant battle. think I still have one manacle on the ground, don't I? I do. It's only worth it if I can get soap, though. It's not worth it on its own without soap. Ooh, double snow globe? That's interesting. Curry and the other thing. That's also interesting. I don't know what to take here. Yeah, I keep painting. I do that. I do that. Yeah, I think we just run with that. Even though there's some other good synergy there. Brain just trying to process what it needs. Take all this. Run, grab painting, and we should be good to go. And then we just turn in everything we have. I should probably pick up a double candle, though, just so we don't have to go back there for a little while. Should have the inventory for it. Actually, we should have a full inventory, so I can even re-pick up double wine or something while we're over there. If we don't mind walking just a little bit further. And now let's go turn in all this. I just realized we actually have a double turn in for the, we almost have a quad for the, what's her name? I don't think I ever normally get to do this too often. Unfortunately, I didn't get the double painting, but, double snow globe in a single painting. And then the only other thing is, do we want to do monocle now or not? Which I might just telly back. Because the amount of time it'll take to walk over there, plus we get to see if we have soap or not. See if it's even worth it. Worst comes to worst, I could always buy curry and pizza and everything else we need there. There was a pizza on the previous set that I could have gotten instead of banana. I just figured since we turned in at the same place, we might as well just pick up banana and go middle. But yeah, this is going to be like a middle or vertical to top left route. Maybe even double back to middle, we'll see. And luckily, we don't have to make it back in 6 seconds. The board is not refreshed until then. So whatever we have now should be good to go. Alright, come on, something good. Ideally, vertical to top left. That's just top left to middle. A lot of this isn't vertical to top left. So we want to double back middle. A lot of this is kind of awkward. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that and just telly over. We do end kind of close to it, so I guess I'll just walk it. It's not that big a deal. I think we have enough inventory for it. We'll find out when we don't. The only thing I can't do here is curry. I can technically buy curry on route, but I can't turn it in. So maybe this is a double curry, double pizza buy. Just so we don't have to come back. They're also both a top left turn in. It only kills out tomato as a viable task, but it makes it so we don't have to go to chef as often. Which we've been doing quite a bit recently. But that makes us able to ignore chef, and it only costs us having to do tomato. Or, you know, not doing tomato. So yeah, I think we'll do that this route. Because we should have a fully cleared inventory once we go turn in Spectacle. Get those glasses turned in. Yeah, combat ends up making out a lot of total level. Almost every single person on like super high leaderboard is 200 all combat. There are a few exceptions, but a lot of them are 200 all. It's because it gets you total level very, very quickly. The only thing quicker is merchant. But post 200 merchant is obviously slower than doing pre 200 combat by a mile. Even though it's quick, it's not that quick. I just realized I don't need to go to soap. I just realized I also can't do cup. Or vase. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't pre-buy, never mind. Wait, this is kind of weird. Okay, yeah, I can't pre-buy the other thing. That's fine, though. I was gonna do what we have on us. I can't pre-buy the double, curry pizza. Hopefully we get a good route for it next cycle. Because otherwise I have no way to grab my other 2 items, which we definitely need to go turn in while we're over here. Alright, what order do I want to do this in? I think I turn in cup, turn in monocle, teleport over, turn in vase. And hope that's a good cycle for the double board. Oh yeah, one thing I haven't done yet. We're convinced to go finally get a Steam Deck. I haven't actually bought any yet. I need to get more funds into my account. But I think we officially been convinced. So we'll be able to play that off stream. Our off stream XP rates will increase drastically. Because there's probably an extra hour a day I'd be able to play it that I otherwise wouldn't have. It'd be super AFK things, but with Queuable actions around the corner too, it should help out a lot with it. Also, my biggest concern with it too, like the hand layout and everything, I actually got to try it last year. Because I met up with Isabel for a little bit and she had a Steam Deck, so I actually tried it for like firsthand. And the buttons actually do work out pretty well. Whenever I first like look at a Steam Deck, like originally, it was like, there's no way this is gonna work. And then after like holding it and trying and everything, it's like, oh, you know what, this actually kind of does work. It still looks insane, like the button layout and everything, but it actually does work out. Alright, oh, is somebody's ground despawning? I wouldn't be surprised. I should probably go pick them up. Unless there's no ground left to go pick up. I don't know, did it despawn? I can't even tell. I don't think it did. I think it's just I haven't been rebuying a lot of stuff. It just looks like it's been despawned. Oh no, it is despawning! No, I'm not going crazy. No, my wine! No! Okay, this might be a good time to stop doing merchant then. My whole ground just died. Come back, my ground! Alright, what even is this route? We can route almost everything on this, actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I think that's a good sign that we're, I think this is a leather worker pivot. We're just gonna finish this one really big run, though. Alright, let me get rid of everything. We're already doing our merchant break. That's something we need to start doing, though. Just do a little bit of merchant every day. So even if I burn out on it, it's like, it doesn't matter. Because we'll easily be able to go, you know, keep poking it up. But I think what we gotta do is, like, at least a level a day method. As long as we're doing a level a day, I think is the pivot we need to start doing. Hey, if we do a level a day, it'll be 500 by... by, like, September. Oh, I forgot to go by curry. I don't have to double back, so it kind of works out, I guess. I have to double back that way anyways, unless I'm gonna telly here, but there isn't really anywhere I need to telly to. But I don't know, it's New Year's Day. This is definitely a day to relax. Merchant's just too much mental capacity for me today. Merchant, you win again. It just feels so inefficient doing anything but merchant, though, sometimes. Just knowing in the back of my head, like, oh, we should be doing merchant right now. I mostly just see it as a way to keep our leather worker up, though. And we've been neglecting leather worker, so I think it's time to go pivot back into it. Money's money. Also, we actually make more money from leather worker right now than we do from merchant. That's another reason why it's pretty enticing right now, too, to do a little bit of a merchant or leather worker pivot over merchant, even though we'll eventually need the merchant up to, you know, support leather worker. But it's just higher priority for money. Like, if our only goal is money, we make more from leather worker than we will from absolute max efficiency merchant. Doesn't matter how well we do it. Leather worker will be better money right now. And it's at a lower level range, too, and it's still making more money than it. The only thing is, if we try banking some of it, depending on how much we want to bank, it's not as good. Also, we're still trying to get that leather worker AFK, I mean merchant AFK up. Because we still need it by the time we hit 211. Tomorrow, we're probably putting our thing back into Gatherer, though. I mean, into Bone Right. Or maybe into Gatherer. I mean, into Foraging, I mean. Oh, I forgot to turn in a candle. What am I doing? Is there anything else I need to go grab? Oh yeah, I need to grab bath salt while I'm here. Oh no, I'm not even good about doing that. I'm probably just abandoning that one. It's too far of a walk just to turn that one item in. Even though we're at the shop to buy it, the turn-in location's like the exact opposite of where we are right now. You get 60 smithing, now you're on to melee till you get 40 bone right. Nice. Also, keep in mind, you can +2 boost all of them for the quest. So you can get away with like 58 smithing and 38 bone right and 44 stonemason and 59 combat. You don't need to get the full level. It does require a +2 boost potion though. But you could get all of them in with one +2 boost potion. It makes it so you need 2 less knowledge for each and 2 less levels for each if you want to speed it up a little. Alright, let's do some leatherworker now. I think it's leatherworker pivot time. So just chill for the rest of the night. And then hopefully tomorrow we get the first update of the year. It's fine if we don't. My plan for tomorrow doesn't really change much. Actually, does it? Yeah, actually it does change a lot if they add queuable actions. But, I don't know, we'll see. My current plan for tomorrow, assuming there's no update, is gather the 135 and get money. I don't care how we get money, we just need money. So that we can continue gather, start woodcutting, stuff like that. Because I need sickle to 25, I need axe to 25, and I need hatchet to 25. Handsaw and hatchet. It doesn't matter what we do to get that money, but we need to do something to get that money. And the only most realistic way to do that is merchant or leatherworker. Which means we might be doing a bit of leatherworker. Who knows, maybe we go for that 200 push. Can we actually do that tomorrow? If queuable actions don't get released and they actually work on it, tomorrow, that might be the plan. Because I think if I work on it all tonight, and for most rest of the stream, I think by tomorrow we can push for 200 leatherworker. The only big downside of that is I don't have the hide to go do the other one. I can't currently do the hide from 196 to 200. So I guess we could go for the 196 leatherworker push tomorrow. It's not exactly 200, but it's the highest we can go while still doing max hide. Which I think might be the play. I think that's going to be the game plan then. Assuming queuable actions don't come out tomorrow. Or any patch. If there is a patch, we'll obviously mess around with the patch, but it might be small. Like, if it's a small combat rework, obviously we'll do a little bit of combat, but probably not the whole stream. If it's a major combat rework, we probably will do combat the whole stream, though. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We're going for 58 Watchmen? Nice. Oh, yeah, the 2 guards for that one quest? Yeah. I'm not sure how hard they are, because when I fought them, I was like level 150 something. Like, something absurd. Because I was already way too over-leveled at the time. But I'm not sure how hard they were. I think they were still pretty easy, though. Because you can, like, pre-hit them a couple times before they hit you. They also just kind of whack you with normal melee damage. It's not like some bosses that have, like, a lot of mechanics or anything. It's barely even a boss. Out of every boss in a chapter mission, or, like, any enemies you had to fight, is most comparable to the 3-star quest in Chapter 1. Like, the Lost Shipment. Where you just have to fight, like, 2 standard guys real quick. It's the same thing, except instead of being level 30, there's like level 58 or whatever they are. They're actually really easy. Even at a lower level, they should be fine. Like, you probably take them out at like 30-something, 40-something. Because they're basically the exact same fight as the Lost Shipment. They're just 2 normal guys. They just whack you with some melee. Nothing particularly unique about them. Unlike quite a few of the other bosses that, you know, had like actual mechanics and everything. But yeah, I'm really curious to see if queuable actions work here. Because this is like where I'm going to be living if they do. Like, we're going on like the hardest merchant pivot ever. If queuable actions work on leatherworker. Because then I really need a ton of merchant. Because if you can 3-click 4-minute AFK this later, that is going to be so broken. The only reason I feel like it might not is because it brings up an interface every time. But I hope it will just auto-do whatever one you have in your inventory. Like, it sees you only have one and you're going to the correct thing. It'll be like, oh yeah, I should probably start doing the only one that's there. Because right now you have to manual click it each time. But queuable actions might only work on gathering skills, which if it does, it's kind of unfortunate. Hopefully it'll do some for production skills at some point. Because that's a huge buff to Carpenter, it's a huge buff to Leatherworker. And most notably, if you could do a make-all, it is a massive, massive buff to Bone Wright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, and the soon-to-be Armor Maker in next chapter. Oh, so next chapter really needs to get here. We need Armor Maker so bad. Even after all the combat reworks and special attacks, I still feel like combat's going to feel awkward just because of the lack of armor maker. If all that's done before Chapter 5, and most of that is likely to be done before Chapter 5. But yeah, we got to see it earlier. I might as well go bring it up for anyone who didn't see it earlier in like last stream or this stream. But we do have queuable actions they end up showing earlier too. It's nothing like too over the top, but it looks like it'll be really good for gathering. We just don't know if it'll have any other use case because we don't know if it works on anything other than gathering nodes. Because he didn't actually use it for movement or anything. But we'll go show it again real quick since we're going to have a lot of downtime in this. So if any of you guys want to talk about it, like, Leather Worker does have a lot of downtime in it. So I think this first one I'm actually going to bank. I don't think I've banked any of this yet. I do want to bank some, even though I'm trying to make money. I do want to bank some just so we have it. But, yeah, as far as the thingy, if we go check this again. Yeah, you can queue them all up. So you can just click on all of them. Boom, 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 boom. And this will be really good for mostly gathering skills. We don't currently know if it'll work on production. But, yeah, now you just do nothing for like 50 seconds. And then, boom, you're good to go. It's like a 50-second AFK. And you just wait, do it again. This is not the best location to be doing it in, but it is definitely one that you can be doing it in. And then go bank all the things. The one to his east is the better one, though. But, yeah, you can do this for mining, you can do this for fishing, you can do it for forager, gatherer. Obviously, the more nodes in a room, the better. As far as doing it between rooms isn't really going to be that well. But, yeah, they were teasing that. Hopefully this mechanic comes soon. Even though they're teasing it now, I don't think it's actually coming next patch. But it's probably coming within the next week or two. Hopefully next week. Whatever day it comes out is definitely going to make us pivot whatever we're going to be doing. We're going to be testing every single thing you can queuable action. And then probably just farm the few that are better to do it for. It's one of the other reasons I want to go make a bunch of money right now. Because one of the better methods, of course, is woodcutting. And for that, I want a 25 hatchet and a 25 handsaw. Neither, which we have right now. But, yeah, we're definitely going on the money pivot the next few days. Just so when all that does come out, we can go use all of our tools on the skills and everything. And Leatherworker is our best money at the moment, so... Leatherworker it is! Even if we do max efficiency, no mistake merchant, I'm pretty sure it's still less gold per hour than Leatherworker. As we should be making about 1.4, 1.5 per hour if we sell them all. I am going to be banking a little bit, just because I don't have any of this one currently banked. Just so we don't forget to go do it by the time we get to our next hide. Which is our next hide all the way at Deer? No, there is Cal at 181. That will definitely have to be our goal for now. We definitely got to get to at least Cal right now. Ideally all the way to Deer, but I don't think we're going that high today. Maybe off-stream we'll reach it, but on-stream I don't think we're going to have enough time. Because I'm probably going for about like 3-ish more hours or so. But I think that's really realistic to go get to Cal at least then. That means we can also get up to about 8, 9 gold. Maybe a little bit higher, actually. Actually, wait, let's see. If we're going for 3 hours, we're banking part of it. Yeah, we should be able to get to almost 10 gold. We should be able to get to 10 gold this stream. I think that'll be our cutoff then. We gotta get to 10 gold by any means necessary. A lot of it's probably gonna be Leatherworker, though, because it's the quickest. But I think that's my goal right now, then. Let's get to 10 gold. That way tomorrow I just have to get to the rest of the gold that we need. Which if I do some off-stream, should probably have to be like 7-ish gold or less. Probably even less. Like maybe closer even to 5 gold tomorrow. But yeah, between today and tomorrow we should have the next upgrade. Which I'm leaning towards Sickle, but honestly I might go for the woodcutting tools. Just because queuable actions are so close, and a lot of the things I want to do with queuable are woodcutting related. Like Bramble Suave as well as... actually probably just mostly Bramble Suave actually. Because even at this level range, it's probably still worth doing. Skip the yew tree. Then after yew, we have ash. And you can do a little bit of... actually, I think you can infinite loop them. The ash trees are so far away, I think you can do an infinite loop on them. Or you just queue them all up and just make sure you re-queue them every so often. Especially if you throw a little bit of the gatherer thing in it, which isn't particularly good XP at my current level range. Because I don't think I have the tier 2 ones yet. Actually, when do you get to tier 2 gathering for that? Tangle fruit, no. No, not chestnut. Where's the other one? Yeah, you don't get it till 171. That's a while away. Yeah, that's way too far away. But yeah, at 171 you get the ash tree into tier 2 catkin. I believe those are the weird ones that are in that one area. I forget what they're used for. I think it's like an arbory potion or something. But there's a couple of them in this little area. Because when I'm talking about ash trees, I'm talking about this area right here. Where you get like a really, really wide area and you can like infinite loop a circle there. And then whenever you need a bank, you go to a lumber thing and go right back and go back to your circle. I believe they perfect loop. Just because they're so far away. You can do the ones that are closer over there as well. And then storage rift over there too. So you have like 2 different options. I forgot how many ash trees are in this room though. It would have to be 8 for it to be worth it. I think it might only be 6. I don't know. Oh, but then again, trees spawn quicker, so you probably would be able to do that. We could probably do a 6 ash tree infinite loop. And then storage rift over there. As that storage rift is going to be closer than that bank. So it's probably going to be the play. The main reason I tend to not have done it in the past there, I had done it some, but not like camping it, is mostly because of the up and downs are kind of awkward there. But honestly, most woodcutting does, and with a Queuable action, it wouldn't be as big a deal. Yeah, a lot of woodcutting honestly probably has an infinite loop, just because trees have like a weirder, quicker spawn. Like even pine log, I think in this one room has infinite loop, the one with the bitter fruit. Plus, if we want to, we can also throw in bitter fruit. Oh, that's actually really good. When do we get our next pine log? Actually wouldn't be horrible. Yeah, I think we go on a little bit of a woodcutting pivot then if we go for those 2 tools. I think I am prioritizing that over Sickle. The only big downside of that is that means I'm kind of locked out of Gatherer for a little bit. Unless I just want to do the bones all the way to like a certain level. Or we could just always do the other resource without a max Sickle, but I don't know. It's like only for 15 level range. But yeah, I think we go and pivot into the double woodcutting tool. And get the hatchet first and then to get the handsaw after. And just ignore the 2 handsaw. Just ignore that. It's only yew tree. We'll live without it. Let's see. Because next is ash log. Ash log is handsaw. Oak log, I believe, is handsaw. But then pine log, I think, goes to hatchet. Hickory, I think, is also hatchet. Then you get a hatchet upgrade. Then you get like the golden age of hatchet. With the bramble at 94. Juniper, I think, is handsaw. Polar log is probably hatchet. And Suavi's handsaw. And then use 2-hand, which you just ignore. Well, not ignore, but at least at that tier. Tier 2 and 3 aren't as important. Tier 4 and that's going to be relevant, though. And 5. And 6, obviously. But 2 and 3. The problem is we're kind of in, like, the dead zone of woodcutting. We're gathering mostly just tier 2 and 3 stuff right now. I almost feel like knowledging through it. Because there's still a lot of dead zone in there that just isn't that good. Smithing took a lot of money to get to 60. Oh, yeah. I forgot how I did it initially. I think I bought most of my ore on the 60 grind. I know I knowledged it quite a bit too, so I didn't need to do it as much. Because I know I didn't do that much mining up to that point. I did do some, but it wasn't enough to bank, like, you know, all the way to 58. But yeah, smithing actually burns a lot of money. Like, a surprisingly high amount, especially if you're doing the AFKs. Because if you're not mining for it, you lose just pure money when doing that. Like, you get some money back for the material that you're building, but it's less than how much you're wasting. I think the average item has, like, a 60% burn rate. Or based on how much gold you put in, you're only getting, like, 40% back or something around there. But yeah, it burns quite a bit. I'm doing it for gold right now. Luckily, the 226 material, I have a lot banked from the mining AFK. But the current one for gold panning just isn't worth doing. So I'm having to just take a complete loss at that level range. But all 3 production skills are pretty pricey if you want to like buy the material to get them up. Bone Rate's probably the most expensive, but it has the best AFKs though. But the material, if you want to go train it completely, is more expensive to do than any of the other 3. Or the other 2, I mean. It's one of the reasons we even went on the Gatherer grind in the first place. Yeah, I'm going to go bank this one as well, and then we're going to start selling. And then we're just going to sell. Oh, so I can't currently AFK merchant, right? No. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you can't do it till 211. Oh, time to start training merchant. Again. We're just going to keep poking every day till it's there. I think that's going to be my requirement every stream. We got to get at least 1 merchant level a day until 211 merchant. It's just too important to get up. And then I'm still going to have to do merchant after that. Once we get to 216, we're going to have to do from 216 to 222. And after 222, I think we can stop it for a little while. Alright, now we're going to start selling every single hide. Just wanted to bank a few of them. There's only a problem with a lot of these hides too. Like, I need it for money, but I also feel like I need to bank some amount of them. Because we're starting to get to the point where they're really relevant. Because we're getting to the point where we're getting tier 4 hides. Like, it doesn't say anywhere that this is tier 4 hide, but it should be a tier 4 hide. Well, technically it says strong, so we can actually tell right here. Basic is tier 1, moderate is tier 2. Where's the other things? Fine is tier 3. And then, yep, strong is tier 4, which is a strong one. So this is the 199s. This is the 199 category. So banking these are actually really important as well. Especially all of them above, like, the first or second one. Because strong white cow probably isn't too relevant. And maybe even strong deer isn't. But everything beyond that is definitely a 199. Like black cow and higher. Definitely strong sheep and higher. Which means the one we're doing right now is definitely a 199 material. Which is really relevant whenever we want to go make 4-star armor. Currently 4-star armor isn't particularly relevant in the current state of the game, but it will be in the future. Right now, obviously, it's like a little bit more defense, but there's no like special effect, there's no set effects, there's no like extra damage or anything on them. There's no like extra kind of, you know, like anything. There's not like an extra regen or something. But, you know, down the line, though, after they do special attacks to weapons, I'm pretty sure it'll look back and, you know, do something for armor as well. Not as immediately as special attacks are going to be coming, probably in the next month or two. But, you know, at some point they likely will look into it. Because right now, 4-star armor isn't particularly relevant in the current state of the game. For how much extra time it would take to make, you're better off just using 3-star armor. There's not enough of an extra benefit for 4-star compared to full 3-star. Like, you're not going to go out of your way to make, like, every single one of your pieces into a 4-star. It's just not worth it, unless you're doing it for, like, PvP or something. Or for a boss. But when it comes to what's currently in the game, there's pretty much nothing you need full 4-star for. But 3-star is going to help a lot. Especially because it's so hard to get full 3-star right now. Like, I'm still using a 1-star helm with 2 2-star pieces. Only our body and legs are 3-star right now. But if we had Armor Maker, this would be all 231 3-star. You know how much stronger that would be compared to what we have now? That's at least like 10% more defense, if not closer to 20%. Probably closer to 20%. Because not only are we getting a level increase on everything by like 20-ish on average, or at least 15-ish on average, but we would also have everything 3-star. Whereas right now we only have 2. Well, technically 3 if you count the shield, but what I'm currently doing doesn't use shield. Hey, KC's here. Yeah, KC's currently trying to do the merchant other grind. He should be rank 1 Chronopolis by like a mile. Oh, let's go and actually past Miles Yes. I've never hit on leaderboard, but yeah, he's like way, way ahead. He's at 500, 500, and he's at 346 merchant into 308 leatherworker. He just lives here. He might actually be the first person in any zone to get 500 all. I think KC will be the first ever 500 all person in the game. Oh, not 500 all as in every skill, but you know, 500 all for his zone, I mean. As I'm not sure who's the next closest. I guess maybe someone in Hopeport. The problem with Hopeport, though, is there's 5 skills, not 4. So only 2 you could realistically do it in is Hope Forest or Chronopolis, because the extra skill would automatically make it take too long. So let me go see. How's the closest Hopeport person? I mean, Hope Forest. Because that's the only one who can technically beat KC. But I think they're lower than 2,194. Let me go check. Wait, that's the wrong number. Not 2,194. I mean, 1654 is the number we need to look at. Are they higher than 1654? Let's see. Yeah, they are. By a lot, actually. Yeah, he's going to be the first person to ever get 500 all in his own. I'll go check Hopeport, but it's probably lower. Wow, it's actually lower even with the extra skill. Wow, he's actually going really insane then. Wait. He's actually the highest total level in any zone. Because mine to Matubin's definitely going to be lower. Yeah, it is. It's the lowest because the production skills take forever. So it's the lowest out of any of them. But, oh yeah, that's kind of crazy. Not only is he the highest for Chronopolis, he's the highest of any zone in the game. By quite a margin. The next closest was like, what, a 1,300 or so? Like from like Hope Forest or something. I'm actually really surprised then. Why is Hopeport so low? It has a whole extra skill to go bolster up a 200. He is only at 1507. Unless they're all hidden. Or maybe they're hidden. Because where's that one bot guy? Because isn't Jimmy as a bot? I think he went pretty high. Yeah, they might just be off a leaderboard. Because I don't see Jimmy as a bot here. Because I think he's one of them who's also going for like the Hopeport rush. But he might just be hiding himself. So maybe everyone at the top of that leaderboard is actually hiding. Because this seems absurdly low. They're lower than Chronopolis with one hole less skill. Or one hole more skill, I should say. The only thing that kind of offset it a little bit is Detective into Watch Person's really quick, plus Merchant's really quick. The only slightly slower skill in all of Chronopolis is Leatherworker. It's the slowest skill by far in this chapter. Not because it's particularly slow, it's really average as far as XP rate. It's just that the other three are just so quick compared to it. It's not that Leatherworker is slow, it's just the other three are really quick. Oh yeah, you always see KC pretty much whenever you go to Chronopolis. I don't think there's a single day I've been in Chronopolis where I didn't see KC. It's still kind of crazy though. It's like absurdly high. I wonder if he's knowledging into them. Or is he knowledging into other skills? Let's see. I think that's the only downside of what he's doing. Is I'm almost guaranteed he's knowledging into the skills he's training. So as he's training Merchant, he's knowledging Merchant. As he's training Leatherworker, he's knowledging Leatherworker, so on and so forth. Because based on this distribution, it definitely looks like he threw knowledge into Detective while he's doing it, maybe a little bit into Watch Person, and is now doing it into both Merchant and Leatherworker. Because these other levels imply that he hasn't been using knowledge on them. And that's the only big downside of what he's doing. Is, you know how much free knowledge Merchant is? As well as Watch Person Detective, the 500. Like, that's enough to 200 multiple skills in, like, any other chapter. But he's been using it just to speed them up. Otherwise, he'd have 200 Blacksmith by now. At bare minimum. As well as probably upgrading another one, like Alchemy or something. But his level distribution implies that he's knowledging only into Chapter 4. Which in the long term is not ideal. But in the short term will make him the first person to ever get 500 all in a chapter. At current rate. But it's at the sacrifice of all that really good knowledge points. Though he should definitely be dumping his knowledge into Leatherworker right now, though. Because of those, it's definitely slower. Unless he's getting burned out on Merchant. Merchant is generally never worth putting knowledge into, unless you're like right at a threshold for an item or something. It's fine to unlock the AFK, particularly post 200. But throwing actual knowledge directly into it is generally a complete waste. Same as combat. I like the two categories that you should almost never knowledge if you can help it. Combat and Merchant, just because they're so naturally quick. They're fine to do the AFK activity for, just not particularly good to put knowledge into, unless you're like one level away and you just really want to speed it up. Oh yeah, if it works for him, yeah, it's perfectly fine to be throwing your levels into something that's quick. It's just long term a little bit worse to do. But obviously, he's mostly going for the 500 all rush, so it makes more sense for him to be doing that. It's just, generally speaking, if you're, like, wide farming the entire game, you generally don't want to be putting Merchant XP into Merchant, or, you know, your knowledge into Merchant, or into combat. We still can, especially if you're near a threshold or something similar. Well, the main reason he's doing it, obviously, is to rush 500 all in Chronopolis. Which, based on his goals, obviously it makes sense for him to be doing that. It's just for the average account, you really shouldn't be. But you still could if you want. Like, you do Merchant while, you know, throwing your knowledge into Merchant. If nothing else, you'll make more from Merchant quicker. It also makes it so you need to do less Merchant if you just don't like Merchant as much. Like, for people who hate Merchant, that's probably the way to go. Like, if you just really, really despise Merchant, but you know you still need to get it up. Yeah, you could throw knowledge into Merchant as you're doing Merchant, just to speed it up a bit. It's not advised, but you can. Even how much I burn out on it quickly, like within like 1 to 3 hours every single time. You know, I still probably wouldn't put knowledge on it. Maybe if I was like really, really close to a threshold. But even then, it's probably not worth it compared to just doing it a little bit here and there. Yeah, but a low period of time, you mostly want to prioritize things that give you the AFK activities. Like offsetting with AFK activities work really, really well when you have a small amount of time. Like my two alts, they've already completed out trading Chapter 4 and are currently doing Lost and Found, and they've been playing on average like just a few minutes a day since launch. And in that time, they've gotten multiple level 50s by only training to level 20. Chapter 4 quest completely finished. All the holiday hats, and they're currently working on Lost and Found, which they should have done by early February. Probably the first week of February they should have Lost and Found done, without ever training a skill above 20. And that's with an average of like 3 to 5 minutes a day. So you can get a lot of progress in this game without doing anything. Due to how the passive activities work. Well, not anything. Obviously, you have to upkeep their knowledge points and everything. But now that you can double stack them, you can hold off for almost an entire week, depending on what they're doing. If you pre-stack 200%, you basically have a whole week where you can just let them AFK forever. Obviously, you got to check in on them every day or sometimes twice a day, depending on what it is. But, you know, it doesn't take longer than a few seconds. Just log in, bank them if they need to go bank something, and then come right back. Luckily, a lot of them you don't have to bank like combat, though. You do sometimes have to get a weapon upgrade, but you don't ever have to bank. So you just check them for like 10 seconds and they're done. Like you double stack 2 knowledge and they're good for like an entire week. During that entire week, you'll have to play them for like 2 minutes total or something. Because they never need a bank. Alright, this will be the last one I bank. Speaking of banking. This will truly be the last one I bank and then I'll start selling them all again. I just wanted to make sure I had a couple of them good to go. Just because we're finally at the tier 4 category. So I do want to be saving quite a good handful of them. Because these are the ones that are going to really start mattering. Every hide here 4th is actually a really, really good hide that we're actually going to be using in the future. So I want to make sure not to oversell too many of them. We're probably going to do about a mix of a half and half, if we can remember. Where we buy one, bank one, buy one, bank one, or sell one, bank one, I mean. You know, sell one full inventory, sell or bank the next, and go from there. So we're probably going to start alternating now. It makes less per hour, but it's, I need the hides for when Armor Maker comes out. I want to be really ready for when Armor Maker comes out. Let's see. Happy New Year! Hey, it's Miles, yes. Yep. Happy New Year. Oh, I did all caps. Oh, there you go. Oh, I can't type. There we go. Cap lock. Happy New Year. Actually, what merchant level is he at right now? Let me go check. They are at merchant 448. Nice. They'll have it done in the next week or 2 or 3. Definitely by the end of the month. And they'll probably doing leatherworker forever. But yeah, they're almost done with 500 merchant. But how many people have finished 500 merchant? Only 2, if not counting hidden people. And I believe they both put knowledge into it. I don't think Miles ES put any knowledge into it. They did the AFK activities, but they didn't do knowledge directly, I don't believe. Or if they did it very minimally. Or I believe these 2 people were dumping their knowledge from merchant into merchant. I'm pretty sure Miles ES put it into other skills, though. Because they have a really high total level. Like top 10 in the game. So they were putting it into everything but merchant. Whereas I think some of the people that did the full rush put it into merchant, which is why they're already there. It might actually be the highest on leaderboard that did it like all into other skills rather than putting merchant into merchant. I'm pretty sure KC is also putting merchant into merchant. Though we already did the other two 500s. You're so tired, but you got to keep up the efficient merch for 8 hours. And then you'll unlock the highest daily right at the daily reset. Nice. But yeah, what is that then? Which one is the highest daily? The highest daily is 456, which is 4 shot cinnamon sticks. I believe that's needed to make the 10% XP pot here. Pretty sure that's what they were used for. I think that's the 10% XP pot for Chronopolis, which is a pretty hefty one. As people would want to do that if they hate Merchant to speed past Merchant, or to make Leatherworker go quicker. It's probably not the best 10% XP pot in the game. I'd say those are probably Mine to Matubin. Not just because they're pretty accessible to get, but also because it's Mine to Matubin. You got Bone right there, you got Smithing there, you got Stonemason there. I would say the strongest 10% pot in the game is definitely Mine to Matubin. The problem with the Chronopolis one, though, is it's really hard to source, so they're going to go for a pretty good penny when trading comes out. Like a 10% Chronopolis pot is probably like, gosh, 30, 50 silver each or something. Like something absurdly high. But it would help out a lot to speed through Leatherworker, which is probably the main thing it'd be used for. Either speed through Leatherworker since it's the slowest thing here, or dump it onto Merchant in order to speed up Merchant for people who hate Merchant. Those would be like the two kind of peoples that buy them. People that want to speed through Leatherworker and give it better XP rate and or for knowledge points and everything. And people who want to skip Merchant or try to skip it a little bit. I would say 10% pots are the strongest in Mine to Matubin though. When do you actually get access to them? I know it's like absurdly high. Not the AFK 10, but the, yeah, 450, 412. I don't even think anyone even has that alchemy level yet. Yeah, at 412 alchemy, you can make the best 10% potion currently in the game. Though the other best is going to be in 490. Stonemall Hill. You need to basically max Merchant in order, or max alchemy to get the absurdly good XP pot for Stonemall Hill. It's actually really absurd. But that will be used for Armor Maker so much. We don't know how viable Builder is, but this is going to be used almost exclusively on Armor Maker to use it as like a double knowledge point. There's going to be 0 of them in the game initially, though. They're actually so useful, I would probably buy them from someone when trading comes out. Let's see, how is that supposed to 7%? Because we'd also want those. The 7% is not a scary number. Like, it's scary, but it's not that scary. 7% at somewhere's in here. There's Hopeport 10%. Where are the other 7 though? Wait, do you get it pre 200? Oh yeah, you do. It's only 158. Yeah, it's not scary at all to do the 7%. It's only the 10% that you need like max alchemy in order to make. But no, the 7% is really accessible. Honestly, that's even more of a reason we need to go get alchemy up then. Is we will need those for Armor Maker, especially post 200 Armor Maker. But as well as all of our knowledge points. Like every knowledge point we ever put into anything at Stonemall Hill, we're probably going to chug a 7% and put it into Armor Maker. Just to speed it up. Who's streaming? Oh, is someone asking? Should we mention it? We technically are. Though we're not streaming anything too particularly interesting, even though we're just kind of chatting about a bunch of stuff. We're just kind of streaming Leatherworker. That'd be funny, though. Watching someone stream Leatherworker while you're training Leatherworker. I'm pretty sure some people have done it. I know some people join us on our grinds as well sometimes when we do something. Any given time. But if anyone still has any questions I want to go over, let me know. Because we're pretty much just chilling with Leatherworker the rest of the night. This kind of pivoted into like an all-in Leatherworker stream because I need the money. And nothing makes more money right now than Leatherworker, so it'll get it done the quickest. We're trying to scrap together some level 25 tools for when Queuable actions come out soon. It is our current goal right now. But yeah, tomorrow should be a completely perfect or normal time as well. We'll finally be back to like our 11-ish hours that we normally been doing. Just because the holidays and everything, we kind of had a lot of weird days, but the Tomorrow should be completely back to normal, starting around noonish and going for about 11 hours, 11 and a half. Oh, that's so nice. 211 silver every cell. I know we have the charge, but still. It's still coming out to about 1.4 gold an hour. Assuming we bank them. I'm kind of doing a half and half, so I guess we're getting like 700 silver an hour. Like 0.7 gold, but you know, it still adds up. Ah, 2277. Ah, they reached max level. They got the number. I just realized we actually got 2277 off stream. Because I think I got that on New Year's Day, Eve? Prior? I don't remember. But we technically did it off stream when I was AFK, I think, the raid dens. What's our next big level milestone? I guess it's 2,500. It's the next really cool big one. I just realized, the chainmail actually doesn't look too bad at tier 6. It's not as good as the other one, but he's wearing the chainmail right there. I'm wearing the tier 5 chainmail right now, and he's wearing tier 6 chainmail. But yeah, tier 6 doesn't look too bad. I still prefer the plate body over it, but yeah, tier 6 chainmail is not that bad. Tier 5 still kind of looks off, though, to me. But I guess like an extra plate on it, the front of it, which is kind of cool. Which is what he's currently wearing. I still feel like the plate body is the best at tier 6, though. But yeah, I think our main leatherworker goal for now is just to get to 181 so we can get to the next hide. But I think tomorrow, if there's not an update at all, I think we might go for the 200 push. Or at least the 196. Which is basically our version of 200, just because I would definitely not want to do the wrong hide. I refuse to do a non-discounted hide. Or to do a hide at a lower level when we could do a higher level one. But yeah, if he does do an update tomorrow, we obviously pivot to whatever update is, though. If it's a combat rework, we'll do some combat. If it's queuable actions, we do everything with queuable actions. Whatever it is, we'll do it. Hey, if it's a leaderboard rework, I guess we'll try taking a leaderboard rank or something. But, actually, if he wants to update leaderboard tomorrow, I guess the only grind we could technically do is a Mine to Matubin top 20. Because everything else I'd be kicked off way too far. Like, it'll be kicked off with total level to never be able to get back on it. Mine to Matubin would be, like, the only one we could realistically go get. I just realized the top people in Mine to Matubin, they don't actually have, top 20 total, do they? Well, not counting Patissi or Umbi or Yips. I mean, like, the really, really top people. I know, Rockstat does. Oh, yeah, he was the one that was going crazy on the production. I forgot about that. Yeah, Rockstat was the main one. He's been, like, all in on production. He has, like, bare minimum leatherworker to get the quest done. Merchant, barely much higher, not even enough to go get the quest done. Or, you know, the other quest, the 5-star one. But yeah, he kind of just went all in. The only other thing he's kind of been doing is up to tier 4 for the production like we did. Because Gatherer, you can start doing at 168, you can get tier 4. Woodcutting is at 170. You didn't finish Carpentry, though. You need 170 to do tier 4 for, the other thing. So he kind of stopped a little bit early. Probably because it's Carpentry. Also, oddly enough, he never finished 200 bone rate. He only got it to 199, which is really funny. Technically, you only need 199. But, you know, if you're going 199, you might as well get it to 200. I just find it kind of funny that you left it exactly at the number you need. Obviously, he's been going hard on Miner, so we can get the other two as well. And just kind of left bone right there. Which makes sense. But yeah, he's going really heavy on them. His highest processing is 286 smithing. But he hasn't really been doing much in any other chapter. But he's like all in on that Mine to Matubin grind. I kind of want to, it's just, you know, we can offset some of it with other people. Because after I get my 200 stonemason and 200 bone right, I don't plan to train anything other than mining smithing. All my spear stones, I'm just going to sell to hammer mages. And even one-to-one them potentially for the ore, even though ore is quicker to get. Not sure what the market would be for them. Like what ratio if you were to trade them out. Like what would a flint go for compared to like an and iron. Like, how many iron do you think you could get for 1 flint? I assume it'd be something like a 1.3 ratio or something. You would definitely not do exactly a 1-to-1. It'd be like a 1.1-to-1 or 1.2-to-1. As ore is way quicker to get than stone. Oh, unless it's carbonese. But generally speaking, ore is quicker to get than stone. Yeah, we're definitely going to sell this one. How much gold are we up to? We're barely moving because I keep banking all of them. And he starts selling. I want to try hitting like 10 gold a stream. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see the other thing. Good night, John. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, someone said reported. What are they reporting for? Said reported for the name. Oh yeah, that's something that still hasn't happened to me yet. I've been doing a lot more chatting in game, and I still haven't ever had a message get deleted. I feel like everyone has been mentioning like the filter is like really, really bad for the game. But I don't know, I haven't had anything get censored yet. There hasn't been a single thing I've ever typed in game that got censored so far. Though I don't normally use any kind of profanity or anything, so I guess that's why. There's Patissy on his merchant run. Gonna go buy the snow globes. Actually, we'll probably see him again if he's going for wine. Because he might be going for a 12 snow globe, 12 wine buy right now, while turning in whatever's down there. We'll know for sure when we see him passing us when we go back the other room. We'll know if he grabbed wine as well, or if he just went for snow globe. Because if we see him coming through this path, he definitely went for snow globe. I mean, he definitely went for wine. Let's see. Though he might just telly from there. If we don't see him at all, he probably tellied. Okay, he's not in that room. Okay, he definitely tellied then. He bought... Oh, he probably bought doll then. He bought doll and then went top left cycle. So he went there to buy like 1 or 2 doll sets. Then went top left to go buy pumpkin and rhubarb or whatever there. And then went for top to middle. Or even just top turn in. Because that means he went for doll, not for snow globe then. Because he would have immediately tellied. I guess you technically immediately telly for snow globe as well though. If you're not picking up wine. This guy's name is minus human. Gosh, the worker is so chill. This is so much better for money than merchant. I would definitely rather do this than merchant. Even though merchant is more fun. This is just so relaxing. Run the money printer. We do really need to go do more merchant though. I just really can't be bothered today. I need a clear head. Hopefully I will by tomorrow. I'll have a nice clear head to go do merchant with if there's not a patch that will pivot us otherwise. Because we really need that 211 and 216. Technically we need 222. The reason for the other numbers is 211 lets us AFK it to 216. 216 we get a really quick 6 levels because we're at the next best EXP threshold. Whereas we're having to currently go through a little bit of a dead zone. And then from there, we're pretty much good to go. I don't think we need to really push much beyond 222 for a while. I don't plan to anyways. There are some benefits to going a little bit higher though. By 305 we have every superior hide. Which means we can make up to about level 300 something armor. Which will last us for a good while. Beyond that, we start getting perfects at 333. But I'm not sure how much we're really going to need that. I'd probably just buy that mostly from people who've been doing 500 merchant. I don't think I'm going to ever go beyond superior for a long while. Like 305 is like the furthest stretch we're ever going to do. For now it's going to be 222. within like the next month, maybe the next few weeks. But beyond that, the only ever further I'd probably get is 305, unless these tiles are really good at 322. But beyond that, it's like 305 or 322 is probably the furthest we're ever getting in a long time. As if I ever need perfect hides, I'm just gonna buy it from people. Which means I could actually start doing leatherworker all the way to 500, because trading would be out by then. It really just depends how many of them are going to be in the market. Because it's definitely cheaper for me to buy it from someone than to pay the full price at the shop. Because there's a chance I will only go to like 322 merchant and then get like 500 leatherworker at some point. Because if we're doing 500 armor maker, we'd kind of need it for it. I just never finished the merchant grind. Oh no, we should just do the merchant grind at some point though. Can't put it off forever. Like, you eventually need 490 merchant. Like, there are a lot of ways you could put it off, but it's just so good. Especially all the knowledge you get along the way. It is one of those things that do change when, you know, what's it called? Whenever trading does come out. You technically can 500 leatherworker without ever doing merchant. You can maintain like level 50 merchant or something and still have 500 leatherworker while discounting the whole time when trading comes out. You'll still have to pay more than what you would have had with the merchant discount, but it'd be less than what you'd pay from the shop. It just really comes down to how many people with a super high merchant level are going to just like mass buy hides for money. Because they're already loaded. So unless you have like a source that you could pay and trade them like other items they need, like potions or something else. Because it's going to be hard to find like a random person who's selling like a, you know, like 1,000 of any given hide you need. But you could like commission someone and go give them like a bunch of an item they need in return for that. Because I feel like a lot of trades initially are going to be item for item. Even for the people that are loaded on cash, the usefulness of getting the exact item you need is a bit better than just getting cash. Because then you still have to go through a double step. Because if you're being paid in cash, you then need to go convert that cash into the item you actually need. Whereas item to item gets you the item you directly need. So if you need something like 1,000 hide, you might have to go supply like a couple hundred of like a potent potion of some kind to the person or something similar. There will definitely be a lot of money conversions, you know, as far as like trading an item for money. But I do feel like most trades will be item to item. It just kind of skips out the middleman process of having to like double trade. Good old bartering system. I'm curious how much bartering will be done in that regard. Like item to item compared to item for money. Like what the ratio is going to be. I hope he has data on it. He actually like tracks the amount of trades that are done from item to item or item to money. Because I feel like the item to item ratio is going to be really high. Like I feel like 40% of all trades are going to be item for item. Which is relatively high for an MMO. Because I know in old school RuneScape, it's probably a ratio of like less than 1%. Like less than 1% of all trades are item for item. Maybe even lower than that. I'm sure what it's like in WoW or Final Fantasy or something similar though. But in old school RuneScape, it's probably less than 1%. Mostly due to the Grand Exchange. Yeah, so tonight we do finally get 223 mining. So if he could just add queuable actions tomorrow, that'd be great. Because I'm definitely doing some amount of carbonese ore tomorrow. Ideally, you know what? Do we do 231 mining grind tomorrow? I think I might. I want to get the better venture. We still don't have a single post 200 venture, and it's kind of driving me crazy. Because you keep doing the pre-200s. The worst part about it, too, is I don't really need the explosives. So I kind of really want to go push for 231. I think that's going to be one of our pivots tomorrow. The only problem with that, if I do that, it's going to take almost the whole stream. 223 to 231 is not quick. Like, I'm pretty sure it's more than 8 hours. Like, it's going to take longer than a level per hour. Especially if we bank carbonese ore. Yeah, we'll definitely have to put it across more than one day. There's no way we're doing all that in one day. It's like a 10 to 12 hour grind, and I don't want to just do ore the whole day. If I dropped it, we could. But if I'm banking it, we definitely would not be able to do that all in one go. I know, worst comes to worst, we could keep doing the mining AFK. I do need this for the smithing one for quite a while. It's just that carbonese ore should be a lot of XP per hour, especially if we drop. It's just going to pain me to drop that much ore. I'm not sure what my plan is for it. I kind of do want to bank it, but every single time we bank, every cycle takes like almost a minute just to bank 24 of them. But when you bring out the amount that they're worth, I think it's worth it. Let's see. Let's say hypothetically. Let's actually do the math on it right now. I will tell you exactly. Let me go look up on the wiki. I'll go get the exact math. Let's assume every 20 takes... let's assume every 20 takes a minute to bank. I think it's slightly quicker than that, but let's just say it's a whole minute. We'll definitely time it when we do it. How do you spell carbonese ore? Carbonese. Oh, it's carbonese. What's it called? Carbonese. Carbonese ore. Tier 5. Wow, it goes all the way to 414 for some things. The number I'm looking at is the buy price. 6.8 silver. Alright, let's do some math. 6.8. Calculator, go. 6.8 times 24. So every full inventory is 163 silver. So let's isolate it for just banking. If we were to just bank and it takes a minute per inventory, we times this by 60. It is worth banking. Oh gosh, it is worth banking. It is like 10 gold an hour. It's 9.7, or technically 9.8. It's close enough. It's like 9.8 gold an hour. If you were to bank everything that you would have otherwise dropped. It's not every hour you're getting 9.8. It's every hour of banking is 9.8, if that makes any sense. Like, not every hour you're getting 9.8 gold, but if you were just to count only the time that you're banking, it is 9.8 gold an hour compared to if you drop it. So basically, if you're drop-alling all your carbonese on tier 5 instead of banking it, you're losing out on 9.8 gold an hour. Though keep in mind, you get literally 0 knowledge and 0 XP during that. So maybe if you look at it that way, it's not as good. Because that one whole hour assumes 0 XP. You're not getting any XP into any skill. You're also not getting any knowledge during that time. But you're getting 9.8 of value in gold per hour in ore. I don't know, is that worth it? That's a lot of savings. That's a lot of savings. But you're getting no knowledge and no XP during the 9.8 gold an hour. But you're having the convenience of not needing to buy it later from the player market, from another player. Also, keep in mind, how many people are really banking carbonese too? Like, let's say you actually want like 5,000 carbonese. How many people are going to have 5,000 carbonese banked compared to like iron or something that's way easier to bank? That's the other factor too. Because even if you can buy it for 9.8, or, you know, if you can buy it for whatever it is. Let's say you could buy from a player from like 6 to 7 silver. Even if you could, how many people really have that much carbonese laying around? Not that many. If you need like thousands of it. Alright, past the 7 gold mark now. Yeah, I think our goal for this stream is to get to 10 gold. I think that's our final goal for now. Get to 10 golds, and hopefully finish the rest tomorrow while offsetting it a little bit with mining, probably. Or the only pivot being if he finally releases an update tomorrow. I really hope he does. Because we're almost a whole month now with no update. But they are coming. Now that the holiday season is pretty much officially over. Gosh, the shop has like a billion options. Talk to, leather offcuts, trade, info, and whatever the other one was. There's like 5 options. I keep forgetting it has that many. Because most of them don't have as many. Like some will only have like 2 or 3. But that guy has 5 different options you can click on. Which I think is the most in the game. I haven't seen anything more than 5 actions on something. That's a lot. Like the average is like 2 or 3. A lot of the stall people having 4, but that guy actually has 5. I forget what the extra action is though. It's something related to leatherworking. Oh, yeah, we didn't do a poll this stream. We definitely got to start doing them again tomorrow. The poll will probably be whatever the update is on, though. Like, what do you think of the new combat rework that they just did? Or how do you like queuable actions? We don't know what's coming tomorrow, or if it's even coming tomorrow. Oh, Meadow's here. They were doing merchant earlier. They actually did the same thing we did. They were doing merchant, and now they're taking a leatherworker break. I feel like that's pretty common. Unless he's doing merchant leatherworker, which I'm personally not a fan of doing, but I know some people do that as a strategy. Where you combine leatherworker with merchant. I'd rather all in one or all in the other, though, personally. But the leatherworker merchant strategy is the thing you could do. Where every single time before you go sell your hides, you go check the merchant tower for tasks. And then once you have a good set of tasks, you go run them. I wonder, how many tasks can you turn in for free when doing leatherworker? Like 100% for free. You could turn in meat. You can turn in hamburger. You can turn in other meat. So that's 3. Is there anything else you could turn in 100% for free? I think that's it. Both the 2 meats from this shop you can. Though you do have to backtrack to it slightly. And the hamburger in middle. I think there's only 3. Oh, and the souvenir thing, so that's 4. There's 4 of them that you can turn in almost 100% for free. Just from walking from basically the tower to the leatherworker place. They can also be bought en route. Without going that far out of your way, if even at all. There's only 4 tasks. Obviously the rest you could be stacking for a natural run. But 4 tasks, unless there's some other ones you can unlock later. It looks like about 4 tasks can be turned in 100% for free while doing leatherworker. Where they're almost like completely 0 time. Or pretty close to 0 time. But you still have to spend the time of actually checking the tower. And you'd still be grabbing other tasks too. You'd just be grabbing for a future run. But there's 4 of them that you can turn in 100% for free without really going off route. Oh yeah, it does kind of look like a lobster tail, doesn't it? I didn't really notice that until he mentioned that. But it basically is a lobster tail. I just realized, what's the symbol at the bottom of 500 Detective Cape? It almost looks like the logo for the game. Wait, what is that? Does the wiki have it? What even is that final symbol? I'm looking at it and I still can't tell. I have no clue what that is. What even is that? I actually have no clue. I'm like looking right at it and I still don't know what it is. I can see something. Yeah, I have no clue. I can't zoom any further than this. I don't know. Can anyone tell what it is? The final symbol all the way at the bottom. Like, obviously that's a magnifying glass with footprints. Then binoculars. Then handcuffs. What is that final one, though? Oh, it is a wanted poster. You're right. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a wanted poster. That makes sense. I was wondering why it was, like, so square. But yeah, it's a wanted poster. But yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't look like one, though. But yeah, that's definitely what it is, though. It's a wanted poster. On the lobster cape. Definitely got to start calling it the lobster cape now, because that looks so funny. It actually literally looks like a lobster tail. Too bad they didn't make it red. It was pretty black heavy. Alright, what level is Meadow right now? What rank is he? Meadow is currently rank 4. Oh, he's kind of in the same camp as Umbi. He gave up on top 3. But yeah, Meadow's not trying for top 3 anymore. They must have both quit trying to go for leaderboard. Because I think Umbi did. Like, he's still playing a lot, but he quit trying to go for top 3, I believe. And I think Meadow's in the same camp right now. Or they both kind of quit around the same time of trying to go for top 3. They're still obviously absurdly high, but I think they stopped trying to go for top 3 anymore. There's just too much time investment. Kind of like whenever the leaderboard thing happens, we're going to stop trying to even go for top 20. The only reason we'd ever retake top 20 is if the combat rework's really, really good. And we, like, hard pivot into getting, like, 200 all combat. Oh, it has pass action. Oh, is that where you do the AFK for, okay. That's interesting. Why don't the other ones have pass action? Oh, probably because he has different tiers. Oh. I see. I see what's going on here. The various offcuts, okay, and that's where we get the 211 from. Okay, I see. It's because all of them are done at one stall. Well, technically 2, because I think there's one on the other side, too. But, okay, that's why he has so many extra actions, then. Wait, does the other guy let you do that, too? Or is it only him? I could check real quick. Does this guy also have pass action? Or do you have to do it in that one tile? Oh, yeah, you can only sell to him, apparently. I believe you can sell your leather here. Pretty sure you can sell your leather here. Interesting. So yeah, you have to do it on him. That's why he has so many text boxes then. That's interesting. That means every single leather AFK is done exactly right there. I guess that makes sense. Even though there's 2 different stalls, every single leather AFK is done at the exact same location. It's technically a merchant AFK, but you know, you get the leather supplies, what I mean. The actual leather AFK is done in the leather room. But the supplier of the leather through merchant has a multiple action for it. I never noticed that. I guess it made sense. Because obviously there's not enough leather stalls to spread them across like 20 something. So they simply just collapsed them all in one. It's kind of weird that they didn't divide them between 2 of them though. Because there is 2 leather merchants. But only one of them got every AFK. That makes sense because the one that got all the AFKs is the one closer to the bank. The leather bank. Which is probably why. Because this guy's closer to the leather bank than that guy is. Not by much, but closer. Because the leather bank's right there, and the other guy's all the way over there. And this guy's, like, standing right there or so. Interesting. But yeah, I haven't done any of the leather AFKs. 211 will be my first one. The only merchant AFK I've even done is what's it called? The one for the olives for that one quest. Where we did it for one night. But I haven't actually done any merchant AFK since then. And that'll be the first time I'll actually be able to do the proper leather AFK. I've done the other leather AFK. Where you build, like, the little furniture thing and, like, refurbish it and everything. But I haven't actually done any of the ones where you make, like, a little weird product thingy. They don't have any purpose other than selling, though. It's kind of funny because one of them's a water skin, which is actually a really useful item in his other game. Is it let you go through the desert without getting damage from the heat. But in this game, it's just like, yep, just a little thing you can go sell. I really wish these little extra products had like an actual purpose though. Like the water skin and the soccer ball and stuff like that. Maybe way down the line they will. But currently, all the products you make from the AFKs from various skills do not have any true purpose other than just sell to shop. There's no like secondary purpose for the final product of them. For potions there are, which is one of the reasons why the alchemy AFKs are so good. As you actually use the final product rather than sell it just to a shop. But I really hope down the line the other things will have some purpose. And hey, if we ever get a jewelry making skill, guess what smithing does? It makes a billion pieces of jewelry. There's currently no way to bank it though, so I highly doubt that actually will be a thing. It's one of the reasons I feel like jewelry is going to be like boss drops and such. With like special effects and everything. Because if you could end up making jewelry in the future, I feel like it'd be bankable. Kind of like how materials for Chapter 5 are already bankable right now. But the fact that they're not bankable makes me assume that, yeah, they're not ever going to be used for that. Or if we even get a skill like that, we probably never are. Like a jewelry making skill. Basically like an alternative crafting skill kind of thing. Oh, that's true. Never mind. The other guy doesn't buy leather. He only buys the AFK leather. Okay, that makes sense. Never mind. Okay. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this guy only buys the leatherworker goods that you get from the leatherworker AFK. Yeah, I never done the leatherworker AFK, so I never need to sell them. But yeah, that makes sense. That's the guy you sell them to. Okay, that makes sense. So whenever I get to 211 for this and then do the AFK for the other one, we'll be good to go. You know what? I'm actually going to go bank these at that place. I want to go check to see what I can make out of my hide. Because I think you could check it at the recipe book there. I actually don't need the wiki or anything. There actually is a way to check it in-game. You just got to go to a really annoying location. But buffalo leather offcuts. I'm going to go there and see what buffalo leather offcuts make. Because I want to know for sure, definitively, if it's the level 200 AFK or the other one. Because I don't currently know. Because that changes things slightly, depending on which one it is. But, I don't know, we'll find out. Because it's used for either 200 or 230, and I don't know which. But if I look up which one is the buffalo offcut thingy, we should be able to know immediately then. Just gotta double check its name. It was the buffalo... buffalo leather offcut. Is either made for a water skin or for a soccer ball. I don't know, it sounds like it'd be used for a soccer ball, but you never know. It's definitely used for a post 200. I'm just not sure which of the two. I don't know, we'll find out. I definitely feel like you'd use buffalo leather more than Hail Beast leather for something like that. I don't know, we'll find out. Then we're gonna go bank in a weirder bank this time just to go check. It's slightly further than the Rift, but we get to check the leather book. Just so we can definitively know what on earth this gives us when we go get it. I'm not sure which one I would want more, though. The 200 or the 230. Which one has a bigger gap in between? I guess technically the 230 one would be better. Oh no, this might be a little bit of a dead area since we're doing a pre-200 thingy here. Oh no, the post-200 doesn't shoot up that much. It does for some activities like the AFKs, but not so much for like, you know, the active ones. Like 210 is obviously better than the 196, but not by as big of a margin as like this AFK is compared to the 193. Like this is over like 4.4 times better. Like the difference between the 193 and the 200. Whereas the difference between the 196 active and the 210 active is probably only like 15%. Like 10-15% or so. Whereas this is like a 4.4 times it, like 440% difference. Whereas the difference between these two is close to like 15-ish. Like it's a way smaller margin. Like there's still a margin, but it's nowhere near like compared to the AFK activities. Like the passives. But even if it is the 200, as long as it is at least the 200, which it should be, we're still getting post 200 XP, so should be fine. I just mostly want to see if it's the 200 or 230. It's the main thing I'm going there to check. Alright, let's go see. So I'm looking for water skin and soccer ball to see if it uses buffalo leather offcuts. Let's go check. Because I believe there's a recipe book there. It's a really weird recipe book because you'd be like, wait, what on earth do you need a recipe book here for? But it's mostly just telling you which offcut goes to which product. Let me go check. Alright, there should be a book right here, right? Wait, wasn't there one? Oh, I'm going crazy. I thought there was always a book here that... Oh, there it is. I was gonna say. I could have sworn there was a book here. Container, animal... Container... Animal... Household... Patches... Oh, dragon patch. Sports... Yep, Buffalo. It's used for 230. It's for the 230 soccer ball. Confirmed. Let me just double check all of them. So what do you use for the little pouch thingy then? You use bison. It was buffalo and not bison, right? Let me double check. Was it buffalo or bison? It was buffalo. Okay, so yeah, it's used for soccer ball. The 211 merchant is used for the 230 leatherworker. Alright, that's what I wanted to know. Oh, also while we're here, here's our hide check, by the way. That's what our hides are currently looking like. We did a little low on tier 4 cow, but tier 4 cow is probably the least relevant one out of any of them. We also did a little bit bad on buffalo tier 4, apparently. And we actually went really, really low on that one. The highest tier 4 was strong black cow for some reason. And also probably deer when we go do deer. But, okay, we're at a pretty average amount right now. Alright, nice. We're definitely gonna need way more than that, though. That's what you need for the 199s. Everything in that category is going to be for 199 armor. As well as slightly beyond. Like all of the main level range that most people would be at. So all these are going to be the most precious to hold on to. So I probably should be holding on to more than I am. But I don't know, we need the money. But these are definitely some of the more relevant hides in the game. As most people in the game are going to be around, like, you know, the 180 to 300 something range for most things. That's the combat rework, really rework stuff. But, you know, most people in the game are going to be around, like, the soon to get to 200 or the slightly post 200 area. And that's what all the tier 4s are really good for. Some of the tier 5s do it as well. It's just we don't really know all the level ranges for the hides and everything. But I assume they're pretty comparable to, you know, what the bars are for blacksmith, the stonemason, you know, stuff like that. Probably pretty comparable level range to what they already have for categories for weapons and everything. In which case, tier 4 and tier 5 are pretty much where most people will fall in. Tier 6 are like the super endgame people. And tier 1 to 3 is mostly just like, you know, super early game. But tier 4 and 5 is where the average player is going to be. Including ourselves right now. We're in complete tier 4 and 5. Well, not in the other chapters. We're still in lower tier. Even in Mind to Matubin. But, you know, our highest one is in that tier 4 or 5 area. Because that's when you start leveling a lot slower. In tier 5, for some things, go all the way up to like 400 something. Tier 5 is anywhere from about like 330, 340-ish, all the way up until like 480 almost for some weapons. It's actually crazy how far it goes. But it covers from about 330 all the way to like 490-ish for some things. Or technically 489. But the average level of it's like that mid 300, low 400 range for tier 5. I mean, no, even lower than that. No, they actually go as low as like mid 200 actually. Wow, they have a really wide range. Because we have some tier 5 now. Well, it really depends what tier 5 it is. Like, our rapier goes from, like, 197 to, like, 340-ish. Yet, our bow would go from, like, 300-something to, like, 489. So, it really depends what item it is. Like, we can see it right here. Like, our tier 5 rapier goes from, 193 all the way until 340. But then you compare it to bow. And our bow goes from 328 all the way till 489. A little bit of a different level range. Just slightly. Where the tier 5 for it doesn't even come up until 328. And it goes all the way basically to max level, almost 489. Which is why it's hard to say like a given level range. Because when you look at two like that, it's drastically different. But that's like an extreme example though. Because that's comparing like the lowest one to the highest one. Obviously everything else falls in between there. But those are just the two extremes. I am curious where most armor will fall though. Because I don't think armor has as big of an extreme compared to weapons do. I don't know, we'll find out when Armor Maker comes out. Because there's no way to know the exact values right now. Because I believe the values they have in game right now are a little bit of like placeholder values. You can tell too, because if you look at like the hides, it shows like 0 to 500. So it makes sense that a lot of the armors, they don't currently know what level range they want to make them quite yet. Because even the hides themselves, they don't even know. If I get this hide right now, it'll say 0 to 500 for Armor Maker. Because they have no clue what they want to do for it yet. And I feel like a lot of armor in the game is like that right now too. Where you just kind of get at a certain level threshold because they don't know what level they're actually going to be making it until Chapter 5. But after Chapter 5, we'll know like definitively a level range for everything. Not just for all the hides, but also for all the armor pieces individually. This is so chill. I love this. I really hope queuable actions work on leather. You know how much I'll live in this room if it does? Especially off stream. Because that's like a solid 4-minute AFK if it was to actually work. I highly doubt it will though. But if it somehow would let you queue up an entire inventory, that's going to be so broken. I really hope they do though. I don't think it will initially, but I think there'll be enough feedback that in like a week or two they will. I don't think it's going to launch with it, but it's definitely going to come soon after. Because there's going to be so much in the community being like, hey, this should definitely do this. And then, you know, he'll eventually just code it in then. Because there's a few I feel like aren't coming with the queuable actions that really need to be. The most noteworthy ones are being able to queue a whole thing of leather. The other thing is being able to do a make all when doing bones or doing ore or doing stones. So that you can do it all in one go instead of having to click constantly for it. And the other one, of course, is when you're doing the production for these skills, be able to do a make all. So you don't have to set the level range every single time. You simply click make all, and it'll keep making it at the exact same level you did. So if you very specifically need, I don't know, a level 50 item, like a level 55 star, you can simply just, you know, make all the level 50, and you don't have to type it in every single time. I don't think that's coming with queuable actions, but I hope that's still on the table. I don't think queuable actions are going to be coming with it, but it's probably something they're going to be adding for quality of life later down the line. It's the same kind of concept of queuable actions, just not exactly the same. It's mostly just quality of life, so you don't have to click a billion times. Though oddly enough, queuable actions are 1-to-1. You actually do have to click the exact same amount of time. It just makes it so there's more AFK in between. Whereas that actually does reduce clicks, anything I just mentioned there. I still feel like they will eventually do that though. But it's a little bit different in queuable actions in that queuable actions is still 1-to-1. Whereas, you know, a make all for your bones is not 1-to-1. That saves you so many clicks. You're clicking like 3 times less. It's not only 4 times more AFK, but you're also clicking, yeah, 3 times less. You're clicking 3 times less and it's 4 times more AFK. Because you only, actually even more than that. No, it's actually 12 times less clicks. Because if you can do it with a make all, that's like what, 2 clicks? Right click, make all. Compared to now where you do 12 click per inventory. It would then be 2 click per inventory. So it's 6 times less clicks and 4 times more AFK. Actually, technically 12 times more AFK, depending on how you look at it, actually. It's 12 times more AFK and 6 times less clicks. Is what it would come out to be then. For if you could dunk all your bones and, you know, a make all option, or smith all your bars, or etch all your stones. 12 times more AFK and 6 times less clicks, which sounds really, really solid. But hopefully it'll do that at some point. I don't think that's coming with queuable actions, but it's definitely in the same category of quality of life. We're almost at 179. So our main goal right now is not necessarily a level range, it's mostly just to hit 10 gold. I think is our biggest goal for the rest of the stream then. Doesn't matter how we do it, but we're definitely probably just camping leather. It's just the quickest way to get it done. Even merchant, max efficiency merchant's slower. It's good XP for merchant obviously, but it's slower than money-wise. Even if we're banking like 10% of these hides, is still more per hour than merchant right now. But yeah, I never realized. I guess that does make sense. But yeah, that's the guy you sell all your leather off goods to. It even says leather goods. It literally says that. But I never bothered doing that AFK, so I never actually realized that. But yeah, you did a merchant AFK over here to get your offcuts. You then AFK the leather worker over here to go make the product. And then you sell it to him. But there's quite a few skills where you have to sell off your goods to like a random shop in the middle of nowhere. That one's actually pretty close compared to some of them. In Chapter 2 for carpentry, you have to do it from here to there, to the Timberwell supplies. In Chapter 4, you have to do it to the jewelry maker. Wherever that is over here. Where is it? I'm in the really wrong location. We have to do it over here, and then bring it all the way over there, which is a really annoying walk. I think it's actually the furthest one out of any of them. Is there an area in Chapter 1 where you have to do it? I guess maybe the cooking one? Does anyone actually know? When you do the cooking AFK, the final product, where do you bring it in? Because potions you just store in your bank. Or sell to the potion guy, either or. So you don't need to go anywhere for that one. What other AFKs are there? Fishing just feeds into cooking. So yeah, does anyone know? Do you have to go to somewhere fancy, or do you just sell it to the chef? I assume you just sell it to the chef. In which case you don't have to go anywhere fancy for it like you do quite a few other skills. With smithing being by far the most annoying one. But I'm pretty sure you just turn it in at the chef place. Because I'm not sure where else you would bother. So those don't count because they turn in the same room where you're doing them. So yeah, the two most annoying ones then are... or actually, the most annoying one by far then is the one in smithing one. Where you do it here and then have to go all the way over here. I believe you also have to do that for this whenever you do that one knick-knack one. Pretty sure you go to this one to go sell it. I actually don't know. Because I just dropped my one little bone thing when I had it earlier. I'm pretty sure you sell it to Django's Bone Shop. Which isn't that bad of a walk. But yeah, the furthest one is definitely the smithing one. Where you do the smithing AFK like all the way on those tiles right there. And I have to go 4, 5, 6 rooms away pretty much. Look at that. Because this alone is basically a room and how far you have to walk through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 rooms basically if you count the room that you're starting in. I remember when doing the smithing AFK on the alts, this was the most annoying one ever to reset. Because the way that you reset this, let's say you ran out of ore in your bank. The way you reset this is you walk all the way from here, you go all the way across this bridge, go all the way over here, go sell to here, you then teleport all the way over here, go and buy some more supplies. If you want to go bank it and not have to go back and want to get multiple, you go over here, bank it over there, come back, buy it again, bank it over there, and then once you're finally done, you go teleport to Mine Deep, assuming you have it, otherwise you go the really long way. Then you have to go all the way back north with your material, go all the way over here, and then you can start AFKing again. It is probably the worst AFK to reset in the entire game by a mile, the smithing AFK. Which I'm so glad I don't need to do on the 2 alts once they get 58 smithing. They never need to touch smithing again. But it is a nightmare to reset the smithing AFK. It is so horrifically bad. if you're trying to get like smithing on an alt. I think it's the worst AFK in the entire game to reset. I don't think there's a single one that is more annoying than smithing. As far as how much time it takes to reset it. And you're burning money the whole time if you're buying it from the shop. You're not even profiting. So not only is it a pure money loss at every level range, but it is also the worst one to ever reset. So it's like the worst of both. It's actually one really good thing about Cryo in that regard, is that you don't really need to worry about your alts doing it as much. It is way better to be manual training smithing compared to AFKing it. You still do AFK it, obviously, as a Cryo Knight, but it's way better to manual train. And since all accounts are almost purely AFK, it is a nightmare getting it on them. I can't wait till they're done. I think one's at like 49, the other one's at like 46. They both need 58, of course. But then they never touch the skill again. Unless there's another new quest that requires higher. Yeah, that's another thing. We should be getting some new quests soon. I think we're getting our first new quest this month, potentially. Because I heard that they were rumored that someone, or not rumor, but you know, someone mentioning it. I think someone was working on a quest. I think it was like the community manager guy was working on a quest for the game for chapter 1, I think it was. So we might be getting a 4th quest there soon. Within the next month. What exactly it will entail and what the requirements are, but it's probably a 3-star quest for chapter 1. Because currently we got a 1-star, 2-star, and a 5-star. It's actually the only chapter without a 3-star quest. So there's likely a 3-star quest that requires Forager to some degree. As Forager and Gatherer are the only 2 skills that have not been incorporated into a quest yet. Every other skill in the game gets used at least once, if not multiple. But Forager and Gatherer are actually, oddly enough, unused in the current state of the game. So if they're adding a 3-star quest to Chapter 1, is almost guaranteed going to require anywhere from 40 to 60 Forager. Probably like 40 to 50-ish? There's what's the other level requirements for a 3-star quest? Okay, maybe I only need like 30-something. Because let's go through all the 3 stars. You need... Oh, this isn't one, but that was 25 fishing for a 2-star. 32 carpentry and 20 woodcutting for a 3-star. 35 smithing and 29 mining. And the ability to kill a 35 for a 3-star. And the ability to kill level 30 or 35 and 31 detective for a 3-star. So yeah, you'd probably only need like 30, 40-something forager then. And maybe like one other skill. As well as a guard being at least level 40 or so. So that should be a pretty free quest to go do. Also giving some pretty free Forager XP and whatever the reward is. Who knows, maybe a second teleport in the area. We really need one. The fact that there's not a second teleport in Hopeport is so bad right now. I really hope that quest adds one. Out of any quest reward, that's probably the one I would want the most. Because it's still the only chapter that does not have a second teleport. Hope Forest has 2 because you get the second one from the 5-star quest. Chapter 3 gets it from partial completion of the 3-star quest. And Chronopolis, so you literally just walk to it. It's actually the lowest requirement of all. There's actually no requirement at all to get the Chronopolis one. Whereas every other one is quest locked. Because Hopeport is probably going to be put behind the new quest. Or any quest in the future. Chapter 2 is 5-star quest locked. Mines of Matubin is partial completion 3-star quest locked. But then you go to Chronopolis and you literally just walk there. It's by far the easiest one. It has absolutely no requirement at all to unlock the second teleporter. You simply just go there and get it. But I think they did that because that's where player trading is. So they wanted people to easily have access to a teleport to get back there. I think it's the only reason why it has like no requirement at all. Is that's where player trading is going to be done a lot. And obviously they want people to be able to get there quickly. So that people actually trade and everything. So that's probably why it's the one that's free. But that means in Chapter 5, it's probably going to be quest locked again. Like, you're probably going to have to do the 3-star quest to go unlock the second teleport. Or something like that. Because the only reason it's completely free in Chapter 4 is because that's where trading is. It's literally like 1 tile away from trading. Well, not 1 tile, it's like 10 tiles away. It's 1 room away from the trading district where you would do all your mass trading at. So Chapter 5 is probably going to go back to requiring a quest to get the teleport. Which is also likely how you'll get the second one for Hopeport. Yeah, that's my biggest hope for the new quest in the next month if they do that then. We definitely need a second teleporter. Where actually would they put it though? Because obviously they could put it anywhere where they have room. It definitely has to be in this leftward area. If they connect these two rooms together, I feel like right here would be a good location. If they add one room right here that connects like all three of them, or at least two of them, like an extra beach location that adds like a new resource, maybe a new foraging thing, that then also connects this room over to the east. I feel like right there would be a really good place to put a teleport, as it fixes all the dead zones. Definitely somewhere's in this area. I don't care where, but somewhere's in this area definitely needs it. I just feel like that's like the best primer location though. And then just connect these two rooms together. And you can add a new resource or two in there, like a new fish and a new foraging thing. Which will also probably be a new dish as well. Unless the fish is purely for selling. That are for future dishes whenever cooking finally gets reworked. The poor cooking skill. It definitely is going to get buffed at some point. His fishing needs it to not be completely pointless. Because right now it's just a money-making skill that doesn't make as much money as some other things. Oh no! Oh, that's the first time this ever happened to me. I thought I finished the hide and then didn't. What do I do about this? Oh, that's kind of awkward. Do I just put a partial one in my storage? Wait, how do I do this? Wait. Do I just walk back there just to go do it? I might. Wait. It's gonna bother me too much having a partial one. I'm just gonna do this and turn it into like the leather work. Or actually, I guess at this point I might as well just go walk all the way back. Yeah, we're gonna go finish the one guy. It's such a waste of time, but I've never had this happen before. I think you can store it still in this little bin. Actually, can you? This is a good time to check. Actually, can you put a partial thing in here? No. Oh, that's interesting. You can't put a partial hide away anywheres. Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that. I always thought you could put a partial hide in there. But no, you actually can't do anything with a partially completed hide. There's no storage that will hold it. That's interesting. I never knew that. For whatever reason, I always thought you could put like a step 1 or step 2 hide in there. You can only put step 0 hides in there. And fully finished hides go in the other bank. I never knew that. But you cannot store a step 1 or step 2 hide. Only step 0, which go in there, and step 3, or, you know, fully finished ones, go in the leather storage. Interesting. I never really paid much attention to that the first time I ever tried. It makes sense, because that in-between carpentry thing you also can't store anywheres. Like that one that almost looks like a plank-like thing. Like it looks almost like a rectangle. The one that's like not quite its final step. Like the in-between phase you can't actually get rid of. I think you can sell it just to scrap it to the shop, but you can't like store it anywheres. You have to finish the process before you can. Hey, how are we doing on gold right now? We're about to hit 8 after this inventory. Because we're definitely selling. So 2 more gold to go. We're almost there. Yeah, our goal is to get 10 gold. That's pretty much our main goal for the rest of the stream. Doesn't matter how we do it. It's just leatherworker is the quickest, so we're prioritizing it. I need 18 gold for my next upgrade, or 17 or so. So we should hopefully be able to get the other 7 between off stream and tomorrow, hopefully. And the main thing we want to go put it onto, I was going to do Sickle, But I think we're going to put Gather on the back burner for a little bit to go pivot into woodcutting. Just because it's going to gain such a big benefit from queuable actions. I don't think there's any skill in the whole game that gains more of a benefit from queuable actions than woodcutting does. So I want to go get both the tools 25'd. But to do that, I need about 34 gold total. More than what I have. And, yeah, we currently have 7 of that. So I need, what, 28? 7. I need 27 more gold than what we have right now. So, yeah, we got a lot of gold we need to go make. And that will get us a 25 hatchet and a 25 hand saw. I don't think I'm going to do the 2-person saw at all. I might get it to level 10 just because I do plan to do some amount of use. But only like a couple hundred per tier. I get it actually at the next level range. So maybe I go level 10 that at some point too when we go do those. So even another gold on top of that. Actually, I think it's 2 gold. But yeah, I only plan to get it to level 10. I don't plan to 25 it, I don't think. I only think post 200 do you really need a 25 it. Because there's probably going to be at least one dead zone where you're kind of required to do it. For example, at 310. No, but you can just do Suave. I don't know. I feel like you just Suave through them. I don't think I upgrade it. Like, we'll still grab a few because we're going to need it for production thingies. And if we need them, we'll just make them to order. And just grab like a couple hundred and just process them. But I don't think I'm ever going to really like upgrade it. I'm not sure. Because you can still just do Suave at this level range. Let me check the other one. Like, it's not going to be that big a deal to do Suave instead. And then use the highest one, but again, you could just do Bramble Suave there. So yeah, you never really need a 2-hand saw. I'll probably still get a couple hundred of them here and there whenever we do need a few. And if we need more, we just go woodcut more. Or buy them. But, yeah, you don't really ever need a 2-hand saw. You can skip U pretty hard. Especially if you're not a hammer mage. Hammer mages need to focus on it a little bit more. Because your absolute best, like, 2-hand weapon is, uses it. But the other 2 classes don't really care too much. Maybe special attacks will change that slightly. But the Guardian weapon that uses that resource and the, Cryonite weapon that uses that resource are pretty bad in the current state of the game. It's only Hammer Mage where it's, like, your best in slot. So it's mostly just a Hammer Mage problem. Oddly enough. Because their best weapon is tied to that resource, whereas, Cryonite and Guardian don't really care about that weapon at all that they need the U stock thing for. Which is kind of ironic, given that it's, you know, Guardian. But Guardian actually doesn't care about woodcutting for U's. Even though they need a lot of woodcutting and carpentry, that one particular resource is just not as relevant, even though they do use it. It's like the least relevant of everything they actually need from woodcutting. I think it makes like a fire 2-hand for them or something. Which is pretty bad. It's really slow attack speed. Maybe once it gets a good cool special attack, it'll be better though. I think it's among one of their worst weapons. Similar to how the 2-hand Necro Axe is for us. It's really only good if you're doing like a 1-to-1 versus something that's like Necro. With like a super quick attack speed. There is actually one thing where it's actually good for Guardian. I mean for Cryonite. There's one enemy in the entire game where the 2-hand that in this current state before any other updates or special attacks is good for. And it's actually the Metallion, or the Metalith. The Metalith is immune to Cryo, so we can't use the ice weapon. And is weak to Necrome. And this is actually perfect for the 2-hand weapon that Cryonite has. Because Chapter 3 in general is set up really well for Cryonite. And this is one of the enemies that's like perfect for his axe. Like the only one I think in the entire game. Where it's both immune to blue but weak to Necrome while having a high attack speed. Yeah, this thing attacks like every 4 tick or something, and the axe is like every 6, so you just walk under every time and get a whack on it. And you can't use your blue weapons because it's immune. So it's the perfect thing to use your 2-hand axe on. I think it's the only enemy in the entire game that weapon is good on. Like, better than any other alternative. It's like the only best in slot option. I mean, not the only best in slot option, but the only place where it is best in slot, I mean. Everything else, it's like neutral or worse. How are we doing on money right now? Oh, it's good about to get us to 8. Nice. All right, 2 more gold to go. Technically, we need way, way more. But at least for today's goal. Always gotta set those small goals. That's one thing that you really gotta do with games like this. Like, don't over... Oh, no! We're actually 8 silver short! Oh, no, I got gypped. But you always gotta be setting small goals. And not, like, over-scoping them too much. Like, obviously, one of our goals is, let's go get 500 all. But obviously, you gotta get a lot smaller goals on that way. Even just something like 200 all. You gotta have, like, so many smaller goals in between. I think that's something that kind of burns people out on games like this. In like old school RuneScape and, you know, Brighter Shores and any other similar game to this. Where it's like an endless grind game. Because you always got to make sure whatever your current grinds are absurdly obtainable. With how much time you have. And you can easily do it for like any amount of time. Even if you only have like 10 minutes or an hour. You still set goals that fit that range. Obviously we set goals that normally, you know, can go for however long we're streaming on a given day. However, like today our goal is only to do 10 gold since we're not streaming as long. So it's a lot more of an obtainable goal. But you can still do it with like even like an hour or something. Like just try getting to like your next creature. Like I feel like that's something really easy to do in combat. Is try to go from creature to creature. It's a little bit RNG based. But there are definitely a lot of jumps where you can easily do it. Like within an hour. Like going from Tentacle to Toad or from Toad to you know, the one that's literally only 2 levels higher. Like, these are really easily obtainable goals, and even just an hour or 2. Or even less, depending on if you get lucky drops. Like, for example, if we were to go do Mind Fighter right now at 100. Actually, that wouldn't quite be true for this one, because we're already at the slime. I was going to say we tried to go from slime to the next creature, but we're actually at a point where we'd want to camp the slime a little bit longer. But if we were a little bit higher, you know, we could try going from slime to the next creature. That would take longer than 1 hour, though. But if you had 1 hour goal, it could just be, you know, just kill, like, X number of them. Do it until you get like a few full inventories of their supplies. Until you bank like 50 of the alchemy thingies. Or 100 of them. I do feel like if you're playing with a shorter amount of time per day though, most of your goals are based around where your knowledge is at. Or, you know, where your knowledge into, the knowledge points into AFK skills. Because you have to think of like what your AFK pathing is to whatever your goal is. Like if you're doing Lost and Found, for example, and you're trying to get 40 bone rate or 38 bone rate for the quest, one of the things you could do within that short period of time, if you only have like 15 minutes to an hour, is let's say we're at, I don't know, 33 bone rate right now, after getting done with the AFK from the 32, because we just did it, we logged back on, we got from like 32 to 33.5, and now we're like right here. You know, one of your goals that you'd want to do within that time would be to go get to 36, so you can get to the next one. So you would get the knowledge that you need to go unlock it, as well as all the XP you would need to go get. And then you're good to go. And then you start AFKing that one for all that time. And then boom, you're pretty much there. Because you could do a +2 boost on that, and then you're pretty much there by the time you next log in. It's like small stuff like that. But yeah, tomorrow's goal, honestly, I have no clue what my tomorrow's goal is. There's so many things I want to get done right now. Biggest priorities for tomorrow, obviously money making. Money making is huge right now. So we definitely got to be prioritizing that. But other things, we're getting really close to our first ever 200 plus venture. So I do kind of want to power mine, especially if we have queuable actions to mess around with it. As starting tomorrow, I can start doing carbonese ore. We're definitely doing some amount of carbonese. But depending on the update, or if there even is one, depends on how long we do it for. But I definitely want to do some amount of carbonese ore tomorrow. And test how long the banking takes and start doing some math on that to see if it's worth banking or not. Based on the math I did earlier, if every single inventory takes 1 minute to go bank, it is nearly 10 gold per hour banking it all. If you just count the banking time. Not counting the mining time, if you just count the banking time. The process of banking it over and over and over again perpetually is 10 gold an hour. You're not getting any XP or knowledge during it, but 10 gold an hour is not low. That's actually a pretty sizable amount. That is not horrible. But that's how much savings in ore we'd be getting. So it kind of convinced me that we're definitely banking them all. It's one of the reasons I didn't want to drop them on the ground. You can for tier 1, 2, and 3. And maybe even for tier 4s, like in the questionable in-between. But tier 5 and 6, we definitely can't be leaving on the ground. That's just too valuable. Even just tier 5 alone is like 10 gold an hour if you just count banking time. And what I mean by that is, you know, the time from going from teleporting it over and over again to the bank. Not counting mining time. And the reason for that is just keeping them as separate options. But you can do that for quite a few things. Like, let's say you can take like an you can even almost do that for the 12-hour thingies. Like, you figure out the hourly XP rate for ventures. Like, let's say, for example, it takes 1 minute to go to the middle of town to go claim this venture. Like, you know, it takes a minute to go teleport to there, walk all the way over, and then teleport back to whatever you were doing. Let's say that takes like 1 minute. You can already find out the XP rate and the gold rate and everything for this by just timesing it by 60. Obviously, you can only claim it twice per day. But you can find its hourly rate by just, you know, multiplying it out. Like, obviously, you can't do it for a whole hour straight. But it's the effective hourly rate of what you're getting from the time that you're putting into it. Which is actually pretty high, because I think it's like 23 silver. Let's say it's 23 silver. I think it's like 26 silver and some scrap. And let's say it does take a minute. We just times that by 60, and that's basically how much it's coming out to per hour. And this is pre-200 as well. We're not even at the better one yet. So 60 times, what, 23 did I say? So this is 1.3 gold an hour. Doing this at like level 160 or whatever you unlock it at. It's not too bad. Plus all the XP. I forget what the XP rate is though, because I forget what the XP drop was. But it's about 1.3 gold per hour. You can only do it twice per day. But the effective time that you're putting into it relative to a whole hour of time is 1.3 gold an hour. So definitely worth it, of course. It's not even counting the XP. And you can access that pretty early. Well, not like early, but that's the 160, I believe. Or sorry, the 194. We got a while before we get to 287. I wonder how much silver it gives, though. Because this is probably closer to like 2 or 3 gold an hour, the 287. Probably close to 2 gold an hour. Actually, I can go check it. I know he's times it by 60, and that's about what it would be then. Obviously, that would take over the course of 30 days, though. It's not like you're getting it all at once. Obviously, you can't just camp it for an hour. It is over the course of a month, but you're effectively using 1 hour of time, is what we're calculating out for. Like, obviously, it takes a whole month, but you're only using an hour of time over the course of that month. Maybe I'll go do the math on it, because the wiki probably has the number, hopefully. Find out in a second. Let's see. Grab all that. Yeah, it should be almost 2 gold an hour, if not slightly higher. Probably around 2, though. Yeah, let me go check. Wanted posters. Wanted poster. Wanted poster. I assume I can just click on tier 5 and then it'll tell me. Alright, that didn't quite do what I wanted. The wiki doesn't have the number. No! Maybe under detective. It probably does, it's just in the wrong menu. Or not the wrong menu, but the other menu. Here we go. No, this is forensic, I think. Wait. I think this is the one. Hold. We'll get there, Alright, where is it? No, that's the filings. No! It's not the one I need. Wait, maybe it's all the way at the bottom for venture. Here we go. It doesn't tell! No! Wait, what? What? How? Why? It has the XP rate, but not the money. Wait, what? It tells you the level. It tells you the experience, which means they definitely had to have taken it. But it doesn't tell you how much money you made. That's the thing I wanted to go check right now. Oh, that's funny. It is every bit of info except the one I actually wanted. Wonderful. I don't know, could we assume it's the same ratio of the difference, though? There's no way it's that big a difference, though. There's no way it's almost like 8 times more money. Because if it is, that's like 10 gold an hour for doing the 287 watch person thing. Obviously, you can't perpetually camp it. That's over the course of a month. But the effective time spent is like 20 gold an hour if we were to multiply the difference of the XP. Though I highly doubt it's that much more gold. But yeah, the one info I actually wanted, it's not there. They have a category for it, but it's not filled out at all for some reason. Which I don't understand why. The weirder part is they have all the XP numbers, but don't have any of the profit numbers at all. Which means you had to have checked and gone out of your way to figure out what the XP number is. But then also proceed to not put the profit number in for any of them. Not sure what happened there. The wiki will get there eventually, though. I wonder how they've been keeping up with it. Like, who's even updating the wiki these days? Is there even a crew, like, properly updating it constantly? Because I know it was kind of like a community effort at first, but then probably a few people that were, like, really heavily prioritizing it. But there's still so much missing info right now. But the weirder part is like, they went out of their way to put in the XP amount. Why would not also just do the money amount at the same time? That's the thing that confuses me. Like, how do you have one number but not the other? You get both numbers at the same time. Yeah, it's not that important. I was just doing some quick math on some stuff. Because we were just talking about effective XP per hour. I mean, money per hour for some things. Not that you could perpetually do them, but in the fact of, like, how much it comes out to relative to how much time you put into them. Because every single day, you only have to spend 2 minutes doing that, roughly. But per effective hour, even the one at 197 is giving 1.3 gold an hour. It just takes over a course of a month to cash it in. Because I was mentioning it with the Carbonice earlier. Because banking the Carbonice is effectively about 10 gold an hour. But you're getting, you know, that's only counting the banking time of them. And during that time, you're not getting any XP and no knowledge. But it's effectively about 10 gold an hour. We'll time it when we go do it tomorrow. It might even be close to like 12 gold an hour to bank them compared to letting them despawn on the ground. So it really comes down to which one do you value more. Like 10 gold per hour plus with no EXP being gained. Or no knowledge being gained as well. Or dropping them on the ground for better XP rate. Because I'm considering banking. 10 gold an hour is not small. Even if you're getting nothing in return other than the gold. It basically comes down to, would you want to be a runner or not? Because that's kind of like the whole runner philosophy. Like, you're not getting any knowledge, you're not getting any XP points or anything like that. But hey, if the money per hour is enough, you would do it. And hey, 10 gold an hour, that's not small. 10 gold per hour of savings? That's not a small amount. And we don't even need trading to be able to do it. You can do it now. You just gotta mine some tier 5 Carbonice, and instead of letting it despawn, you just bank it. Obviously, we're going to be doing the 24 method that we did with the iron ore. It'll just require a little bit more juggling than before. I think my plan is to make 3 stacks, then collapse all the stacks on the 4th stack. I think that will end up working out for it. We'll be testing it tomorrow. We're going to be doing exactly what we did for iron ore, but for Carbonice. But instead of collapsing the 1st stack immediately, we're going to do 4 stacks on the ground and then collapse them all upon the 4th. So we'll make like a little square and then collapse a square onto one tile. And then bank them once we have 120. Because you can do that in 5 trips then. But that's going to be our plan for tomorrow is, for whenever we make the mining guide, I want to go and make the banking situation figured out. Because we're still covering that mining guide, by the way. Eventually. I just have to test every single thing, and we have such a big level range between every single one. But yeah, we'll be doing Carbonice tomorrow. Testing how the 120 bank method works on it. We're going to have to do a lot of Tentacle Road tomorrow. Not sure how much I'll be doing mining, but I definitely want to try the method for at least an hour, if not a couple hours. And who knows, maybe we'll have queuable actions by then. Highly doubt it, though. I don't think it's coming tomorrow. It's definitely coming soon, though. Yes, at 1,000 gold, it becomes a platinum. I want to check something here. I want to see if Meadow teleports here again. He definitely should. Yeah, okay. It's hard to tell what he was turning in there, though. Based on the angle he came from, it was either turning in carrots or Which I think it has to be that, actually. I think it was turning carrots. Based on the angle he came in and everything. Because he wouldn't have gone there just to buy something, I don't think, from that angle. Because he came from the left, not from the north. If you watch stats, you always gain knowledge. True, true. I try to give info as much as I can. I feel like in recent streams, I haven't been as much. Just because obviously we're doing way longer grinds now. Compared to when we're constantly changing from one activity to the next. But yeah, we'll be testing the ore method, banking method for tomorrow. It's the same thing we did for iron, except the strategy's gonna be different. I haven't seen anyone ever actually do it. Because most people just drop their carbonies. But we're gonna be doing the same 120 method that we did on iron, except it's gonna be a lot more walking. Because the bank is way further than a few tiles away, that's for sure. It's like 9 rooms away. Instead of something like 5 tiles, it's 10 rooms. It is so far away. It is still worth banking, though. Because we're going to time it, and as long as it's under a minute, it's over 10 gold an hour in savings. And 10 gold an hour is not small, even if you're gaining no knowledge or XP during it. That is a pretty hefty amount of gold saved. It really cuts into XP time, though. The XP per hour is going to be worse than iron. Actually, that's something I can go check. How much were we banking from iron per hour? That's another thing to consider, too. Let me go double check something. How much was iron ore, tier 5 iron? Because we established we were getting, what, 500 per hour? Pretty safely? Technically slightly up beyond. Let's say it's only 500 an hour. Because we're actually getting a little bit higher than that. Well, let's just say it's 500. It was actually like more like 530 something. Let's just say it's 500. Just in case we're slowing down on something or looking up something or, you know, doing things that would distract us. But let's say it's only 500, even though it's higher than that. How much is iron ore per hour? If you just count banking time. Because we know banking for it took 50 seconds for a whole 120. Which means, gosh, that number's got to be so big. Wait. This is going to be so skewed. Just because of the amount of mining you have to do for it. But this is actually insane. Maybe we don't bank carbonies. Because I'm about to do this number and it's going to be very big. Okay, so let's say it only takes a minute. Obviously, this is over a longer duration of time. But if we just count banking time, we were getting about 50 seconds. But let's say we go slower. And counting absolutely everything, it takes a minute. Even though it was actually 50 seconds. And we got some even lower than that. But let's say it's a whole minute. Just to be fair for everything else. So 5.72 times 120 times 60. Oh, this number is going to be really absurd. Okay, maybe we don't bank carbonies. Hold up. So carbonies banks about 10 gold worth of ore per hour. Do you know how much iron is if you just count banking time? It is 41 gold. Just counting banking time, and that's assuming you take longer. It's actually even more than that. It's actually over 50 gold an hour. But just counting banking time of iron ore is basically over 50 gold an hour. Because you can get it slightly under 50 seconds per inventory. And even if it takes you a whole minute, it's still 41 gold an hour. That's actually insane. Okay, maybe we don't bank carbonies. That's actually kind of funny. But you bank over 10, or sorry, you bank over 4 times as much value per hour banking iron ore than you do banking carbonies. But in all fairness, carbonies is like 10 rooms away, whereas iron ore is like less than 10 tiles away. Which is a very big difference in the amount of length you have to go to bank. Also, that's not how much you're actually making per hour. It's the amount you're making from banking over the course of an hour of banking. Because that's the money for 1 hour of banking, not 1 hour of actually mining. The amount of money for 1 hour of mining is, actually I could tell you. 500 times whatever the number was over there. Iron ore is 7.2, 7.2, 5.72. Iron ore is at least 2.8 gold an hour mining it. That's counting mining time and banking time. But if you count just the effective banking per hour, you're making over 50 gold an hour. Even 41 gold plus, even if you're doing it slow. It's like the bare minimum is 41 gold plus. But if you're doing it really quickly, it's 50 gold plus an hour. Just counting banking time. Or if you're counting it the actual full process per hour, it's 2.8 gold an hour. Technically slightly higher, almost like 2.9 or even 3. Because I keep lowballing it just to make sure it's like guaranteed that number. Because that's the lowball estimate. That's like the minimum you're making. It'd be higher if you go tick perfectly and everything. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Maybe we do drop carbonies. Like, we're giving up a lot of value, but gosh, if we really want value, just do iron ore or even more. Just do iron ore all the way through. I still want to bank some carbonies, though, so we will still be testing the method tomorrow. As I still want to get at least 1,000 carbonies at some point. And who knows, maybe we're doing that tomorrow. Not sure how many carbonies we can get per hour. It's definitely 300 something. We're able to get, what? A little over 500 iron ore an hour. So counting the extra time from carbonies, it should be like 300 to 400 carbonies per hour. So if we only wanted to get 1,000 carbonies, it would take about 3 hours then. Which is quite a bit longer. Like a whole extra hour. But, yeah, after that, we'd probably ignore carbonies for the rest of the time. Or just drop it to the ground. Or just do iron. Honestly, I'm still considering just doing iron instead. Especially because queuable actions. You know how AFK it's going to be to do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron, and then bank? Even though you're giving up like 20% of loot per hour. That's just going to be so chill. Compared to the alternative. And you're still banking over 2 gold worth of value per hour. Even if you do an 888 and then bank. That's still 2 gold worth of profit per hour. If you're counting just like the iron ore, if compared to buying it from the shop to go train smithing. Which isn't that bad at all. Because it would be about just as AFK as a leatherworker. Because leatherworker has like, what, about a minute AFK per thing. Whereas doing 8 iron is about almost 1 minute AFK. Probably like 50 seconds. And then the bank time is even quicker to do compared to leatherworker. Because you're just so close to a bank. Because in that case, you would be banking every 24. You wouldn't be doing the whole drop thingy. You would take 8 here, queue up all 8, do all 8, do all 8, go to the storage rift, go back, you're good to go. The problem with leatherworkers, you have to go very, very far. It's the main thing that makes it super not AFK. Even if they had queuable actions to it. Is banking is really annoying. You have to teleport and go walk all the way over here. Trade this guy, then walk all the way south. Buy from him, then go all the way back here to start it again. Or you have to go all the way over here, bank there, and then come back, buy this, and then go back to it again. It is exceedingly non-AFK. Whereas iron ore with 8Q, which is probably coming in the next week or so, is just so free. You do 8, you do 8, you do 8, you bank, you go back, repeat. And you have an infinite loop there. Bank is like, what, 12 tiles away or something? And it's just so much better. So I'm probably going to be doing that after we test the carbonies tomorrow. Whenever queuable actions come in, I think that's like the main one we're going for. Is just AFK iron. Because it's better than carbonies. From an AFK perspective, it's better than andesite. The only real question is, does platinum start to become better after it? Because I believe it does. Platinum is more annoying to bank, and it's slightly less AFK. But, it should be a high enough ore that it might finally be better than iron. We'll definitely test it eventually. We're not going to be 262 mining anytime soon, though. Because I'm not rushing the mining grind. But we'll be testing some things with it tomorrow, especially when queuable actions come out in the next week. Even if queuable actions aren't out tomorrow, I can still test what I want to go test with it once we get to carbonies. And we'll have it just from AFK mining tonight. Or, you know, the passive activity off stream. Yeah, it's a game plan for tomorrow. Unless whatever his update is just throws everything on his head. Because we have no clue if we even get an update tomorrow. Like how much of a revolutionary change will be. Because any week now, he could just drop a change that just changes the game forever. Just out of nowhere. We're starting to get to that point in the game in early access. Hey, a red Santa hat. Where any random patch on any day could be the one that just revolutionizes the game forever. Like the day that trading comes out. Or the day they fully finish reworking combat. Or the day they add special attacks. Honestly, even the day they add the first boss. As well as the day we finally get the first new chapter. Whenever chapter 5 comes in like 3 to 6 months from now. Like, those are updates that in just like a single day, there's just going to be so many things. Especially a new chapter. You know how long that's going to take? Because I'd probably want a 200 all the chapter. particularly Armor Maker. But probably Gatherer. Those are like the two ones I'm definitely focusing on the most. I'm probably going to put Builder on the back burner a little bit because some amount of the gathering skill will probably be required for Builder. So the initial push would be just entirely on Armor Maker and the gathering skill. I do plan to get Builder up, but I'd say it's third priority. Where Gatherer is the first highest priority just in case it has tie-ins with Armor Maker and or Builder. Second priority being Armor Maker just because it's so useful for everything. Mostly combat. But, you know, like every combat needs armor. And then, yeah, and then we go all in on Builder, assuming it's relevant. The combat would be the only one we'd probably just full ignore. Just because there wouldn't really be much of a need to go for it specifically there, but, oh no, we'll find out. We don't really know how much different that that combat's going to be. Because 1 and 2, they're pretty samey. 3, it's basically just Forager or Gatherer as a combat skill. And in in Chapter 3, it's basically Forager or Gatherer and a combat skill. And then Watch Person has like an AFK thingy. Like, they're the only two that are a little bit more unique. The first 2 chapters are very samey to each other as far as what you get for doing combat with them. So hopefully Chapter 5 will be quite a bit different, but we'll see. I feel like Chapter 5 is going to have a lot more of a Chapter 1 or 2 layout, though. In that you're going to get some supplies for Builder, you're going to get some supplies for Armor Maker, potentially from some kills. Maybe some of the gathering supplies that you otherwise would have gotten. But beyond that, it's like similar to the drop table you'd be seeing from Chapter 1 or 2. I don't think we're going to see like a Chapter 3 or 4 drop table. But technically 4 doesn't even have a drop table. It's so bad that 4 drop table. But, you know, 4 has like a different option because of the detective. I don't think Builder would add a new combat method to Shield Breaker. No, maybe. Maybe you have to protect a fort or something. Maybe you have some kind of activity where you gain Builder and Shield Breaker XP. Where you have to go and repair an area and defend it. So you're going to have to, like, repair it and do combat at the same time. Now, that would actually be pretty cool. I don't think they're going to do that. Almost like a little mini tower defense where you have to go keep repairing the base. Almost like that one boss fight that was in Chapter 2. Where you have to keep repairing your raft. Except you would actually gain Builder XP. And probably have to fight off like a bunch of units, not just like one big one. Almost like an in-between of Raid Dens and the Chapter 2 boss fight thing. Shades of Morton v... Oh yeah, that basically is Shades of Morton. Where you have to defend against the Shades and keep getting building. Or, you know, keep building. Ironically, that actually doesn't give you Builder XP, though, in that game. It actually gives you Construction XP. I mean, it actually gives you Crafting XP. Because that minigame was added before Construction existed. And even to this day, even in old school RuneScape, it actually doesn't give you Construction. It gives you Crafting. And the only reason it's like that is because Construction didn't exist. Because Shades of Morton came out in like 2004 or 5 or something. And Construction didn't come out till 2006. Like 2 years later. And to this day, it actually still does not give you Construction XP, even though you're doing Construction the entire time. You're basically fending off against a bunch of Shades while repairing like a temple wall. But I can see him doing something like that for Builder. Where it does combat with Builder, where you have to keep building up the place and defending it while doing combat. So you get Builder XP and combat at the same time. It'd probably be very similar to Raid Dens, though, in that you get almost no reward other than XP. But you would get a lot of Builder and combat XP at once if that was a thing. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. I would love for that to be an activity in next patch. There's nothing indicating that it will, but he has done it before. It's literally just Shades of Morton. I didn't even think about that till you mentioned that. Or Lambback mentioned it. But yeah, it would literally just be Shades of Morton. Except just slightly different. That's kind of funny. But yeah, it'd be good. Especially since you've probably seen how successful, you know, Raid Dens are. Like how popular they are to do. And that's pretty Raid Den-like. It would be less AFK than Raid Dens, though. It'd be far less AFK than Raid Dens. But it would have the same premise of that you'd be multi-skilling combat with Builder at the same time. Yeah, it's basically the Frog Boss in Episode 2. Except you would actually be gaining XP. Because you don't actually get Carpentry XP during the Frog Boss. I hope if it's ever repeatable, you do. But yeah, it'd basically just be the Frog Boss, except a bunch of smaller units instead of one big boss. And you'd be getting Builder and Combat XP instead of just Combat. Because for whatever reason, the boss fight doesn't actually give you Carpentry while you're doing it. I hope if they ever make it repeatable, which I definitely assume he's going to be a repeatable boss. I really hope they make it give you Carpentry XP for all the logs you use. Or, you know, all the planks to repair the boat. That way it could also be a plank sink beyond just bone right for any excess planks in the game. It'd also make it so you require that resource to actually give woodcutting and carpentry a purpose. But I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think he's going to do something like that for Chapter 5, but I really hope he does now that I'm thinking about it. Because that'd be such a perfect way to go do them together. Or you're like defending a fort and constantly keep repairing it while fighting things. And just multi-skilling them like you would with Watch Detective Dens. It'd basically be the same thing, just more active. Because we need more multi-skilling in this game. There's currently none. Well, other than raid dens. Other than raid dens, there's no multi-skilling. What I mean by that is gaining EXP and 2 skills simultaneously. I don't mean like mining and then smithing it, because that's 2 independent activities. I mean one activity where you're gaining EXP for both at the exact same time. And the only one in the entire game is raid dens right now, where you do a bunch of combat and at the same time you're gaining detective. Yes, detective's all the way at the end, but you're getting them both simultaneously. It's not like you have to cash them in later, like mining into smithing or woodcutting into carpentry. You're immediately getting them. But it's the only skill in the game that's like that. So hopefully Shield Breaker with Builder will have that kind of synergy as well for at least one activity. Because that'd be a lot of fun. And it worked really well for this. And I know in Old School RuneScape, they tend to be some of the better methods you could do as well, as far as how they're scaled. Like, it's almost always better to train 2 things at once than it is to train 1 independently. Unless you just really need the material from, or a unique drop from the one activity. But it's almost always better to be multi-skilling rather than single-skilling. If you're doing it purely for XP. But the only one we have right now are raid dens, where it gives you no loot whatsoever, but you gain a ton of XP. And that's the whole point of multi-skilling. Is you sacrifice reward for EXP rate and get into multiple skills at once. Hey, how we doing on gold, by the way? I said I want to go all the way until we get like 10 gold. Almost at 9. So I'll be back in 1 second. Need to go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Oh. We're back, we're back. That Patizia stood in the merchant. Yeah, he's going all in. I think he's going all the way to 500 at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Hello, Lester. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're almost there. Next inventory should get us to 9, and the main goal is to get to 10 right now. They'll probably call for tonight because it is getting pretty late. It's still going to take us about an hour, though. Off stream, I'll probably still be running at some, though, because we really need that money. Oh, we get to move to our next hide soon, though. There's one other goal. Alright, maybe I'll go bank these, then. These would be, like, the last one we can actually bank. Because I think this inventory gets us to 181. And then we move up to the next high tier. Which is, I believe, our third to last tier before 200 plus. Because we get the next cow, then we get deer, and then we get black cow. Yeah, those are the final 3. Oh, this will also be the start of tier 5. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, tier 5 hides start at level 181. So we're almost there. It's our first ever tier 5, and tier 5 should go to about 300 something. Some of them up to almost like 400 something. But this lowest tier 1 should go to like 330-ish, 340-ish. So, yeah, we're already starting to get to like the 199 to post 200 area. Yeah, it's pretty good. Eventually, these are going to reach the point where they get post 200 automatically, though. Like Superior Black Cow or Superior Sheep. The base level of them for when you craft something is probably like already 200 minimum. So you can't do a 199 out of them. The last 199s are either going to be Deer Hide or Black Cow. It's actually one of the reasons I want to go bank a lot of deer. The other reason I think it might be a 199 is the 218s were dropping it a lot. So it might be like the very last 199 you can end up getting. Because that was like the main thing they kept dropping over and over again. Actually, I have a lot of it banked. I didn't actually look at it earlier. I'll go check it now. I want to see what our tracker is on Deer Hide. Because I think I have like 100 of them banked. 200? 300? We actually have a lot of them. And I plan to keep all of them. You know, process them and then make them and just bank them. Because when you already have them banked, one strategy that you can do is you go from here, you go do the whole process, you then bank over here, and then you walk right back. It's something you normally can't do because you're normally forced to have to go over there. But it's one of the few times where it's actually quicker to use the leather bank. I needed to go double check the exact amount of tiles, but I'm pretty sure it's a bit quicker. The only weird thing is this curve, since you can't cut through the curve. You're kind of like forced to have to go like a weird windy way. I'm pretty sure it comes out to be slightly better if you already have them banked, but only if you already have them banked. It's not worth going out of your way to bank them, but if you already got them from combat or from trading, it works. Alright, let me go check something. Oh wow, we got 336 of them. That's a lot, actually. What are these hide tiers? We got 94s. We got a 153. We got some 72s. And of course, this is the bulk of them. These were from the 218s. We got a bunch of 190s. Are we going for AFK Leatherworker? Kind of. I'm actually currently getting up a merchant for it. This is mostly just future-proofing. Because at 211, we'll be able to go do the merchant AFK. And down the line, yes, the Leatherworker one, I probably will do at some point. Not quite yet, though. But the one that we get from the 211 merchant AFK gives us the 230 Leatherworker AFK. So probably will unlock it eventually, just not in the short term. The main reason I want the merchant one is to fill the dead zone from 211 to 216, as well as to have it for any future dead zone. As this is not going to be the only dead zone ever. But it's mostly to make the 211 to 216 merchant grind a lot easier. So once we get to 211, I'm probably just going to AFK it until we get to 216, then we got to manually do it again to 222. And then we probably stop with Leatherworker for a while. I mean, Merchant for a while. As well as Leatherworker. That brings us to 210 Leatherworker before we hit a wall again. Which allows us to do some post 200. So all that AFK I get earlier from the 230, I can't actually use for quite a while. So I'm actually not going to be acknowledging Leatherworker for a bit. I'm only putting it into Merchant just because of the dead range. But the actual stuff I get from it, I can't use the 230 Leatherworker, which I don't plan to have anytime soon. Until like a month before Chapter 5 is announced, pretty much. Because I do want to do it heavily before it comes out, but honestly, for the current state of the game, 222 Merchant into 210 Leatherworker is probably more than enough. It's only when we get closer to Chapter 5's release will I care a bit more about getting them up. And then we can just do a mad rush like a few weeks beforehand. Hopefully it announces it a little bit beforehand. As long as we do that grind by like, you know, like April, May. Actually, maybe even, wait, why can I not remember March? Why can I not remember the third month? But yeah, by one of those months, we should be fine. But after we get it to 222 and 210, which is no time soon, but when we do, we don't have to worry about it for like another 3 months. Unless we just really want to go print some money. But I feel like we'll get enough from other skills that won't be as needed. It's gonna be a lot of gold that we earn in between then. 222 Merchant to 210 Leatherworker is a lot of profit if we sell like half our hides. As well as just the Merchant's natural profit. So hello, Alex. Welcome, welcome. This game is dead. Well, it's kind of in like a little bit of a stagnant state right now, but you know, they're still working on it. Still has a long ways to go. Hasn't even released yet. But yeah, like player base number wise, yeah, it is on the smaller side, but I said it before, as far as way back when, even when like all the way at the beginning of the game. Like we're around as long as he keeps going and updating the game. As long as he's keeping the servers up and updating it. Even if that number goes below 1,000, I'd still be around. And I'll eventually go back up. It just needs to release some really major content. Like Chapter 5, bossing, the full combat rework and everything. Like, I think Old School RuneScape went as low as, like, 7,000 at one point. And now it's, like, the third biggest MMO ever. On track for, like, first biggest MMO ever. Like, during leagues, it was 2 months ago, I think they had, like, 220,000 peak, somewhere around there. Something absurdly high. Obviously, this game's never going to get that big. But, you know, it's going to bounce back once it actually gets, like, you know, actual content. Because right now, it just doesn't have that much. Unless you just really like skilling and grinding. Luckily, I really like skilling and grinding, so... Perfect current state, the game's perfect. I don't know, I wouldn't really say this game flopped. It's just not completed yet. I guess you could say the argument he should have worked on it more before he released. But I think the main reason he wanted to release it at this point is just to get community feedback and everything. So that the community can help structure the game and everything. Rather than him just kind of doing it on his own with the few people that have been helping him. Because you can't really gauge community feedback as well if the game's, like, you know, not released. What we're doing. Oh, nice. We're finally at tier 5. We just mentioned this earlier. We're at tier 5 now. This hide should go up to about level 330 or 340 in the future. So we're already future-proofed pretty far as how far we can go with Armor Maker. It's one of the reasons why I kind of want to stop at 222. As the hide that we get at Superior Black Cow, we don't currently know until next chapter, but Superior Black Cow, if it's anything like the other skills, should go up to about level 370 armor or so. Like at least 350. Like bare minimum, it goes up to 350. Because Perfect Black Cow Leather goes to 380. Or, you know, you start at 380. So you could even say the argument might go up to like 379. But at bare minimum, it goes to like 350, if not a little bit higher. And that's the one we could start doing at right there at 196. And that would be the one we're stuck with for a while as well. But that should future-proof our Armor Maker for quite a while. It's one of the reasons I don't really want to go higher than 222. Because that's the final one that we end up getting then. I mean, it lasts us to like 350-ish. And obviously we'll need better armor than 350 at some point, but no time soon. Yeah, it can only get better from here. It's not like the game's going to go downhill. I think that's the big concern with Old School RuneScape as well, like people who play it. Is like there's definitely a lot of updates they can do, like Project Xanaris or Sealing or any other big thing. Where it would actually ruin the game rather than improve the game. But honestly, at this point, Brighter Shores is at the point where he could do anything and it will be an improvement. Not that the current state of the game is bad in that regard. But still just so early in development that, you know, you could do something absurdly radical at any point. And it wouldn't really, like, affect things too much. Or is games like Old School RuneScape, they're already so established that they can't just do something like that. Like, I think Sailing Alone, which is just one new skill, has been in development for like 4 years now. Like 3 or 4 years. And it's still basically where it's still pretty much in the same state that it was before. It's in like development hell. You like games where you can just grind levels and don't mind at all? Yeah, this game is really chill in that regard. Other than Merchant. Merchant's pretty try-hard. But every other skill is really chill. Wait, what do I even need to do for this? I think it's just liming pit into the other thing. Yeah, this one's really free. Actually, I like this one cycle. I didn't even think about that. What's the Black Cow one? We're going to have to do that one for a while. Because this one's really easy. You just go here, 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 and then you're out. Because every single one, even if when they're a different tier, it's the exact same array that you have to do. Like, there's what, 6 different hides? But every single hide has the same sets. Like, this thing being superior, or whatever it's at. This one's being, yeah, superior. Like, a superior white cowhide is the same step as, like, a basic white cowhide. Like, it's based on the hide, not based on the tier. So every cowhide you ever do that's of this exact cowhide would have the same 3 steps, which is why I already know it's this one, in the tanning bed, or tanning tub. A tanning bed. Guess we're gonna go tan our hide. With the power of light. But how many people are playing right now? If I had to guess at this moment in time, it's like, what, 1,300? I don't know, it's still not awful. I played games with way less, it still survived. Especially for early access. Yeah, it's at 1,552 right now. It's not horrible, horrible. It's definitely low when you're comparing it to like the mega MMOs. But for what is almost a solo project, that's still like insanely high. Like, I know he has a team behind him. It's not just Andrew Gower. But like, you know, like 70-80% of it's Andrew Gower. Like something absurdly high percent-wise. Like, he has a team behind him, but he's doing a good bulk of the work. Which is kind of insane, because I think it might actually be the smallest team of any MMO of that size. Especially if it ever gets bigger again. Like, this team size is so small. There's even something that was asked in the AMA if he's going to hire more people, but he actually said he's probably not going to. Because he wants the game to be sustainable into the future. So even when the player base is lower, he still wants to be able to sustain it. So he'd rather just do more of the work himself than to hire someone. Which means things will be a little bit slower progress-wise, but, you know, it'll make the game sustainable for years. Even if there is only like 1,000 people at any given time. But his game's going to look very different from year to year. Like, the state of the game 1 year from now compared to like 3 years from now, compared to like 6 years from now, all 3 of them are going to be, or 4 of them are going to be on like unrecognizable compared to each other. As far as like what the state of the game will be by then. Like, at least content-wise and everything. Yeah, MMOs generally, they'll have like a big spike at the beginning. Because, you know, it's like, ooh, new MMO. And then it'll go down to almost nothing. And then, you know, slowly grow from there. It tends to be how most MMOs go. These RuneScape Classic started, I think, at under 1,000. Old School RuneScape peaked, I think, initially at several tens of thousands, but then dipped down to as low as, like, under 10,000. Like, I think, like, 7, 6, 8,000 or so. And then it got all the way up to where it is today. And I think WoW's had some pretty big dips, World of Warcraft. Not sure where they're currently at because they have like so many different versions and other things going on. I haven't really been keeping up with what they're doing. But there's definitely been some times where their numbers have probably dipped like crazy, crazy low. That was mostly due to dumb mistakes that they made though. I don't feel like Andrew Gower would really do anything in that regard though. Like an update that would like kill the player base. He's pretty receptive to feedback. Even though there's not like a polling system directly in the game, like, you know, based on community feedback, you could definitely, you know, tweak into whatever the community wants for the most part. Like, technically, even the combat rework, I feel like is somewhat because of community feedback. Of, like, everyone being like, or not everyone, but a lot of people being like, you know, not necessarily liking the combat style as much. The fact that it's, like, divided by chapter and everything. So he's kind of rolling that back a little bit. Not completely, but at least partially. Yeah, you dropped around Evolution of Combat. Yeah, I actually stopped around the same time Andrew Gower did, which I always find funny. I stopped playing a little bit after Dungeoneering. And Dungeoneering came out in 2010, and I think I stopped playing by, like, early 2011. And Andrew Gower actually left Jagex pretty much completely in 2011. So we both left for pretty much the same time. For similar reasons. Just the direction of the game that was going in and everything. Well, him mostly because, he, you know, he was giving up most of his power, and then by that point, you know, started moving in, like, a weirder direction and everything. But it was even happening even before then. Dungeoneering was basically the last thing he ever made. I was never really, like, the biggest fan of Dungeoneering. I did enjoy it, though. But there's a lot of things with it that was kind of just average. Like, it was a lot of fun, but it didn't feel as RuneScape-y, I feel. Like, it was a fun concept. I just don't really feel like it felt like it fit in RuneScape as well. Like, the actual concept of it and everything. At least not as a skill. As an activity, it was fun. I think that was always my biggest issue with it. Is it was a fun activity, but didn't feel like it needed to be a skill. But yeah, I was actually never around during the Evolution of Combat days. Some people were asking, especially when we were having like more viewers in the early days of Brighter Shores, if we would ever try RuneScape 3. I definitely do want to at some point. I never have yet. The last time I played like OG RuneScape was 2011. Like, I'm still playing old school RuneScape, but as far as like the OG, like, you know, RuneScape 3 as it's called today, I haven't played it since 2011. Yeah, it definitely should have been more of a minigame than a skill. I think that was my biggest issue with Dungeoneering. By far. It was basically a minigame turned into a skill. But I wouldn't say MMO is generally a genre I play that often. It's kind of funny. Because the last, like, before I got back into old school RuneScape last year, in 2023, I don't think I played a single MMO in, like, 7 or 8 years during that time. Like, during the time I was doing college and early adult life. Well, it's because MMOs require, like, so much time investment. Like, we're at, what, right now? And we're not even, like, 10% through the game. We're at 740 hours at about 10% completion. And that's at the current state of the game. It's not even counting, like, multiple years from now when there's, like, 10 chapters in the game. But we're at about 10% of completion in the current state of the game, and we're at 740 hours. Yeah, MMOs are crazy, crazy time investments. So during college and during my early adult years, I just never really bothered with them. These are just such an absurdly high time investment compared to, like, other game genres. Yeah, where are we at for the hide? Oh, I never double checked. I should check the wiki to see how much money we're making from this. I feel like this is a really good money one. I think the previous one we were doing was slightly worse for money. Because, you know, you have to go, like, further as far as the movement and everything. Between every single action. Some of them take a little bit longer. But, I think this is one of the really good ones because you get, like, a triple really quickly here. So I'm going to bank this one, and then we're going to start selling them again. Let me go check. On our next cycle, I'm gonna go check the wiki then. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we didn't get enough? I thought that would make it tick over. Apparently not. Oh no. Hey, it's Meadow. He's going to go get his wines. He's heading for his wine run. Oh, where am I going? Wait, I'm like going all the way to the shop to go sell it, but from the other angle. That's not the right way. I was going to go bank, but was thinking sell. But I was doing the bank route. Yeah, the rest will start selling, though. Just want to make sure we have some amount banked. Gotta start selling just to be able to make the threshold, though. Do want to start saving a bit more than normal, though. There's one of those that should still be a 199. Even though this is tier 5, generally the first tier in every single thing still makes a 199. So even though this is tier 5, it should still make a 199 armor out of it. Which one? We have no clue, but it should still make a 199 out of it. I am curious which one of these hides are going to be used for which classes, though. Because oddly enough, assuming you can use the bones from chapter 3, the main one we're actually going to be needing is also, I like the mask on that one thing for like the tier 5 armor. But anyways, the main ones we're going to be needing is oddly enough bone right. Bone right and blacksmithing are going to be like the two biggest ones we need. So we don't currently know which hides are going to go to which. Like, for example, we don't know if this cow hide's going to be used for, you know, Cryon Knight, or for Hammer Mage, or for Guardian, or maybe all three of them use it. We just don't currently know. For all we know, this could be like the Hammer Mage hide, and we're just doing it out for no reason. Because I need that one the least by far. And the main reason I'll need the Guardian ones is because we have so many Spear Bones. And the reason we'll need the Cryon Knight is because we're Cryon Knight. But also because we have a lot of Spear Bars. Not as many as we have Spear Bones, but definitely to a decent degree. But yeah, we're probably going to sell the rest of these for the rest of the stream. And off stream, I'll probably bank a bit more. So we can get to our 10 gold milestone. Because at this point, we're about an hour away from it. From right where we're at right now. Because we can actually go check the wiki. If we go over to Leatherworker. Leatherworks. No, not Leatherworks. This Leatherworker. Did I type it wrong? Leather worker, there it is. Alright, leather worker. Let me go double check. What's the profit per hour on this? The profit per hour is 1.7 gold an hour. So yeah, a little under an hour if we go sell the rest. So that's probably a good bit of game plan then. We could bank like maybe one or two of them. But if we sell all of them, it's about 1.7 gold an hour, give or take a little bit. Not sure how much downtime they're calculating that based on, though. Like, are we talking about tick perfectly, or like a little bit of down? No down at all? But whatever it is, it's roughly 1.7 gold an hour. You just tuned in? Was that some high-level Hammer Mage armor? Yes, it's tier 5. I think after about level, a little over 200, it starts looking like that. It's the tier 5 Guardian armor. I mean, Hammer Mage. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. A lot of Hammer Mage armor actually looks really, really good at tier 5 and 6. In all fairness, all of them do. But they look quite a bit better compared to like how much of a step up they are. Because all Cryon Knight already looks pretty decent. So it's not as big of a step up. But yeah, it starts to look really, really good tier 5 and 6 for Hammer Mage. You can start getting like that face thing that he has, I believe around level 200 something. Like low 200 for Hammer Mage. But eventually we'll have our alt accounts wear and stuff like that too. But we got a little ways to go. I think their highest combat's only going to be like around 50-ish. So it's going to be a while before we get them cool armor. Because right now the priorities get Lost and Found done. And after Lost and Found, we'll be camping, like, here's some other, other ones too. This is a different armor set than the other guy was wearing. But that's tier 5 or 6, I can't tell which. But it's one or the other. But it's a different type than what the other guy was wearing. This is the one that looks a little bit more samurai-like. Yeah, both Guardian and Hammer Mage armors mostly look really good at the higher level range. Whereas Cryo Knight kind of has more consistency throughout. Though, oddly enough, Cryo Knight armor doesn't get too much more elaborate afterwards, though. By, like, tier 5 and tier 6 look almost identical. I think that's, like, the only big downside of Cryo Knight. In all fairness, a lot of the other ones, tier 5 to 6, also look pretty similar. But they have, like, a way bigger jump from, like, tier 4 to 5. Compared to Cryo Knight's, like, tier 4 to 5. Yeah, it's somewhat hard to tell on armor. Because the level ranges for it are a bit more unclear since we don't have an armor making skill. It's really easy to tell by weapon though, since you can just look at the weapon page and figure out what tier it is pretty quickly. And eventually once chapter 5 comes out, that would also be the case. It's a bit harder to tell right now just because of the lack of info in game on it. Because you can't even look at an item and tell. There's nothing on it that says it. Which is kind of weird because the hides do. Like if I go check the hide right here, it'll actually say superior white cow. But right there, superior white cow leather. But if you do the same for your armor, it doesn't actually tell you. Like this isn't gonna tell me that's a tier 5 superior mace. It just says rare flanged mace. But it doesn't say that's a rare superior flanged mace. Or whatever tier that is called for tier 5 there. Like it's visual tier 5 and everything, but it doesn't say anywhere on it that it is. Whereas something like the hide actually does. Like this says that's tier 5 right there with superior. Yet the product that you make from it, like the armor, like this armor doesn't say it's superior armor. Like this right here doesn't say it's superior chainmail torso. It just says rare, which is the rarity of it. But it doesn't actually say that's tier 5 anywhere on it. The material does, but the things you make the material into doesn't for some reason. At least currently. I guess they just didn't want to have information overload or something. There's only so much they could put on the card. Yeah, maybe they just didn't want to do it because they people would automatically think they were better. Because rarity doesn't actually increase damage at all. It only increases damage range. I mean, it only increases level range, I mean. Because we ended up testing that one day. We made like a, I think it was the rapiers. We ended up making a, an 87 rapier and an 88 rapier. And one of them was moderate, the other one was fine. They were one level from each other. They had the exact same damage output. So rarity has, or tier has no effect on damage or how effective it is. The only thing it has effect on is the level range. Because we had two weapons that were one hole less, you know, tier. One was tier 2, one was tier 3. And they were one level apart. And they were still the exact same stats. You know, they were same rarity, same stats, everything, but they were a different tier. So it seems to be purely visual and to determine what level range it has. But the tier itself doesn't inherently give more power. It's the level range that the tier gives you that gives you more power. The only exception to this is special attacks. Special attacks might scale based on the tier of the weapon. We don't currently know this until special attacks come out, though. But there is a chance that the percent chance, like, let's say something has, like, a chance to freeze something. At, like, tier 1, it might be 20%. You know, at tier 6, it might be, you know, like, 80% or whatever. But, stuff like that might be based on tier. We don't currently know, though. But right now, tier is literally just cosmetic and level range. It doesn't actually give you power. It's the level range that gives you power from it. But the tier itself does not just naturally give you more power. The only exception being if special attacks utilize it, so. But we don't currently know since they're not out yet. How's our money doing? Oh, we're about to get our 9 gold. 1 more gold to go. Which means we only have about half an hour then, slightly over. Not too much more to go. I'll still be running this some off stream as well. But I do want to go grab dinner because I actually haven't had dinner yet. I did have lunch, but I didn't have dinner yet today. Ended up just making up some burgers. As you finally ran out of leftovers. I don't have any Christmas leftovers left. Actually, they've been gone for a little bit now. We've officially finished out like everything. So we didn't do anything crazy for New Year's either. Actually, we didn't even make anything for it. We literally just did like a Taco Tuesday thing and went out to Taco Bell. I'm just surprised because normally that place is pretty crowded. And it actually wasn't like at all that day. I'm not sure why. Sometimes the place is like out the door crowded and then other days it's like a ghost town. But honestly, if you ever have a job like that, I guess you kind of would want it to be a ghost town though. That'd be so much less work. Because that was one nice thing that was good about flea marketing is you would have like the occasional rush where you'd make a lot of money. But then some of the other time, you kind of just get to chill. What's great about flea marketing is you still can kind of be doing something, because I used to do like a bunch of Lego stuff as well. So you can still be building some of your product while you're waiting. So I always had something to do. So even in the downtime, you could just chill and play around with some Legos, literally. While also just making them so you have them ready to go to be sold. There's obviously a lot of them you have to assemble yourself, and then you sell the assembled product to, or you sell the assembled product to people. So during the downtime, it was just really easy to just chill. Any job like that is so nice. You can kind of just do whatever. In between everything else. Alright, what am I doing? Go back over there. People buy assembled Legos? Yeah, at flea markets. That wasn't the only thing I did. I did like a little bit of everything. Anything you pretty much get cheap and just sell for more. I did like a little bit of everything. Just Legos were one of those nice ones since you could assemble them as you were just in the dead time. Or, whenever there's not as many people buying. You just be sitting there assembling stuff. But yeah, that was one of the biggest sellers. I sold both real and Chinese knockoff ones. But a lot of people, who just want like an object for it, they don't mind just buying the cheaper stuff. I sold a combination of both. They were very clearly labeled which ones were which, though. But everything that ever came in from China were always like, you always had to assemble them. None of them were pre-assembled. But most Legos are also like that. Some of them do, but a good majority of Lego stuff you have to assemble yourself as well. But everything that ever came in from China, you definitely had to completely assemble yourself. Some of them were really annoying because the pieces didn't fit as well as like Lego pieces, but they still fit. They still did effectively the same thing. It's just you could charge them a lot less. Like a single figure for like a China-made one, you could buy for like 10 cents and sell for $1 or $2. Get the Lego ones are a lot more expensive. How much you get them for really varies. But most of them go for like upwards of 5. Like most Lego, like real Lego figurines. Like the bare minimum is at least like 3. And some of them go as high as like 10, 20. At the highest that you'd ever sell, like the Chinese knockoff ones would be like 250 or so, or 3. These are paying like literal cents per each. These days are probably a lot more though, because I did that like a decade ago. These days, economy's probably shifted a little bit. But now I sold a lot of random junk during flea marketing. Pretty much anything I could get from like garage sales or anything, I just sell it all at it. That's the main thing I did for money during college. And it was probably the most money I ever made at any given time. Like every time you'd ever go out to the flea market, you can make anywhere from probably about 50 profit to about probably like 300 profit, give or take. The actual amount of money you bring in can vary though. Like every day would be anywhere from 100 to like 600. But not all of that 100 to 600 is pure profit though. Because obviously you have minus whatever the cost of getting all the objects were, plus the cost of the table, plus the cost of food while you're buying concessions there and everything. But I would say the average day was probably about 200 bucks for like 10 hours, which was like almost like 20 an hour, which isn't that bad. If you account for like every possible cost between gas, transportation, food, the stock of everything you're selling. But it was very variable because obviously not every day was consistent. Some days were more, some days were less. Well, on average, I think I came out to about $200 a day for about $20 an hour. It was very variable, though. And I've definitely not had a single job since that has paid that much, that's for sure. Not even YouTube. I think the most I've ever made on YouTube, like on average, if you did like every hour I put into YouTube, like since I started, I think we're at like $1 an hour. If you count like literally every hour we ever put into this YouTube channel, relative to every hour like paid out, it's probably like $1 an hour. Though, of course, a lot of those hours are pretty chill. Like, right now, we're literally just making leather. Doing the same thing over and over again. Flea marketing was pretty chill, though. Like, during rush hours of it, it was kind of annoying, though. If you have, like, 10 plus people at your table. Especially with how much theft happens. Because that's another unseen cost of it, too. People just stealing things. Or indirectly stealing things. Like, when they buy multiple product, but they put, like, an expensive one in between. Or something similar to that. Like if you're selling like multiple different objects, but some of them are like $2 and some of them are like $5, they'll hide like one of the more expensive ones between a bunch of cheaper ones. So you'll charge them for like $2 each when one of them is actually like $5 or something. There's a lot of that happens. Where it's not necessarily like theft, but like indirect theft. Not sure what you'd really call that. Like it's like halfway thieving. They're not like directly stealing it from you. Because you're still technically agreeing to the trade. Or, you know, to the transaction. But it's obviously, like, you know, unforeseen. It's one of the whole reasons why a lot of places, you know, they scan everything. Just to make sure that doesn't happen. That's kind of the whole reasons why, like, you know, food markets and everywhere else, they scan the little barcode thingies. You can't really do that at a flea market, though. There's not, like, an equivalence that you can do. Yeah, we're almost there. 9.3. Hey, Miles ES is doing leather as well. Or is that a merchant run? I can't tell. We'll find out when to go to the leather shop or not. I know. I can't get this lady. There we go. They're kind of hiding a bit. Let's see. They were doing... Ooh, they were doing a merchant run. They already left. I don't know. We'll find out if they're in the hide place. Unless we're over encumbered here. Let's see. How many people are in here? Oh yeah, they're doing merchant run. But we are pretty much at max capacity though. This place gets really crowded. I think one of the other main reasons for it too is like all of the skill is done in this room. Whereas most other skills are like multi-room separated. Like when you look at like the other production skills. I guess carpentry's like that, but you know, not many people want to do carpentry. But most of the other ones, ignoring carpentry, are divided amongst 2 rooms. I guess carpentry is too if you're going to bank them. Like here we have the 2 room between, you know, the bones. We have the 2 rooms with the stones. And even though this one is 1 room, the other smithing activity is all the way over there, so it's still 2 room divided. It's just a mile away. Whereas leatherworker is basically all 1 room. Obviously, if you count banking and buying of the things, it's technically a 2 room activity. But most of it is, you know, just the 1 room thing. The only skill that's kind of like that, that's production-wise, is... well, I guess there's quite a few of them, actually, now that I think about it. Well, no, if you're buying the supplies. Yeah, I guess the only one... Well, even if you're buying supplies, I guess all of them are. I would say the one room focus is definitely carpentry. It's one of the reasons why it feels so repetitive as well. Cooking is if you pre-buy it, but it's generally not worth pre-buying. Unless you already have it banked from, you know, forage or fishing, stuff like that. And it also determines if you are already pre-bought on potions. Otherwise, you have to go all the way over there and buy stuff. Similar to how for cooking, you have to go all the way over there and all the way over down there to go buy cooking supplies. But technically, you can do cooking only in 1 room. You can technically do apothecary only in 1 room. And you can technically do carpentry only in 1 room. So, leatherworker, you actually never can. Because you always have to leave the bank. Even if that you have infinite hides in that bank right over there, you still have to leave to go and actually bank your hides. Like when they're fully finished and everything. I think we only have to do, what, 3 or 4 more inventories and we should be good to go. That means the next time we do leatherworker seriously, I think we go for the 200 push. We're definitely the 196. I don't think we're doing that yet, but maybe this weekend. One of the days this weekend we might push for it. What's the day again? Today is Wednesday. Yeah, that would be this weekend then. We'll see what updates are between then and then. I'm really curious if Queuable actions will work on this or not. I assume they won't, but gosh, do I want them to so badly. It'd make it so much easier. Oh, so tomorrow we will be back to normal schedule, by the way. I know we've been doing a lot of weird stream times and everything. I mentioned a couple times you stream, but we will be back to like 11 till, or, you know, noon till like 11-ish. Like we have been. Just a lot between the holidays and everything. Schedule quite a few days have been kind of weird. But aside from Monday, every day should be back to around that time. The only exceptions being if I have something I need to go get done in the morning. In which case it might be a little bit of a later start. But we will be pretty much back to normal schedule starting tomorrow. But yeah, I do believe instead of Sickle, I didn't think we were going down the woodcutting route. Given that they showed more info on Queuable actions yesterday, there isn't anything that's going to gain more of a benefit than woodcutting. And I really want to go get the 2 main tools to 25. Probably do the hatchet first, then do the saw. But if we're doing it based on current level range, I actually need the saw, not the hatchet first, oddly enough. Because the current thing that we can do is Suave Tree, and Suave Tree is saw. So maybe I actually do the saw first, even though it's weaker. But the current thing we need is saw related. As well as the thing afterwards is also saw, because I believe Ash Tree is also saw. I would also imply that because the next level you get a saw upgrade. So, yeah, I think we upgrade saw first. The one-hand saw, not the co-op saw. Even though co-op saw is technically our next tree, but I don't think I'm going to upgrade it at all. I only plan to get like a few hundred yew trees every single tier. If I need more than that, we'll just get more later. It's not that big a deal. But I don't plan to get over a few hundred. So yeah, saw is definitely a next upgrade. Because I don't need hatchet again until oak, I think? It's either oak or pine log. I can't remember which. But one of them starts using hatchet again. So we'd have to do saw first, then do hatchet. I just realized how weird our levels look there. The 50-50 to 100. It's like they combined together to make the Mind Fighter. But yeah, I think I'm putting off most combat until the combat reworks at this point, though. The only exception being some AFK raid dens here and there. But even that I should be replacing with Leatherworker. Oh, we got a comment. Hello, hello. The Mad Hatter's in the house. Yeah, he helped us a ton on Monday. We end up trading over all the hats we need to go finish the 2 alts. We finally have all the party hats, or not the party hats, the Christmas hats. But if you guys haven't already, I'm pretty sure most of you have by now, especially if you're watching at this point. But if you haven't already, if you want to get it on like your alt accounts or whatever, or on your main, I'm pretty sure you have it on your main already. But if you want to finish it on your alts, keep in mind, he did say early January is ending the Christmas event, and it is January 1st right now. It's soon to be January 2nd. Depending on your time zone, it already is January 2nd. But any day now, he might be ending this event. He might give an announcement being like, hey, in a week I'll go end it, but any day now he could just randomly out of nowhere just end it. So if you haven't gotten on your alts, if you want to get it, or on your main, yeah, you only got like probably a week left, maybe less. We don't know an official end date. For all we know, it could end tomorrow. But yeah, definitely if you have any cat grinds you want to go do, make sure to finish them soon, as it's probably ending very soon. Okay, we're only, I think, 3 overtories away. Or, you know, 2 more. Counting this one is 3. So we're almost there already. Gosh, his profit is just so high. Yeah, we checked the wiki earlier. Supposedly, it's about 1.7 an hour. I have no clue what it's basing this off of. But, yeah, supposedly it's about 1.7 an hour. I'm not sure if there's, like, tick perfect or with some amount of downtime or how exactly they're calculating that. The wiki says it's 1.7 gold an hour what we're doing right now. So give or take about 10% from that number. It's definitely bare minimum 1.5 gold an hour, that's for sure. But it's not too bad. It's definitely our best money-making method at the moment. Even 206 merchant and 226 detective and 231 combat make less per hour than that. And obviously mining doesn't really make that good per hour. You're mostly doing it for the XP and the product of what you get. The real money from that comes from, you know, player trading. That's when you really start making a lot from mining and, you know, the production skills. About to gain another level. Haven't gained too many levels today, but we're making progress. Slowly but surely. We haven't really played much today. I've been pretty much catching up on sleep from New Year's Eve. I like mega slept in. I even woke up around like noonish, had lunch, and then was like, you know what, I'm just gonna keep sleeping. I could have technically started a stream around like 1 or 2. But I ended up waking up after only like 5 hours of sleep, and it was like, oh, I'm still so tired. I still wanted to go make lunch, but then after that I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go keep sleeping. And I slept like another 5 hours and we started to stream. That was basically been my day. Sleep, eat, then sleep. Then we started streaming. Because I was just too tired at that point. Like I thought I would have the energy after eating and then I just didn't, so I was like, yeah. Let me just rest up a bit more. Because otherwise we would have been streaming with like 5 hours of sleep, which we have done before, but it's... I definitely would have ended early if I did it the other way around, so I might as well just have kept sleeping, which is what I did. Because if I would have streamed then, I would have ended the stream after like 4 hours. I'd be like, I'm kind of still too tired from New Year's Eve. And then be like, okay, I'm just gonna go take a nap. So I just took it preemptively, because I knew it would happen. Just felt so worn out from lack of sleep. Because I don't think I went to bed until like 5, 6... like 5 something a.m. Oh, he's going to focus on merchant and leatherworker after he finishes all quests. I did that for a little bit. And then started pivoting into like a billion other skills. Right, there was some point after we finished merchant and leatherworker. I mean, after we finished all quests where we went really heavy on merchant leatherworker. But then we kind of started pivoting into 200 all for mines Matubin. Which honestly, we're still kind of in right now. Because the whole reason why I'm getting money right now is so I can afford tools to get supplies so I can keep doing mines of Matubin. Because I need, you know, the carpentry supplies from woodcutting. I need the sickle from gatherer so I can get the bone right supplies. So on and so forth. So even this money making right now is basically for mines of Matubin. Even though it's technically for chapter 2, the whole reason I'm getting these chapter 2 skills up is for chapter 3. But I want to go get the money for the tools first. Like next we're probably investing into handsaw. Then we're probably investing into hatchet. Then we'll get sickle. And then we'll be good to go. Because that's pretty much every good one at that point. The only ones I would need to do beyond that are either for ventures or if I ever want to do the co-op activities. Like these post 200 is pretty good. Like this rod pre 200 I'm never going to need. But post 200 we might do it. Same as detective. Like you generally don't need these binoculars, but there are a couple dead zones where it might be worthwhile. I don't think it's worth going out of the way for it though. I'd actually probably sooner get a 25 magnifying glass than I would the AFK method. Even though getting more on the AFK method is pretty nice. I don't know, the magnifying glass just could just be more dead zones. Like there's more dead zones for the magnifying glass than there is for the binocular. I think is the thing. So it'd make more sense to do binocular. I mean to do the magnifying glass. I don't need that in the short term though. I think the earliest I would need that is like 267 detective. Because that's our next big investigation to get us for the 287 push. And that's a while from now. We're not hitting that anytime soon. Yeah, it's gonna feel really weird once we finally have every skill to 200. It might actually happen before Chapter 5 comes out. Let's say Chapter 5 is about 4 months from now. Let's even say 3 months. Let's be ambitious. Let's say he gets out really early. It's like 3 months from now. I'm pretty sure we're 200 all by then. Like 3 months from now? I don't see why we wouldn't. It hasn't even been 2 months yet, and we have, let's see. 1, 2, basically 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. And of course, a lot of these are getting pretty close. You can say even by the end of this month, we'll have one more, so 8 of them. 8 out of 19 in 2 months. So we're getting about 4 a month. But some of them are some of the slower, though I guess some of them are also quicker, so. So we're getting about 4 per month with the current rate that we're playing. Which means, yeah, in 3 months from now, we'd have the rest. Because we add another 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, then add another 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, then add another 4, 1, 2, 3, boom, and we're already 200, yeah. So even if the next chapter came in 3 months from now, we would have 200 all by then. Which means we're going to be in a perpetual state of 200 all until a new chapter comes out. By the time the new chapter comes out. Also, I think one inventory after this one and we finally reach our goal. So one more inventory to go. We're getting another knowledge rolling in. How are we doing on knowledge? We're at 27 out of 35. I was getting this preemptively for the fine leather AFK later. We can't do it now, obviously. But for whenever we do the merchant push, I want to have it preemptively up. Actually, what's our knowledge target for tomorrow? Because I'm going to be doing a little bit of mining. I might be doing whatever the other thing is. I guess we're just dumping into bone rate, probably. Because I'm dumping something into knowledge while doing mining. It's definitely going to be bone rate. So yeah, it's probably going to be the bone rate target then. Because I'm putting gather on the back burner for a little bit. Let me go check something, though. What level is the bone after all this? Not the goat horn. The next, like, really big one. Like, what is bone spike? I think that's, like, the main one we care about. Because the other bones we're collecting very little of. So what we really care about is what level is a bone spike tier 4? Because I don't think I ever actually bothered checking that. Bone spike tier 4. I'll go check in a second. I guess that's the bone rate level we really care about. Because we're going to be collecting so many of them for our 199s later. Just because how easy the full process is to go mass make, to go get our weapon upgrades. Which we're going to need before 3-star weapons come out. I mean 4-star. Or, you know, special attacks, I mean. Alright. One more inventory. That'll be our 10 gold milestone. And off stream, I'm probably still going to be running this. Like, as soon as I click end stream button, honestly, it's going to be the same thing, except I'm going to be making dinner and then eating dinner. But this isn't stopping. It's just going to be slightly more AFK. Second the end stream button stops, we'll still be doing the same thing. We really got to start getting the rest of that money. I've been money locked out of a couple skills for a little bit now, and I just want to get all the tools already, so we don't have to keep worrying about it. Also, why is there so many people here all of a sudden? I normally don't see this room that crowded. There was like 6 people here. Oh, yeah, my Aussie yes is doing merchant. Makes sense though. We're going all in that push. Alright, what was I about to go check? I was about to go check something and I already forgot what it was. Oh no. I was about to go check something and forgot. Was it merchant related? Detective? Mining? Oh, we got a comment. Let's see. Will I stream tomorrow? Oh yeah, we've been streaming every day. We should be back to normal schedule. Let's see. Oh, they're not online. Oh no. They logged out right after they did that. They're gone. Oh, it's one of those chat message things where if they're not online, it deletes your message. That's annoying. I hate when text message thingies do that. Hopefully it fixes that at some point. You send the message, but because they're not online, it just deletes your message instead of putting it into like purgatory. I was about to go check something. I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, bone spike. I remember now. I was gonna look up the bone spike thingy. Search bone spike. I want to see what because this is the most important level. What level do we need for this right here? No, not that one. This one. Tier 4 bone spike. 168. Obviously, we'll be able to get some XP between then. But 168 is the number we really care about then. 168 bone right. Obviously, eventually we need to get to 199 and 200. But 168 is when we can start processing it for XP. That's the really relevant number. Or I should actually stop once we get to 168 bone right for a while. Because by then I would need my gatherer to catch up into it. Because I need to have 200 gather around the time I have 168 bone rate. But over time we need to keep knowledging ourselves to 168 bone rate. We're still going to need to knowledge ourselves after that as well. But I want to get the better XP rate from first dunking all of our bone spikes we're going to have. All thousands of them. We're going to have a lot of them. Like a lot of them. Honestly, I could do bone spike all the way to 200 if I really want to. We do have a few things in between that we are going to be grabbing. Not that. But not much. He's at 166. Catkin, I don't need. Tango fruit, we don't need. Gobble plant, we don't need. Femur shard, I need, but the amount of banking and everything probably makes it not as worth doing. I'll still grab a couple hundred, but I don't know. We'll see with that. Femur shard, we might pivot to at that point. In which case we would do. Actually, well, let me go check. What level is femur shard? Femur shard tier 4. Let's say hypothetically we do go kind of into that because that's like the really last one. There is one beyond it, but this is like the last one where we get most of our XP from before we just knowledge the final stretch. Yeah, 178. So 168 and 178 are the two big numbers in the final stretch then. 168 for the bone spike, which we'll need a lot of, or get a lot of. And 178 for the femur shard. We do technically have the goat horn as well, but we're planning to get very little goat horn, if any at all. Like, obviously, we'll do like a couple hundred, maybe 1,000, but beyond that, probably just a couple hundred. A lot of those are just a tier we don't really care about. And are really far from a bank. This is pretty much our game plan once we reach that point. 166 all the way till... Or bone spike from 166 all the way till femur at 184. And a combination of both all the way to 197. Grab a couple hundred of them. And then go back to either bone spike or femur all the way to 200 then. Unless we do go horn just for the 3 levels. Honestly, by that point we might as well. It's only 3 levels. We'll probably get enough of them by then. Post 200 I wouldn't be doing them though. I would go back to either femur or the other thing. Assuming I'm banking them. In which case, bone spike is always the way to go. I haven't done the math on them like I have for mining. But if I had to guess, Bone Spike is like really, really insanely in the green. Because the bank time for Bone Spike is like 5 seconds. It's literally 1 tile away. Like a full inventory bank time is as quickly as you can click on it. And if they ever add right click deposit all, I'm pretty sure it's under 2 seconds to bank in that room. Which is going to be absolutely insane. Compared to like every other banking route for every other bone. It already is right now, even without that feature. But with it, it's going to be even more broken. Since you might be able to like 2-click bank all without even opening up the interface to stall you. Hey, Blue Santa to end it with. Blue Santa still our lowest Santa. Even the pink one still is too higher, or I should say the fuchsia one. Alright, let's go bank everything, or sell everything. This should be it. We've hit our 10 gold mark. We're gonna still keep going though, just off stream. But anyways, guys, any other questions, anythings? Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow to pretty much a completely normal schedule. We'll be starting around noonish and going until about 11:30ish. And, you know, how we normally do most days. But, yeah, after all the holidays and everything, we should be back to normal starting tomorrow. Of course, Mondays will still be our catch-up days for everything. But Tuesday to Sunday should start to be, like, you know, pretty much from, like, noonish to 11ish. Give or take half an hour either direction. But, that's pretty much the game plan. Go sell right here. This will give us what we need for the last little bit. And there we go. 10 gold has been achieved. Finally, it feels weird seeing a double-digit number for the gold number. Because mine is normally nowhere near that. Hey, Meadow's here. Gosh, that level is so high. It's kind of crazy to think that's only like the 4th or 5th highest person in the game. There are people actually higher than that. But we're going to end it here then. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time, which we're watching right now is about 12 hours from now. Or actually closer to 13 hours. And yeah, we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, have a wonderful week. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful New Year's. And I will catch you guys later. And hopefully we have an update tomorrow, in which case we might pivot every possible plan we had and go all in on that. Right now, we have a plan of probably doing mining. I want to try to 223 Carbonies. And I'm going to be trying some banking methods with it and a few other things just to kind of mess around with it. But beyond that, depending on what comes out tomorrow, we might be completely pivoting as far as what our overall focus is. As they might add queuable actions tomorrow. We might get some small combat rework tomorrow. Could get some quality of life in enough of a degree where it will change kind of what we end up doing tomorrow. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But we won't know until tomorrow. Who knows? We might not even get a patch tomorrow, in which case we'll just stick with our current plan. But we'll go from there and just kind of check. Because right now, it's mostly money making is our main plan right now. However we do it, either merchant, leatherwork, or whatever, we just got to make a lot of money just so we can start doing the other skills we need to go get all these to 200. And I will be messing with a little bit of mining just because we're going to hit it that day, 223. And I do kind of need to make the 231 mining push. We're not going to do the whole thing tomorrow, otherwise that'd be way too much. But I do want to start pushing towards 231 mining so we can get our first 200 plus venture. But anyways, guys, hope you all enjoy your new year, and I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.